Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another live stream watch along on the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. It's great to be back for another live stream of this World Cup. And it's Australia and Pakistan from the M.Chinnaswamy Stadium, which is in Bengaluru. And Australia batted first after Pakistan won the toss. They decided to bowl first, and Australia set Pakistan a target of 368. Already the first server done, none for 8 after 1. And Josh Hazlewood will continue proceedings from the other end. Mitchell Starc, a little bit of a inconsistent over from Starc, but Hazlewood, we're going to see that consistency from him as always. And he will be coming into the attack now. Hazlewood in to Aman al-Haq. This one full driven. Got the outside edge pass. Backward point goes to the boundary for 4 from Aman al-Haq. That's his first boundary. Not convincing, but nonetheless, he'll get 4 runs. He'll boost his confidence a little bit there. But a tough ask for Pakistan in this run chase. They'll need everything to go right for them. It was a bit of a battering with the ball early today in terms of drop catches, not really fielding well. We'll definitely see a better bowling and fielding performance from Australia compared to Pakistan. So a tough day for Pakistan after winning the toss and inserting Australia. Hazlewood in. And this one left alone by a Huck. Outside his off stump, through to the keeper, no run. He's on 7, Aman al-Haq, of 4. Abdullah Shafiq at the other end, 1 of 4. None for 12. Pakistan going about the run chase in a steady manner. But Australia, they'll be looking to win 2 from 2. They had a good win against Sri Lanka. Pakistan coming off a bad loss against India. Their batting was a little bit sketchy in that game. They got bowled out for 170 odd or something like that. And the confidence will definitely take a bit of a dent after that game against India. Hazlewood in, this one defended to point by al-Haq for no run. Good comeback from Hazlewood after the boundary. 2 dot balls to follow that boundary off the first ball of the over, as we would expect from Hazlewood. Hitting that line in length, and he doesn't move off that rarely. But big job for the Pakistan openers. And Australia, they'll be looking for wickets and looking to build pressure on the Pakistan batters and take wickets and put them under pressure in the run chase. Hazlewood in. This one traps Aman al-Haq on his pads, but clearly high and leg side, and there's no run. M.Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore. The venue for this match with Australia and Pakistan. Hello, Thunder Hayes. I hope you're well. Hello, John. Hope you're well. And thanks for joining us as always. Hazlewood in, and this one defended by al-Haq to point for no run. Thunder Hayes, you say Australia is going to defend this by more than 50 runs. Well, it was definitely a good target, good score, good batting from Warner and Marsh, and it was a very good partnership. Good signs for Warner and Marsh going forward. But you would think Australia are favourites to defend this. I think Australia will bowl better and field better than Pakistan. Pakistan didn't have a great day with the ball or in the field. They dropped catches. Hazlewood in. This one left alone by Huck. Outside his off stump. Through to the keeper, no run. It's the end of the over, none for 12. And for both teams, this game is very important. If Australia win, they can go into the top 4 based on net run rates, and Pakistan will slip out of the top 4. The wins that the Netherlands and Afghanistan had has certainly opened the table up as we progress towards the back end of this tournament. We're not far away from the final. It's only next month. And still plenty of cricket to be played in this World Cup, that's for sure. Mitchell Starc, second over for him, none for 8 from his first. He was a little bit off his line and radar. He's in now. This one full, wide outside off stump and slashed away nicely by Abdullah Shafiq for 4 to the deep point boundary. First boundary for him. And he's got his account away. A little bit uppish, just falling short of Maxwell there at point, who couldn't cut that delivery off. But Mitchell Starc just trying to find his radar here. Once he gets his radar on, he can hone in on those areas where he wants to bowl in. Starc in. This one full, left alone outside the off stump by Abdullah Shafiq, and through the keeper, no run. Under Hayes, you say, wanted to witness a 200 from Warner and 400 plus from Australia. Only got 150. That's still a pretty good score. And for Australia, anything 350 plus is pretty good in one-day cricket. So I think they'll be very happy with the score. Yes, they would have liked more, but 367, 368 for Pakistan, that's a tough ask. And Pakistan, their batting in the last game was a little bit off. They had that batting collapse against India, obviously. Starc in. This one full and defended by Shafiq. 2 point, no run. So Australia will be looking for those early wickets, that's for sure. And it's power play. They get a few wickets here, put Pakistan on the back foot, get rid of the openers and get Babar Azam in and Rizwan early. That will definitely put the Pakistan team under pressure in this run chase. Starc in again. This one full and driven to point by Abdullah Shafiq for no run. Mitchell Starc just starting to find his line and length and his radar. A little bit off in the first over and a bit, but he's getting some rhythm back, and hopefully he can get back to that good area and good line and length. At the moment, just a little bit wayward. Starc in. This one full driven. Pass backward point off the outside edge, and will race away to the backward point boundary for 4. Not convincing by Shafiq, but nonetheless, he got a boundary. And he moves on to 9. None for 20 for Pakistan. So an okay start. Australia will be hoping for a wicket or 2. And not convincing by Shafiq, but he got the outside edge along the ground. First, second boundary for him in this over. He's on 9. Starc getting ready to complete his over. He's in now. This one full, driven by Shafiq. Good stop at short cover by David Warner there at cover, I should say. Keeps it to a dot. It's the end of the over. It's none for 20. Pakistan need 368. And none for 20 after 3. It's a promising start, but early days as Australia look to defend this score. David Warner. Good energy in the field from him after that stop. He batted well today. He'd be very pleased with how he batted. Good partnership with Mitchell Marsh and a solid opening partnership that Australia needed to set the platform, which propelled them to a score of 367 for 9. Hazelwood to continue. He's in now to Aman al-Haq. This one short and pulled by al-Haq through square leg. Come back for... No, go all the way to the boundary for 4. Good timing there from al-Haq. Adam Zampa couldn't come around for fine leg to cut that off, but another boundary for al-Haq. He moves on to 11 off 9. bit short from Hazlewood. Anything short in this pitch, you're going to get dispatched, and that's what we saw today. And good timing there from a Huck. 4 runs. Australia will be looking for the first wicket. Once they get the first wicket, then they'll definitely build the pressure on Pakistan, that's for sure, with the ball. Hazlewood. In now. This one short and dispatched through point for 4 from Ahmad al-Haq. A little bit of width, a bit short outside that off stump, and Ahmad al-Haq picks up his second boundary in a row off the first 2 balls of this over. So Hazlewood just a little bit short, and then a little bit short outside the off stump, and Ahmad al-Haq was able to just punch that off the back foot, guide that through point, using the face of the bat there, just opening the face and guiding that in the gap. And Maxwell there at point, couldn't cut it off. So a couple of boundaries for al-Haq. None for 28 for Pakistan. 15 off 10 for al-Haq and 9 off 10 for Abdullah Shafiq. Hazlewood in. And this one traps al-Haq on the pads. There's an appeal for LBW. Quickly turned down. Maybe just going down with the angle. Hazlewood bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-hander and al-Haq. So probably hit him above the knee roll, probably going down leg with the angle. Maybe a bit high as well. That's where Hazlewood wants to be. Target those pads. It's just been a little bit off his line in length here, Hazlewood. Just getting into the swing of things. Hazlewood in. This one beats al-Haq, passes outside edge through to the keeper, no run. That's better from Hazlewood, just dragging his length back a little bit, challenging that outside edge of Ahmad al-Haq. Squared him up. That's where Hazlewood wants to be, challenging that outside edge of Ahmad al-Haq's bat. Australia made a statement a little bit today, Australia with the bat. I made a little bit of a statement in terms of coming back to some sort of their best. Hazlewood in. And this one left alone by al-Haq. Shoulder arms. Outside his off stump. Through to the keeper, no run. Good comeback from Hazlewood after the couple of boundaries to start the over in a row. He's done pretty well to build up the pressure here. And he's done pretty okay. Australia looking for the first breakthrough of the innings. Hazlewood in. And this one defended by al-Haq to mid-off and no run. It's the end of the over. It's none for 28 after 4. None for 28 after 4. Ahmad al-Haq 15 off 14. Abdullah Shafiq 9 off 10. Nice crowd in. So the crowd have come to watch this game between Australia and Pakistan. Friday night in Bengaluru, so people going down to watch some cricket, which is good to see. And we've seen some pretty good batting today from David Warner and Mitchell Marsh in that opening partnership. And it was a pretty good display of hitting from those two. Good signs for Australia going forward. At least Marsh and Warner are scoring runs, and they scored big centuries today. Stark in. This one down the leg side, a quarter wide. He has to re-bowl that one again. Not quite getting the line right, Stark. He's starting it a little bit too on leg stump, and it's just not swinging for him at the moment. So he's just starting on leg stump and it's just going on with the angle. So he probably needs to adjust his line a little bit, start a little bit outside of the off stump to the right-hander, trying to get that swing. So he's not quite getting that line right at the moment. But, he's going to get it right. Stark in this one. Guided down to third man from Abdullah for a single. He moves on to 10. It's none for 30, Pakistan. Mitchell Starc looking for that rhythm and that area where he's going to hone in. Which is good to see. From Mitchell Starc. None for 18 for him. So he's been a little bit wayward, Starc, with his line and length. Starc in this one. Worked off the pads by Aman al-Haq. Through square leg, and he'll pick up a boundary. A little bit too straight there, Starc. Not quite getting the line right to the right or the left-hander. Trying to look for that swing, which he's not getting a little bit there. Maybe a little bit of swing, but not much for Starc. So he'll be looking to adjust, get to a good line and length, and build that pressure. But boundaries for Pakistan, they're chasing 368. That's a tough ask. That's the second highest. Well, Australia's 367, second highest total of this World Cup. Starc in, this one full on the pads, but worked off the pads again by al-Haq through backward square leg. He'll pick up a couple. He will. A couple of runs. He moves on to 21. John says Australia did fall short by 40 or 50 runs due to a poor last 10 collapse again. Thunder Hayes says that would have been the icing on the cake, might have helped the run rate a little further. Starc in again, he's past the umpire. And this one full on the pads and worked again by Aman al-Haq through mid-wicket. Cummins can't cut that off, and he will pick up another boundary. So Mitchell Starc not quite getting the line right in the radar. Right. None for 40 for Pakistan. It's a good start in their quest of 368. I say it's a good start. Things can change quickly with a fall of a couple of wickets, and that's what Australia will be looking for. Jihan says, Australia love dominating teams, then letting them back in the game. What was that from Maxwell first ball? Seriously. Jihan says, comes back to lacking ruthlessness, did the same thing at Lords and the Ashes, at Headingley when Marsh and Head dominated. Starc in. And this one better from Starc. Outside the off stump, left alone by al-Haq for the keeper, no run. And he's on 25 of 18. Abdullah Shafiq, 10 off 11. Yes, of course, many people will share those same views and points. But at the end of the day, they got 367. That's the score that they got. There's nothing they can do about it now. They can't bat again. And anything 350 plus in one-day cricket's not a bad score. So I don't think Australia will be complaining with the number that they got. Yes, they would have liked more. And that's just the way it goes sometimes. Starc in, this one on the pads, and only worked out to square leg by al-Haq for a dot ball. It's the end of the over, none for 40. But so Pakistan have started well. These two openers, al-Haq and Abdullah Shafiq, have done well. They're miles ahead of Australia at this stage. Australia were none for 27, Pakistan none for 40. But that can all change with a couple of wickets, and the fall of wickets can definitely put you back. But they still need 328 more, Pakistan, from 45 overs, which is still a lot of runs. Anything 300 plus chasing is difficult. So you would think Australia should do enough. They should bowl better than Pakistan. They should field better. Pakistan really let themselves down with the fielding and the bowling effort today. It was really poor. They did well towards the end of the innings, but really the damage was already done. Hazelwood in. This one worked off the pads by Abdullah, but only to square leg for no run. So, but Australia will gain confidence from the bowling performance against Sri Lanka, where they bowled well. They bowled them out for 209. So they bowled a bit better in the last game against Sri Lanka, and Adam Zampa got wickets, which was more important for him than to gain his confidence. So no doubt he'll be eager to get the ball in the hand and start getting the job done for Australia. Hazlewood in. This one full, driven to point by Abdullah for no run. Dot ball. Glenn Maxwell, good fielding from him. None for 40, Pakistan. 5.2 overs. Abdullah Shafiq, 10 off 13. Ahmad Al-Haq, 25 off 19. Hazlewood, none for 12 from his 2.2 overs thus far. He's looking to get a bit of consistency. Hazlewood in. And this one defended back to mid-off by Abdullah for no run. A little bit uppish, I think it was, but just falling wide of Hazlewood, so no chance of a caught and bowled there. So Australia looking for the first breakthrough of the innings. Very important to get a couple of wickets here, get Pakistan on the hop, put them on the back foot. Hazlewood in. And this one, a plainer miss by Abdullah Shafiq. Outside his off stump, through the keeper, no run. A little bit of a flirt there outside the off stump. Shafiq, he wanted to guide that through backward point or down a third man, but in the end it was a play and a miss. Nearly got the outside edge. Josh Hazlewood. So he's got to be careful, Abdullah Shafiq. It's a good start by him. He doesn't want to throw it away. A couple of boundaries for him and doesn't want to throw away the good start. Hazlewood in. This one defended by Abdullah to the offside. No run. None for 40. 2 balls left off the 6th over for Pakistan. They're chasing 368. Shafiq, 10 off 16. Ahmad Al-Haq, 25 off 19. There's no dew a little bit there at the M.Chinnaswamy. It could be a little bit of dew, but not as pronounced. So Pakistan will be hoping for that because they won the toss today and bowled first. And when you concede 367, it's not a really good decision, probably. Hazlewood in. This one again beats Abdullah. Pass his outside edge through the keeper, no run. It's the end of the over, none for 40. It's a maiden. Good over from Hazlewood. Back to his good line and length as we accustom with Hazlewood over the many years. Six overs done. None for 40 for Pakistan. Abdullah Shafiq, 10 off 17. Ahmad Al-Haq, 25 off 19. Pat Cummins into the attack. Josh Mitchell Stark out of the attack, so the ball's not swinging much. Pat Cummins has said, I'm going to bring myself on, see if I can get a breakthrough or two. Bowled well in the last game, Cummins. He's over his spell. Really broke it open for Australia in terms of the bowling effort against Sri Lanka. Really created the collapse that Sri Lanka had, where they lost 10 wickets for less than 100 runs. Cummins in, this one full, but defended by a Huck to mid-on for no run. Good start by Pat Cummins. David Warner was good today. He batted well at his best. Mitchell Marsh batted well in support of him. Good opening partnership of 250 plus, which really set the platform and foundation for Australia to build on. And good to see that from the openers. Good to see a big partnership like that. Cummins in. And this one glided down to third man by Al-Haq for a single. He moves on to 26. It's none for 41. 6.2 overs have been bowled. Yes, David Warner batting really well. Good partnership with Mitchell Marsh, as I mentioned. Cummins in, and this one beats Abdullah Shafiq past his outside edge. Through to the keeper, no run. Very good from Cummins. Just probing on that outside edge there. Looking for the first wicket for Australia. Once they get a few wickets here, then that will definitely get them on a bit of a roll as Cummins is in. And this one defended to the offside by Abdullah for no run. He's 10 off 19. Ahmad al-Haq at the other end, 26 of 21. None for 41 for Pakistan. Chasing 368, which is an almighty task. But they've started reasonable. But as we know in cricket, things can change pretty quickly in a couple of balls or overs if a few wickets fall here and there. And Pakistan are susceptible to a bit of a collapse. We saw that against India. Cummins in, and this one full, but advanced down the wicket, Abdullah, and smashes Cummins down to long off for 4. Good use of the feet, looking to assert his dominance and presence. Not a bad shot from Abdullah. Good use of the feet. Advancing down the wicket. And dispatching Cummins down to long off for a boundary. And nice shot. Good to show that intent and that aggressive approach with the bat. That's his third boundary now, Shafiq. Cummins in. And this one, an outside edge. Down to third man for a single. And it's the end of the over. End of the over, none for 46. After 7. Pakistan have started well at the start of this run chase. None for 7 from 40. None for 7. 7 overs, none for 46, I should have said. The openers, Abdullah and al-Haq, have started well. It's a good start, but that's what it is. It's only a start. They've got to build on this. They can't afford to lose early wickets, and Australia will be aiming for those early wickets up front. They can't afford a slip-up or 2, Pakistan. They need everything to go their way in this chase. Anything 350 plus is always difficult. Hazelwood in. This one worked off the pads by Abdullah, but only to Abbott at square leg for no run. Hazelwood none for 12 from 3.1 overs. Has just started to find his length and line and consistency, which has been accustomed with Hazelwood over the years, that consistent type bowler. And he's started well to begin this over. Hazelwood in. This one short, outside off stump. Cut by Abdullah, but only to backward point for no run. Steve Smith does the fielding. Yes, thanks for joining us, everyone. We do have an announcement to make, which I'll mention now. And as you can see on the screen, it's pretty obvious. But we are looking to try something new on the podcast. Try different things to interact with all of you, have a bit of fun as well. I'll get to that in a minute. Hazelwood in. And this one pushed to the onside. Quick single by Abdullah. He'll come through for the single. None for 47 for Pakistan. 16 now for Abdullah of 24. Al-Haq will be on strike. He's 26 of 21. So we're thinking about doing a cricket quiz and inviting all of you, our listeners, to partake in it if you're interested. Now, all you need to do is just to fill out the form. The link to that is in the chat and is on the screen. All you need to do is copy and paste that, fill out the form to express your interest. We want to see how many people are interested in doing this, and then we can go from there. which is a pretty simple process. It'll only take you a few seconds to fill out the form to express your interest for a potential cricket quiz on the podcast where you can, compete against other people around the world for a bit of fun. This one knocked to the onside by Al-Haq for a single. So the link is in the chat. Also, the link is on our Twitter and Facebook page, and also Instagram as well. And also on our YouTube channel in terms of our community tab, the link is there as well. So if you're interested in doing the quiz, if you're interested, fill out the form, complete it, and it's a pretty simple process, really. This one defended to the offside for no run by Abdullah. So we'll leave that on the screen, the link for people to copy and paste and fill out the form, which is pretty simple. It only takes you a couple of seconds, not even that really, just to fill out the form. So if you're interested in partaking in the quiz, please fill out the form, express your interest, because we want to try this and see how it will go. Hazelwood in. And this one defended by Abdullah to the offside for no run. It's the end of the over. It's none for 48 after 8. And we've already had a few people that are interested, which have expressed their interest, which is great. So if you're interested, once again, fill out the form. It'll only take you a couple of seconds, and we'll get back to you regarding the potential for the quiz. John, you say, is your plan to live stream the quiz or just record it? I haven't thought that through, John. It's either a live stream or a pre-recorded episode. It depends how many people we have. It depends how many people have expressed their interest. But it will depend. So we could do a live stream, maybe for the grand event, maybe, or something like that, maybe a pre-recorded episode or something. So it depends how many people are interested, John. But I think that will be the plan. Depends what sort of structure I think of. But if you're interested, John, just copy and paste that link, fill out the form, and that's all it is, really. But to answer your question, that's probably the plan. Either a live stream or a pre-recorded episode. I haven't decided yet. Dark Knight says Australia lacks one proper spinner in the middle overs. Yes, that's been well mentioned and documented. And that has been their Achilles heel. Adam Zampa stood up in the last game, so that's a good sign for Australia. And Glenn Maxwell's bowled okay. He's bowled reasonable. Cummins in. This one worked off the hip down to fine leg by Abdullah for a single. Pakistan none for 49. Sorry, none for 50. That brings up the 50 partnership. Well played by these two. It's a good start, good foundation. So yeah, so once again with the quiz, there's the link to the form. All you need to do is copy and paste that, fill it out, and we'll get back to you. But we've had a few people that filled out the form already, which is good. Expressed their interest, which is fantastic. Cummins in, this one past the outside edge of Al-Haq. Through to the keeper, no run. Nearly collecting the outside edge there. Pat Cummins. Australia searching for the first wicket. None for 50 already for Pakistan. It's a good start. That can all change with a couple of wickets. Nearly the outside edge was found there by Pat Cummins. So close, but a play and a miss by Ahmad Al-Haq. Cummins in, this one pushed down to mid-off for a quick single by Al-Haq. He'll come through for the single. He moves on to 29. None for 52 for Pakistan. Yeah, Martis Overshane. Good pick up and throw there from him. John, you say, is there any particular reason we haven't given Todd Murphy a go at white ball cricket? I don't know, John. Maybe they see him as a test bowler at this stage of his development. I think that's the plan, just to see how he goes in test cricket and then go from there, I suppose. I think that's the thinking. That's a boundary there, nicely pulled away by Abdullah Shafiq down to a deep backward square leg for a boundary. I think that's a plan, just to develop his skills in test cricket, and then you can branch from there, branch off from there and see what he does in one-day cricket. I don't know what his numbers are for Victoria in one-day cricket, in list day cricket. I think they're the early days, of course, but I don't think he's played much one-day cricket for Victoria. So I more see him as a test prospect at this stage. Cummins in, this one defended by Abdullah for no runs. End of the over, it's none for 55 after 9. Good start by Pakistan. A wicket required for Australia. But runs on the board should put them in good stead. Good start by Pakistan's openers. Abdullah Shafiq, 20 off 29. Yamal Haq, 29 off 25. Josh Hazlewood about to bowl his 5th over, none 14 from his 4. Pakistan dugout, watching on as the openers go about their business, but as we know, it can change pretty quickly with a couple of wickets. Hazlewood in. This one punched by Al-Haq, only to the fielder at cover for no run. Good from Hazlewood again, building the pressure nicely. It's been the other end that's been leaking some runs in terms of Pat Cummins. So last over of the power play, it's been a reasonable power play by Australia. By Pakistan, I should say. Hazlewood in. This one glided down to third man off the outside edge by Al-Haq. He'll come through for a single. Moves on to 30. None for 56 for Pakistan. It's a good crowd in tonight. Watching this game, Australia and Pakistan, good crowd in the M.Chinnaswamy Stadium. It's been a talking point in this World Cup. The crowds have been low at times. But good to see the crowd in tonight for this game. Hazlewood in. This one short pulled by Abdullah. Only to a deep backward square leg for a single. Moves on to 21. Well, tomorrow, a double header in the World Cup. We've got the Netherlands. They're up against Sri Lanka. And then we've got England and South Africa. So the Netherlands, you think they start off as favourites against Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka haven't been performing at their best. They haven't won a game in this World Cup. The Netherlands coming off a good win against South Africa, which was good to see from them. And then obviously South Africa and England to follow in the evening. You would think South Africa would be looking to bounce back after the good start they had in this World Cup, winning the first 2 games. Hazlewood in. And this one, again, glided off the outside edge by Al-Haq, down to third man for a single. None for 58. Abdullah, 21 off 30. Al-Haq, 31 off 28. That's a big game for the defending champions in England against South Africa. They can't afford to lose that game, England. Otherwise, they're really put on the back foot. Already are at the moment in terms of their prospects of qualifying for the semis after that shock loss to Afghanistan. Hazelwood in. On this one, outside edge from Abdullah to backward point. Good fielding by Steve Smith. Keeps it to a dot ball. Good fielding by Steve Smith. Good to see that from Australia in the field. Good intensity. Well, if Australia win tonight, they can definitely leapfrog into the top 4, knock out Pakistan. That middle pack of the table, definitely wide open after the couple of upsets that we've had. Hazelwood in. This one punched off the back foot by Abdullah to mid-off for a quick single to end the over. End of the over. It's none for 59 after 10. None for 59 after 10. End of the first power play. It's a good start by the Pakistan openers. But it's only a start, 10 overs, good start, but they can't afford to let up. They really got to keep on their toes and be ready for anything. Australia, just a couple of wickets. Be patient. Wickets will come. Don't need to try anything too extravagant. Just need to do the basics. Just hit a good line length and build pressure with dots. And a wicket will come. And they're definitely searching for that first wicket. But patience is the order of the day. There's still plenty of time just to get the 10 wickets. Adam Zampa now. So a bit of spin. It'll be interesting to see what he can get off the surface, Zampa. We saw some turn a little bit from the Pakistan spinners. Not really threatening as much, but there was some turn a little bit out there. And Adam Zampa would be looking to exploit that. Bowled well in the last game against Sri Lanka, picked up 4 wickets, nearly approaching 150 ODI wickets. Average of 34 in this World Cup for Zampa. He's taken 5 wickets at 34, which is what you would expect from his career figures, if you can compare that to this World Cup and what he's done. But good for him and his confidence just to bowl well and get those wickets in the last game. Will really put him in good stead. Zampa in, this one flighted. Worked down to long on by Abdullah for a single. He moves on to 23, none for 60 for Pakistan. 10.1 overs. Adam Zampa battling through back spasms and a sore back, but he's doing his job for Australia, and they need him to do the job tonight. And so far, not a bad start from him in his first over. We're looking to just build consistency, bowl a good line and length, build pressure like he did against Pakistan. Zampa in. This one defended by Al-Haq. Out to point, no run. Zampa in. And this one worked by Al-Haq, but only to the fielder at mid-on for a dot ball. Good start by Adam Zampa here. Just a single, 2 dot balls to start his first over. Zampa in. This one again defended by Al-Haq. Back down to Zampa, no run. And good from Adam Zampa just to get into his work here. First 4 balls have been pretty good. 3 dot balls and a single. It's not bad. Zampa in. And this one on leg stump, worked around the corner by Al-Haq. Maybe got a bit of pad or bat on that. Down to find leg for at least for some runs and a leg buys. In the end, came off the pad. A leg buy is the result after that delivery. Adam Zampa trying to target those pads like he did in the last game against Sri Lanka. Got a few LBWs with that wrong. Looking to get the ball to skid on, trap the batters on the crease and hit them on the pads. Zampa in. And this one defended to the offside by Abdullah Shafiq for a dot ball. It's the end of the over, none for 61. Not a bad over from Zampa, just a couple of runs from it. The single in the leg by. End of the over, none for 61. Pakistan chasing 368. They need 307 from 39 overs. So they've started well. Still a long way to go. And can only change in a matter of minutes. We all know that in cricket. Australia bowl a few tidy overs, dot balls and build pressure. Take a couple of wickets. It will definitely get a bit of panic in the batting order for Pakistan. As Pat Cummins continues, none for 12 from his 2 overs. He's about to bowl his third. Bowled well against Sri Lanka the other day, Pat Cummins. He looked to seem to run in a lot quicker. And his spell definitely changed the course of that match as Sri Lanka had a batting collapse and he picked up that first wicket, which really put Sri Lanka back. Cummins in. This one defended to short third man for no run by Al-Haq. Still none for 61 for Pakistan. Al-Haq on 31 or 33. Abdullah 23 or 34. Cummins still none for 12 of 2.1 overs. Well, Australia's next game is against the Netherlands. That's next Wednesday. So they'll be hoping for a good win again here against Pakistan. And you would think they'll start out as favourites against the Dutch. Cummins in. This one at outside edge down to third man by Al-Haq for a single. He moves on to 32 of 34. Jihan. You say whether Australia are able to squeeze in the middle overs seems to depend on whether Sampa's having a good day or not. He started well in the first over, just a couple of runs, which is good. He's definitely got his confidence back after the last game against Sri Lanka. Those 4 wickets really boosted his confidence. Cummins in. This one beats Abdullah Shafiq past his outside edge. Through to the keeper, no run. Good delivery from Cummins. He's had a few plays and misses today, Abdullah Shafiq. Right on that off-stump line, just outside of it. Good bowling from Cummins. That's where he needs to be. Ball after ball, hit that spot. Target that off-stump. Get Abdullah Shafiq just fending for the ball. And hopefully get that outside edge to the keeper, in Josh Inglis. Cummins in. And this one, full driven. Back pass, Cummins down the ground for 4 from Abdullah. He races to 27. It's none for 66. Iran from the direct hit. You're saying no sixes in the power play by Pakistan. No, they didn't. They didn't hit a 6 at all. It was mainly boundaries. Iran says Australia at least 40 short. Well, they're still able to get the job done, I think. You know, Pakistan's batting can be a bit scratchy at times. Certainly was in the game against India. So definitely a chance. Cummins in. This one short, pulled and caught on the rope. No, he's dropped it. Sean Abbott. He dropped it on the rope. I don't think he was going to catch it cleanly anyway because he was right on the rope. It was going to go for 6 if he caught it anyway. He did drop it, Abbott, but in the end, if he took the catch, I think he would have touched the rope regardless if he caught it fairly or not. It was really close on that boundary. It's only a short boundary. He was on the rope anyway, Abbott, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway. His back foot was already on the rope. It would have been 6, so it doesn't really matter. That back foot was on the toe below, so 6 runs signaled. So it would have been 6 anyway if Sean Abbott caught it cleanly. He was really right on that boundary rope because there's a short boundary out there. So it would have been 6 anyway, regardless if he caught it fairly or not, because that back foot was really close to that boundary rope. A single to finish the over. Good over from Pakistan. None for 73. Good shot from Abdullah Shafiq. But Sean Abbott, yeah, he was right on that rope anyway. So even if he did get a good pair of hands on that, which he didn't, he dropped it in the end. But that back foot was very close to the boundary. It would have been 6 runs anyway. It's a short boundary out there. It's only 65 meters, so there's not a lot of leeway. especially when it's like that, when the ball's coming at that sort of speed. But he's a good fielder, Sean Abbott. He took a really good catch in South Africa on the boundary, but on that occasion, it was just too close to the boundary and didn't really have much room to play with, really. Samper to continue. This one tossed up, punched down the ground by Abdullah for a single to long off. He moves on to 35 with that single. Yeah, Sean Abbott on the field as the sub fielder, not playing today. Usually a safe pair of hands, but it's going to be tough catching on the rope at that sort of position. Always going to find it difficult. Samper in. And this one dispatched down the ground by Al-Haq. And that's another boundary. It's a pretty good surface, and usually is here in Bangalore. Good use of the feet from Al-Haq. Good position. Hit through the line. It was a wrong one from Zampa. So Australia just need to pick up a wicket or two here just to break the flow of these openers who have started well for Pakistan. They've played some good cricket shots, which is expected. Zampa in. This one worked to a mid-wicket. Smith does well to cut it off. And there's no run. Direct hit says 6. Abbott grasped it, dropped it. Direct hit says sloppy from Australia, need to tighten up. Well, that's their only first blemish in the field, really. Apart from that, they've done okay. Zampa in. This one worked through square leg for a single by Al-Haq. He'll go on to 37, none for 79. So Australia need a couple of wickets here. Dark Knight says, initially their good decision was taken by the management by not including Marnus in the World Cup squad. Marnus Labuschagne is the Timber Bulvilmer of Australia. Well, thank you for that, Dark Knight. Zampa in. This one worked down the ground to long on for a single by Abdullah. Moves on to 36. The direct hit says they're gettable at the M.Chinnaswamy. Well, it's easier said than done, you know. You can say, yeah, it's very gettable. It's a good pitch, but, you know, if you lose a few wickets, then you're on the back foot, are you? So Australia just need a couple of wickets, put Pakistan under pressure. Get these two out. It's not easy to start. So, and I'm not really convinced by Pakistan's batting, especially what I saw in the last game against India. It was pretty ordinary. Worked for a square leg for a single by Aman Al-Haq. He moves on to 38. It's the end of the over. It's none for 81 after 13. John says, I think Abbott lost his awareness there for a moment. Yeah, he did. He was really tight on the rope anyway, so even if he did catch it, it would have been 6 anyway. That back foot was touching the rope, I think, so it wouldn't have mattered. You know, he dropped the catch in the end, which you don't want to do, but if he caught it fairly, it would have been 6 because he was really close to that rope. Just didn't have a bit of a feel where the rope was, but it's a small boundary there. Iran says Pakistan will get this easily. No score is safe here. He has to say, Iran, that is the thing. Need to get these two. Pakistan can turn up any day, one day down, one day up. That's right. They didn't have a great day in the field, it had to be said. A few dropped catches, a bit sloppy in the bowling department. They won the toss and bowled first, and they wouldn't have liked to concede 367. So if we have to be honest, it was pretty ordinary from Pakistan in the field and with the ball today. But they've started well with the batting performance here. Australia just need to tighten it up a little bit, build a few dots and get a wicket, break this opening partnership, which they can. Cummins, he's in. This one worked down to third man by Al-Haq. He'll pick up a single. He moves on to 39, none for 82. But you get these two out, and then you get rid of Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan, which Pakistan tend to rely on very heavily. And Pakistan will probably tend to struggle a little bit once you get these two out, and that will be the plan. Just start breaking those partnerships down and getting those wickets when you can. Cummins in. This one pushed onto the offside for a quick single by Abdullah. He's on to 37. And Pakistan are none for 83. Yeah, Sean Abbott, that catch on the rope. Yeah, that back foot was very close to the rope anyway. So if he did catch it, probably his momentum would have taken him back a little bit and probably hit that rope. So it was very close. Would have been line ball if he did catch it, and then they would have gone upstairs to review it, but he dropped it in the end. Very small boundary out there. Cummins in. This one driven straight to cover by Al-Haq for no run. Good fielding by Marnus Labuschagne. Always a very good fielder, and good to see that energy from him. John says head straight in for Marnus when he's fit. That's most likely probably what's going to happen, John. I think that's the obvious selection. Definitely Travis head in for Marnus, I would think. They're not going to drop Marsh, obviously, or they're not going to drop Smith or anything like that. So it will have to be Marnus Labuschagne. This one worked for a single, and Steve Smith took a little bit of the grass as he was fielding that ball, bit of a divot. It's a bit soft underfoot, the outfield. Josh Inglis trying to repair the divots. Obviously, the curators won't be happy about that. Making sure that the players replace the divots after they've fielded. And they've taken a bit of the surface out. Yeah, just the knee smashed into the ground. And took a bit of the turf out. Cummins in. And this one defended to the offside by Abdullah for no run. None for 84 for Pakistan. 37 for Abdullah, 40 for Al-Haq. These two have gone well in this opening partnership. And they've started a bit slowly than Australia. Australia were fast off the gate, out of the gate. Whereas these two openers are not quite at the same intensity as Warner and Marsh, but none for 84 is a good start. Cummins in. This one short. Pulled by Shafiq. Over the rope for 6. Got enough on it. Good way to end the over. It was a good over up until that point from Cummins. Just got that a little bit too short. End of the over. None for 90 after 14. That's a good shot from Abdullah Shafiq. Just got enough on that to let it go over the rope for a maximum. Yeah, hit the rope on the full. And that's 6 runs. Maybe bounced inside by the look at the replay there. So it could be a boundary 4. Let's have a look. Yeah, it could be a boundary 4. Oh, very close. Whether that ball hit on the full or not. So Michael Goff, the third umpire, will have to determine whether or not it's a boundary or a 6. Whether that ball bounced inside the field of play or on the full. No, it's a 6. So given us a 6 at the end of the day. So 6 runs confirmed by third umpire Michael Goff. Adam Zampa to continue. He's in. And this one worked off the pads. Through square leg for a Huck for a single. He moves on to 41. None for 91 for Pakistan at the start of the 15th over. And Australia looking to do well. And get their first wicket here if they can. Zampa in. This one worked off the back foot through cover. Out to the sweeper on the offside for a single from Abdullah. He races to 44. 41 for Aman al-Haq. Australia will be looking for that first breakthrough. If they can get the first breakthrough, then they will be pretty happy with that. Zampa in. This one on leg stump, worked off leg stump to a deep square leg for a single by al-Haq. Glenn Maxwell yet to bowl in this innings. He may have a bowl soon. Adam Zampa in. And Abdullah can't get it past the fielder at mid-on, dot ball. Good fielding from Cummins to keep the pressure on. Trying to build the pressure. Hopefully one of these two make a mistake. Pat Cummins flat on his back, but he did well to prevent the single. Zampa in. And this one worked to the leg side to a deep square leg for one. By Abdullah, he races to 45. Huck still on 42. None for 93. So I've seen both openers from Pakistan and Australia score 100-run partnerships. But Australia will be hoping to break it soon. They've batted well, but they've got to go on with it. Zampa in. And this one, a leading edge out to cover. Try to work it to the leg side, al-Haq. And it's a dot ball. It's into the over, none for 94. After 15. In this second power play for Pakistan. And I do believe that is drinks as well. Here at Bangalore, it's drinks in Australia. Looking to take their first wicket. Pakistan, none for 94. They've started well in the run chase in their quest to 368. But it's only a start. It's a platform, but they can't afford to slip up and lose wickets. But Australia will be hoping that they can pick up a wicket or two after this drinks break, just to reset, reevaluate the plans, what we needed to do to take this first wicket. Maybe a change of pace, maybe a change of tactic, change of field. And that's what they will be discussing at the moment. While they have drinks, if you haven't done so already, if you want to take part in the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast cricket quiz, or you want to be involved in it, express your interest, please copy and paste the link, which is in front of your screen right now. Copy and paste that, fill out the form if you're interested in partaking in the quiz. We're looking to try a quiz and, have everyone take part in it and test your cricket knowledge. That's what it's about. So make sure you fill out the form. Link to that is in the chat of this live stream now. It's on the screen. If you haven't done so already, we would like to see if people are interested in partaking in the quiz, which is a fun thing to do. None for 94, Pakistan. 15 overs have been completed. Abdullah Shafiq and Aman al-Haq have been a pretty good opening partnership for Pakistan. They've started well, played some good shots, good cricketing shots. They've looked pretty good. It's a good surface. It's only a start. It's not done yet. Still a long way to go in this innings. But they played some good shots. Abdullah Shafiq nearly was undone. About a drop catch from Abbott, but it was real close. Abbott just lost his positioning on the rope there. But besides from that, it's not a bad start, you'll have to say, from Pakistan. They've had a tough day today, Pakistan. It was a bit of a poor fielding effort. A couple of drop catches, one easy one off David Warner. He was on 10 and he went on to make 163. So Pakistan didn't quite have their best day with the ball or in the field. So they'll be hoping for better things. And as we know with Pakistan, they can be up or down in terms of that consistency as a cricket team over the years. Yeah. That's just the way the team performs. They either have good days and not so good days. Glenn Maxwell into the attack. So he's bowled okay in this World Cup. 3 wickets he's taken. He's into the attack now. And this one worked off the pads through to deep square leg for 1 from Abdullah. He's on 46, none for 95 for Pakistan. Glenn Maxwell didn't contribute much with the bat today. Got out for a golden duck, but he'll be hoping to contribute with the ball and get a wicket or 2, bowl quiet overs, keep the pressure on. I think that's important for Australia, just to be patient. Just keep doing what you're doing. Maxwell in. This one short outside off stump. Cut away by Aman al-Haq early to the fielder at point. They were looking for a single, but they decided to turn against that. Didn't want to take on Marnus Labuschagne. He was patrolling the point region. And there's no run. Maxwell in. This one worked down to long on by Aman al-Haq. He moves on to 43. None for 96. Well, there is a bit of dew. The ground staff during the drinks break were running the ropes on the outfield, trying to make it fair for Australia in terms of the dew factor. They were running the ropes, certainly building up the fitness, the ground staff, running the ropes around the outfield. Not a bad way to exercise and keep healthy and fit, I suppose. That one defended to the offside, onside, no run. From Abdullah, Maxwell in. This one pushed to the offside to point. He'll pick up another single, Abdullah. Races to 47, none for 97 for Pakistan. Aman al-Haq on strike. He's on 43. That's usually the big factor in the subcontinent, the dew factor, whether it'll come or not. We've seen that play a big impact in some games, especially the T20 World Cup in the UAE. Maxwell in. This one defended by a Huck to end the over for a dot ball. End of the over, none for 97. After 16 overs of the second innings of this match. And Australia will be looking to contain, bowl dots, build pressure. That was not a bad over from Maxwell, just the 3 singles from it and 3 dot balls. Bowl some quiet overs like that. Build the pressure, the run rate on Pakistan. And Pakistan definitely below Australia's worm at this stage. Australia were miles ahead at this stage and Pakistan just slow in their approach. But I suppose the logic behind that is to build a foundation. And that's what these 2 openers are doing at the moment. So they are a little bit behind of Australia in terms of the comparison on the worm. But they're going about their business in a logical way. Adam Zappa to continue. None 13 from his 3. He's battling through back spasms and pain, certainly in the last game against Sri Lanka. But he managed to take 4 wickets and really turn the game on its head. And Sri Lanka had a batting collapse in that match, and they were bowled out for 209. Zampa in. This one tossed up, worked down to wide long on. Abdullah, he races to 48, none for 98 for Pakistan. 2 runs away from the 100-run partnership, and they looked pretty easy for that single there. Australia looking for the first breakthrough of the innings. Zampa in. And this one defended by a Huck back to Zampa for no run. Good from Zampa. Look to take that early wicket. Build pressure. Get these two openers out. Build a bit of pressure. Build the dumps. So Adam Zampa about to just making sure the field's set right. A few changes in the field. Making sure. Now then. Umpires are having a chat with the batters. I think it's about something. I can't really tell. Maybe about running on the pitch or wasting time or something like that. So there's a bit of a discussion there between Pat Cummins and umpire Illingworth and umpire Brown and the Pakistan openers. Whether it was not about time wasting, maybe just getting on with it or something like that. I think that was the conversation that took place. So after that delay, Zampa in. And this one pushed to the offside. Down to wide long off again for a single. This time by Ahmad al-Haq. He races to 44. None for 99 for Pakistan. Maybe it was about that. Maybe a bit of time wasting, maybe just to get on with it, or something that the umpires wanted to express to Cummins and the Pakistan batters. Zampa in. This one not timed by Abdullah Shafiq. Got an inside edge on the bat there, trying to look to go downtown. He gets a single down and long on. And it will bring up the 100 partnership for Pakistan without loss. And they need 268 off 200, which is a good start after the start that they've had here. That can all change with a couple of wickets here and there. Get these two set batters out. That's a different story. Zampa in. This one worked off the pads by a Huck, but a good stop at mid on there by Smith. Prevents the single, no run. And good piece of fielding there. Good to see the energy from Australia in the field. Good to see that commitment from Smith, putting his body on the line. Zampa in. This one dragged down, short, cut away, past short third man for 4. Not a bad way to end the over from Pakistan. It was a good over up until that point, Zampa. It's just that boundary ball sort of blemished the over a bit. End of the over, none for 104. Well, Australia waiting for that first wicket, that first breakthrough of the innings. The required run rate is 8 and over. The current run rate is 6 for Pakistan. They're none for 104, so they're not gone out of the blocks completely like Australia. It's been a good start, none for 104, but it's been a little bit slower in terms of the strike rate compared to Warner and Marsh, who really accelerated in their partnership. Maxwell to continue. This one worked down to long on again for a single. And that will bring up Abdullah Shafiq's 50. 50 or 52. Nearly a runner ball 50 for him. He's batted really well. But he's at the non-strikers end. Maxwell in. This one short, pulled and dropped at mid-wicket, I think, from Cummins. It's a short delivery from Maxwell. It wasn't the best delivery in the world. And they come through for a single. He goes to 49, al-Haq. I have to see on the replay there what Cummins could have done better. It was short. Yeah, should have been taken by Pat Cummins at mid-wicket. That was a short ball. He pulled it, and he pulled it straight towards him. Come on, Pat Cummins. Catch that ball. Maxwell in. This one hit down the ground. Maxwell gets a hand on it, but it goes to long on for a single. Nearly ricocheted back onto the stumps. Could have been a chance here for a run out. Often see that from the bowlers. Get a bit of a finger on it and ricochets onto the stumps, and the non-striker could be out of their ground. Maxwell in. And this one defended on the back foot by al-Haq for no run. He's on 49 off 53. And Abdullah Shafiq 51 off 53. Maxwell in. This one worked off the pads, down to find leg. He'll race away to the boundary for 4. Mitchell Stark in pursuit, but he can't catch that. Could have done better in terms of the running effort. I know the outfield's quick, but at least run fast and try and cut it off. And make some sort of attempt to cut that ball off. But a boundary nonetheless for Pakistan. None for 111. Glenn Maxwell trying to get his line right. Maxwell in. This one worked to the leg side. Single down and long on. End of the over, none for 112. Australia need wickets and they need them fast. They would have had the first wicket if Pat Cummins didn't drop that catch at mid-wicket. It was a short delivery from Glenn Maxwell. Pulled away. I think it was by Aman al-Haq, and got hands to it, Cummins, and he dropped it. Should have took it, really. Australia, their catching hasn't been good in this World Cup. You know, the worst team in terms of catching efficiency. It's in the 50s, which is not really good. You don't really expect Australia to be there on that list. You expect them to be high on the list, up towards the top, but they're not in this World Cup, I'm afraid. Australia need a wicket or two here. Break the partnership. And it will be a different ball game if they can get these two out. And they should have had a wicket on the last over from Glenn Maxwell. Anyway, we continue on with Zampa. He's in. And this one defended by Huck for no run. That's good. Good from Zampa just to build up some dots. Create a chance here and there. So already a couple of catches gone down for Australia. The one from Abbott was on the boundary. That was a bit of a tight one. The one from Cummins should have been taken at mid-wicket. Zampa in. And this one defended again by Huck for no run. Adam Zampa, none for 20 off his 4.2 overs. Nearly the end of the 19th over. None for 112 for Pakistan. So it's a good start, but it's not a blistering start from Pakistan in terms of the run rate and strike rates compared to Warner and Marsh as Zampa's in. This one's swept to a deep square leg for just the single. And he moves on to 55, Al-Haq. And Abdullah will be on strike. He's on 51. It's none for 113. Zampa in, and this one worked down to long on for a single by Abdullah Shafiq. He goes to 52. It's none for 114. It's a good over from Zampa, just the 2 dots and the single. So Pakistan, none for 114 on the comparison, around about 18.4 overs. The comparison, Australia, none for 146. Pakistan, none for 114. So Australia ahead at this stage on the comparison in terms of the run rate and the runs scored. Zampa in. This one keeps a little bit low, but worked off the pads to square leg for a single by Al-Haq. He goes to 56, none for 115. One ball left to the 19th over. Here we go. Adam Zampa in. And this one, top edge. Go over the keeper's head in English. They'll come through for a single to end the over. End of the over, none for 116. Not bad over from Zampa, just the 4 from it. Done for 116. Not bad over from Zampa. Just the 4 runs from the last over. And Pakistan none for 116 after 19. So they've started well, not quickly as Australia, but building the platform and the foundation. But if Australia can pick up a couple of wickets here, Maxwell in, backs away. Abdullah Shafiq gives himself room to access the offside, and he does it well. He'll get a boundary to deep point, and none for 120 for Pakistan. He's batted well. He's showed some good proactivity. Yeah, gave himself room to access that offside. Opened up to that leg stump just to access the offside. Free the hands. He got a bit of an outside edge on that and raced away for 4. Maxwell in. This one down the ground. Good use of the feet. And that will be another boundary for Shafiq. Back to back for him. I'm from Australia. Rafsan. I do apologize for the pronunciation of your name, but I'm from Australia. Yeah, that's where I'm from. But thank you for tuning in. Maxwell in. And this one worked to a short third man for a single. Pakistan none for 125. Australia need a breakthrough, need a wicket just to break the partnership and put pressure on Pakistan. Get these 2 out. Maxwell in. This one worked off the pads, but it's a dot ball. Good fielding at mid-wicket. No run. So none for 125. Pakistan nearly approaching the 20th over. These 2 have done well. Maxwell in. This one chipped. Over cover for 4. Good use of the feet from Mahak. He goes to 60. None for 129. 1 ball left of the 20th over. Yeah, good use of the feet from Mahak. Went inside out. Over cover for 4. You say, I support Australia and I'm a big fan of Mitchell Marsh. Well, he batted well today. Mitchell Marsh batted really well. This one worked down the ground for a single, down to long on. Maybe a couple. They'll come back for 2 at least, and they will. A couple of runs to end the over. See the over, none for 131. 20 overs are done. Well, a expensive over from Glenn Maxwell, a couple of boundaries. Pakistan need 237 off 30. So they've started well, none for 131 after 20. So 30 overs remain, chasing 368. Australia pick up a couple of wickets here and there. They can definitely put pressure on Pakistan. So they need just 7 runs and over. Pakistan 7.9, so under 8 required with the required run rate at this stage. But a couple of wickets will definitely build that up. And 2 new batters in the crease. We've seen when you start on this wicket, it can be very difficult to start on. Mitchell Starc back into the attack. He's in now to Abdullah. And this one worked to the leg side for 1. He moves on to 63, Abdullah Shafiq. You say, I believe Australia's come back strongly. Well, they're starting to come back a little bit. They're starting to get back to some sort of their best. Obviously, it was a tough start in this World Cup, obviously. But the last game against Sri Lanka, they started to, and you expect that from Australia, being a quality side. They always manage to find a way to come back, which you need to do. Starc in. And this one, a swing and a miss by Ahmad Al-Haq. Through to the keeper, no run. Change of pace there from Starc. It was a bit slower, 129 kilometers per hour. So change up in pace, rolled the fingers on that, and Aman al-Haq just a little bit too early in the shot. And Mitchell Starc just trying those variations of pace, which is important. Change it up, get the batter to miss time one. We saw that from David Warner. Tried to hit a 6 down the ground, mistimed it completely, and was caught at long on with the change of pace. So don't forget about your variations. Starc in this one, a short ball, and swayed out of the way by Aman al-Haq through the keeper, no run. Good from Starc, just to bowl the short ball, keep these Pakistan openers honest, alert, and not bad just to get a short ball in here and there. Well played from Aman al-Haq, watched it well. Didn't take his eyes off the ball. Usually you see batters do that, often get hit. That's the worst thing you can do. Always keep your eyes on the ball and sway out of the way accordingly to the line of the delivery. Starc in. And this one just worked off the outside edge down to third man. A single for al-Haq. Moves on to 63. Not a bad over from Starc. Couple of singles and a couple of dots. So not a bad over from Starc as he looks for that first wicket for Australia. Abdullah Shafiq, 63 off 59, 7 fours and 2 sixes. He's done okay. And he's played well, along with his partner at the other end in Aman al-Haq. Australia need wickets because Babra Rizwan is very dangerous in chasing. This one short, pulled, not timed by Abdullah Shafiq through to square leg for 1. They definitely rely on Babar Azam and Rizwan quite a lot, the Pakistan batters, that batting order. So, yeah, a couple of wickets here and there from Australia. They get those 2 out, and that will be the key, definitely. Starc in. This one traps al-Haq on the pads. But going down the leg side, it's the end of the over. It's top order finish. None for 134. Not bad over from Starc. 3 from the over. Not bad. I think it's important for Australia just to make sure they bowl changes of pace. Bowl quiet overs like that. Really build the pressure on Pakistan, because if you do that, bowl a few quiet overs, get a few wickets, it can definitely put pressure back on the opposition in the run chase. Pakistan chased 348 against Sri Lanka. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. But obviously tonight they're up against Australia. They're not up against Sri Lanka in terms of the bowling. We've got to put into context that Sri Lanka's bowling wasn't great in that run chase. Should have won that game in the end, Sri Lanka, but their bowling let them down a little bit there. Australia, a different team, of course, different bowlers, different in every aspect. So, and also different conditions. That was in Hyderabad. This is in Bangalore. So it's a different set of conditions, different team as well. They started okay. Stoinis into the attack. Top edge. Should be taken. It is. Maxwell takes the catch. Stoinis, first server, breaks through. That's the wicket Australia needed. And that is the end of Abdullah Shafiq. He tried to go for the pull shot, mistimed it completely. Top edge. And Glenn Maxwell makes no mistake of that. He catches it. The crowd cheer. Marcus Stoinis delighted with that wicket. He screams after taking that wicket. Good catch from Glenn Maxwell. Simple as can be. Marcus Stoinis, very delighted with that wicket. He breaks through in his first over. That is the end of Abdullah Shafiq. The partnership is broken for 134. Abdullah Shafiq's got to go for 64 or 61. It's 1 for 134. And a big cheer for Babar Azam as he makes his way out to the middle. The Pakistan skipper with the loss of the first wicket. Yes, the wicket has fallen. Rafsan, I do apologize if I didn't quite pronounce your name right there, but Yes, the first wicket is down, and Marcus Stoinis gets the breakthrough, which is good to see from Australia's point of view. Babar Azam, number one in the world. No surprises there. I think many would agree that he's an exceptional player, averaging nearly close to 60. 5,474 runs at an average of 57 is pretty good. Not quite at his best in this World Cup. Averaging 21, got a half century. That was in the last game against India, where Pakistan had a bit of a collapse and didn't do so well in that game, batting first. But for Australia, it's an opportunity to put pressure on Babar Azam, opportunity to really put pressure on now with the new batter in at the crease. And that's important for them to do that now, as Marcus Stoinis has got the opening breakthrough for Australia. That's a pretty good start for him there. Stoinis in, this one short, ducked under by Azam, through the keeper, no run. You say Australia made 420 runs, but middle order performance is very bad. They would have liked more, but they got a good score in the end. I think anything over 350 is a good score, up towards 400. So, yeah, they could have got more, but, I think take it, at the end of the day, take what you get, as the saying goes. Stoinis in, this one down the leg side. It's called a wide. Good take by Inglis, no run. India is a strong team. Yes, they are. They played well. Big test against New Zealand. If they can win that game, then you would think they're probably on track to probably win the whole tournament, like they did in 2011. But that will be their biggest test against New Zealand this weekend on Sunday. New Zealand are playing well too. That should be a good game. Stoinis in, this one short, pulled by Azam. Through square leg for a boundary. And the fielder there at deep square leg couldn't cut it off. Quick outfield. Azam not going to miss out on that. And that's his first run. First boundary. And he's off the mark as well. Nice shot from Azam. All the time in the world. Australia will want to remove him quickly. Good score, but 400 runs is confirmed to win. Yeah, we've seen in this World Cup, not many teams have scored big scores. South Africa and Australia have, but we haven't seen those bigger scores in this World Cup as we've seen in the past. Stoinis in, this one short, ducked under by Azam. For the keeper, no run. That's okay for height. Not called a wide. Not bad over from Stoinis. 5 runs from it, a wide and a boundary, but got the wicket. Got the important wicket of Abdullah Shafiq. So good start from Marcus Stoinis in terms of getting the early breakthrough for Australia. Stoinis in, this one full, worked. Pass mid-on for 4. Could have done better, Josh Hazlewood. Should have stopped that boundary there. That should have been stopped, but it wasn't. So could have done better. I think that was Josh Hazlewood there, mid-on. Was it Josh? Yes, it was. Josh Hazlewood could have done better. Could have done better there, Josh Hazlewood. Marcus Stoinis not happy with that. He wouldn't have liked the boundary conceded. Stoinis in. This one defended by Azam. That's a better delivery to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 143. But Australia got the wicket, which is pretty good for them. They can build pressure on Azam. He's already 8 of 5. He's hit a couple of boundaries in this over. Should have really hit one boundary. Should have been stopped by Josh Hazlewood at mid-on, but it got past him. He wasn't anticipating the ball to be that wide of him. Nonetheless, he could have done better. Anyway, Mitchell Starc to continue. Rafsan, you say, my dream is visiting in Australia. it's not a bad country, I can tell you that. Not a bad country. Yeah, not bad at all. Mitchell Starc to continue. He's in, and this one defended. Oh, he could be out. Overthrow. Lots were happening there. Unsure about the single, Aman al-Haq. He was just... Babar Azam said no. Then they went through for the single after the ricochet off the stumps for a run out, which he made it home in the end. And they got the single in the end. That was, well, in the end, they got a single, but it could have ended a lot worse for Pakistan. They don't need a run out. Oh, yeah. So a little bit susceptible, the running. And yes, to say, I love the Australian people. Yeah, that's good to hear. Mitchell Starc hasn't got a wicket yet, but you can't doubt him for taking a wicket. Starc in. This one's short, worked by Azam to a deep point for one. He moves on to 9. And Australia looking to pick up the second wicket. If they can get rid of Aman al-Haq here, get 2 new batters in at the crease, that's a good result for Australia. And they'll be hoping to do that. Starc in. And Mitchell Starc didn't release the ball. Just stuck in his hand a bit there. Yeah, if he didn't release the ball there, Mitchell Starc just got that wrong in the run-up. So he has to bowl that one again. Australia need Babar Azam's wicket. That's pretty obvious, yes. They do rely heavily on him. But if Australia can get another couple of wickets, get rid of these 2 and at the crease at the moment, Aman al-Haq and Azam, definitely put pressure on Pakistan's middle order. Starc in. This one worked off the hip by Aman al-Haq down to a fine leg for a single. He races to his score in the 60s, and he's batted okay. He's batted well. Played some good shots. Good batting. He's a talented player, as we know. Australia will be hoping to get him very soon. Back to the pavilion. Not bad over from Starc, just the 3 singles from it. Nearly approaching the halfway point. Starc in. And this one, a play and a miss. Past his outside edge. Babar Azam through to the keeper, no run. Good from Starc. Target that outside edge of Babar Azam, and he nearly got it on that occasion. Maxwell's duck. Yeah, I don't know what Glenn Maxwell was thinking when he played that shot. At least, take a couple of balls to get in and get set. Don't, play that shot that he did. But, that's Glenn Maxwell for you. Starc in. This one worked to the leg side by Azam for a single. He races to 10. Not bad over from Starc. 4 singles from it and a dot. So quiet over, which is required. If you're not taking wickets, at least, prevent the over from being an expensive over. Bowl some quiet overs. That's what Starc's done here. 4 singles and a dot, which is pretty good. New Zealand or India, do or die match. I wouldn't say it's do or die in terms of them qualifying for the semis, but in terms of where both teams shape up, then they would like to do well. Starc in, this one short, pulled past mid-wicket for 4 from Aman al-Haq. Another boundary for him to end the over. And the over 1 for 151. So the 150 up for Pakistan. And 1 for 151, nearly halfway. Mitchell Starc nearly got that second breakthrough, just going through the hands of mid-wicket, which went pretty quick, and he would have had to been very fast to catch that. Australia still ahead after 23 overs. Australia were none for 169. Pakistan 1 for 151. So Australia looking to continue on picking up wickets and building dots and pressure, and putting Pakistan on the back foot a bit here. As Marcus Stoinis continues, he's in now. This would work to the leg side. Another single by Babar Azam to deep square leg. He moves on to 11. It's 1 for 152. One for 10 for Marcus Stoinis. Got the first wicket. Got rid of Abdullah Shafiq. Broke the partnership that Australia needed. 1 for 152. Nearly halfway. Pakistan haven't really matched Australia's run rate in terms of the strike rate and intensity. But the openers set a platform which they've been able to build on. But they've lost the wicket of Abdullah Shafiq. You say, my prediction is India to win the World Cup. They are one of the favourites to win, though. That one worked down to fine leg for a single. And Al-Haq goes to 70. Well, thanks, everyone, for joining us on this Friday morning, wherever you may be, Friday or Friday night, or in Australia, Saturday morning. Stoinis in, this one on the pads, worked to deep backward square leg for 1. He moves on to 12, Babar Azam. John says, I do wish the bowlers would stop drifting to leg. They just haven't quite got their line right there a little bit there, John. Just a little bit more outside off stump is the order of the day. But you can soon adjust that. Anyway, at least they're going for singles and not boundaries, which is the good thing. Rasan says, India win for the third time in the World Cup. Well, this is probably their good year to do that, but can they overcome the barrier of the semi-finals, which has been taken? Good catch. That is the end of Ahmad Al-Haq. Stoinis has picked up the second wicket. Ahmad Al-Haq, outside edge, down to third man, taken by Mitchell Starc, who takes a very good catch, down low, sliding across the outfield. Stoinis has done the damage. He's picked up the first 2 wickets. Both openers are now gone. Ahmad Al-Haq gone for 70. Flashed at it, got the outside edge, and straight to third man, down his throat. Mitchell Starc, safe pair of hands, and Marcus Stoinis is pumped. That's what Australia needed. They've got 2 new batters in now. Ahmad Al-Haq disappointed as he nods his head as he walks back to the pavilion here in Bangalore. He's gone for 70. It's 2 for 154. Good innings from Ahmad Al-Haq, but he'll be disappointed. It was not the shot to be playing. And he is on his way. Australia pick up their second wicket. Brings Mohammad Rizwan to the crease. As he walks out, he will join his skipper in Babar Azam. Mohammad Rizwan at number 4. Pakistan 2 for 154. They've lost their second wicket of Ahmad Al-Haq, who has departed for 70. And the previous wicket to fall, the first one, was Abdullah Shafiq. And Marcus Stoinis have got both of them out. Rafsan, you've said Marcus Stoinis, nice bowling. Yeah, it's pretty good from him. Good to see him chip in with some wickets, Marcus Stoinis. And that's good to see. John, you say, and Mitch didn't push the ball onto the ground. Yeah. Yes, he didn't, John. I think he learned his lesson from Lords in the Ashes. He didn't scrape the ball along the ground like he did at Lords. So he learned his lesson, John. And we're going to see that from a lot of fielders. They're going to be very wary of that. But good for Mitchell Starc to have that awareness, just to get the arms underneath and just slide and make sure the ball's not touching the ground. So it was a good catch. He learned his lesson. Sorensen in. This one cut by Rizwan down to third man for a single. He's off the mark. And Pakistan are 2 for 155. But, he learned his lesson. It was a very good catch from Starc and got into a good position and, caught it nicely. Moved well, lined it up, and fingers underneath the ball. No problems with the sliding or, as we saw at Lords on that fateful day where the catch was not given out. Rassan, you say Rizwan is very dangerous. Yeah, he is. He's played okay in this World Cup, but, a very talented player, Mohammad Rizwan. Sorensen in. This one worked down to mid-on for a boundary by Babar Azam. Nicely timed. Races across those practice pitches, and if it races across those pitches, it ain't going to be stopped. Picks up his boundary, Azam. That's another one for him to end the over. He races to 16, and not a bad over from Stoinis. Yes, it did go for a boundary last ball, but he did pick up the wicket of Aman al-Haq for 70. And quick outfield here at the M.Chinnaswamy. End of the over, 2 for 159. So nearly halfway. And Australia have got 2 new batters in at the crease. That's what they would have wanted after the initial start from the Pakistan openers. So Rizwan on 16. Sorry, Rizwan on 1. As Cummins is back into the attack, he's now into Rizwan. This one defended to cover by Rizwan for no run. Jihan says if Australia scored 400, the game would have been won by now. Rassan says Rizwan is the master of chase and Australia never take Rizwan wicket. Well, he's important for them, but if they get these 2 out now, then you'd think that will put pressure on Pakistan's middle order. They do rely heavily on these 2, and Azam and Rizwan. Cummins in. This one full, defended by Azam. Back to Cummins for no run. But Australia now can just apply the pressure on these Pakistan batters in Rizwan and Babar Azam. New at the crease. Babar Azam's only faced 11 balls. Rizwan 3. He's just arrived after the wicket in the last over of Aman al-Haq for 70. Cummins in. This one outside edge, pass Inglis for 4. Down to third man. No slip. And 4 runs. Couldn't get a glove on that Inglis. But I suppose that's a win for Pat Cummins, getting the outside edge, even though it went for 4. That's where you want to be, targeting the outside edge of Rizwan, and didn't quite go into the gloves of Inglis, but nonetheless, that's where Cummins want to be. Cummins in, this one comes back into Rizwan, he defends, and there's no run. Rassan, you say 400 is confirmed to win, never lose the match. Yep, whenever you score 400, you're pretty favourites to win, which is the case. It's a pretty good score, but I think Australia will be happy with the score that they got. They'll take anything really. Cummins in, and this one pulled by Rizwan on his knee to Mitchell Marsh, a deep square leg for 2. And he moves on to 7. And Pakistan are 2 for 165. Nearly approaching the halfway mark. Pakistan have lost a couple of wickets. It will slow them down a bit as they rebuild with Azam and Rizwan at the crease, trying to get used to the surface and used to the Australian bowlers and what they're bowling. But for Australia, it's all about just making sure they're doing the basics right with the ball. Cummins in. This one full, driven by Rizwan, who times it nicely past the fielder at mid-off for 4. That's a boundary for Rizwan. End of the over. It is 2 for 169, halfway of this Pakistan run chase. 2 for 169. Good timing from Rizwan. Just needs just a bit of a push, really. Didn't overhit it. Just helped it on its way. Just a little bit of a knock. That's all you need. This outfield's pretty quick. John says South Africa. Yeah. Well, they said that in the famous 434 match at the Wanderers. I think it was Jack Cullis or something like that said they don't have enough runs out there. Well, South Africa chased down 400 and plenty. Rasan, you say Rowett is king? Well, he's batting quite well, Rohit Sharma, in this World Cup, and so is Virat Kohli, if you're talking about him as well, scoring a century against Bangladesh recently. Halfway. Pakistan just need a required run rate of 7.96. Stoinis in. This one full, worked off the outside edge down a third man for a single by Azam. Moves on to 17. Pakistan 2 for 170. So we're halfway through the innings, and Pakistan 368 they need to win. Australia have done well to pick up the couple of wickets from Marcus Stoinis. Rasan, you say South Africa lose against the Netherlands? Yes, they've lost to them twice now. Stoinis in. This one, a slower ball. Rizwan, too early in the shot, goes through to the keeper, no run. Playing a miss. That one kept a little bit low as well, that slow ball. Good change of pace from Stoinis, just to change it up. We saw that from Pakistan. Changes of pace, bowl cutters, get it into the surface, hoping it'll hold up a little bit, and that's what it did there. Just rolled the fingers across that nicely, Stoinis, and deceived Rizwan with the slower ball. Rasan, you say Bangladesh played well, but middle order performance is very bad. It is. This one short down the leg side, it's quarter wide. Yeah, Bangladesh, they didn't have Shakib Al Hasan. They batted well at the start against India, but fell away a little bit, which you would expect from Bangladesh in terms of just trying to get that batting consistency. But hopefully they can put in some good performance, Bangladesh. You know, they've been accustomed to good performances in World Cups in terms of famous victories and all that. Stoinis in, this one short and pulled by Rizwan to deep square leg for 1. He races to 12, 2 for 173. Sorry, 2 for 172. You say Rasan, Shakib Al Hasan, number 1 all-rounder. Yes, he is. Number 1 all-rounder in one-day cricket. And not playing at the moment with that quad injury. Hopefully for Bangladesh and their hopes, he can come back, the Bangladesh skipper. Stoinis in. This one worked off the outside edge by Azam. Down to third man for a single. Alex Carey out there as the sub fielder. He's not playing, obviously. He's not keeping. Josh Inglis has got his spot. John says that wide call was harsh. It's a batter's game, John. It's a batter's game. And, yeah, it was harsh, but, you know, that's just the way it goes now. It's a batter's game. Nothing for the bowlers. Stoinis in. This one defended by Rizwan for no run. Yeah, it was a little bit harsh, but, you know, as I said, it's a batter's game now, John. Nothing for the bowlers. No leniency for the bowlers. Rasan, you say T20 cricket. Yeah, it's definitely changed how the game's played, isn't it? T20 cricket. It's definitely changed the mindset, the outlook on the game, and certainly the outlook of world cricket as well. And this one's short by Stoinis and pulled by Rizwan. Only to deep square leg for one. Sean Abbott does the fielding. And that is the end of the 26 over. It's the end of the over, 2 for 174. Not a bad over from Stoinis. Bit harsh on the wide call, but none after that wide. It was a pretty good over. No boundaries, which is the good thing. And change of gloves for Rizwan and Babar Azam. Batters just changing their gloves and getting some fluids in, which often happens in these extreme conditions where the weather is a little bit hot, sapping the humidity. 2 for 174, Pakistan. 368 for victory. 26 overs are completed. Adam Zampa back into the attack. None for 24 off 5. Rizwan 13 off 11. Babar Azam 18 off 13. And Australia have done well to pick up the couple of wickets they have. Marcus Stoinis doing the damage, getting rid of Abdullah Shafiq. And then he got rid of the last wicket, which was Aman al-Haq for 70. So Adam Zampa bowled 5 overs, about to bowl his 6th, none for 24. He'll be hoping to pick up a wicket here and there as he comes into the attack. No slip for him. They've got a backward point, short third man, a fine leg. And they've got some protection in front of the wicket as well, on the off and on the leg side. Zampa in. And this one worked down to by Rizwan. Bit of a ricochet off Adam Zampa's foot. They come through for a single. Rasan, you say Australia's 62-run all-out against Bangladesh. Yes. Just trying to remember what game that was. Yes, I do remember that. Yes, to say Zampa run machine. Well, he's known for his bowling, not so much for his batting, Adam Zampa, but he can chip in with some runs here and there. Oh, what a catch! What a catch that is from Pat Cummins. Babar Azam has pulled it straight to Cummins at mid-wicket, who takes a superb catch. Outstanding from the skipper. That is the big wicket. Oh, dear. Babar Azam, he pounced on that short ball, but he timed it so well, he picked out Pat Cummins at mid-wicket. He is gone, and Australia are up and about now. Picked him out. Moved well to his right. Pat Cummins tumbled over, but more importantly, held on to the catch. Adam Zampa's pumped. And if you're an Australian supporter, you'll be pumped as well. That's a big wicket. Babar Azam gone for 18. 3 for 175. Big wicket for the Australian bowlers. Wow, that's a very good catch from the Australian skipper, Pat Cummins, who takes a very outstanding catch. Australia's fielding hasn't been quite at their best in this World Cup. A lot of drop catches, but that was a really good catch. Moved well to his right, picked it up nicely, and caught it, which was the main thing. That's a big wicket. He'll be disappointed with that, Babar Azam. He picked out the fielder. Just couldn't get it past Cummins or get it over his head in mid-wicket. And out comes Shaquille. And he'll be the new batter. Coming in at number 5, Shaquille. And this is what Australia needed, just to pick up a couple of wickets, build pressure, build up a pressure on Babar Azam. He couldn't resist going after that short ball, and he picked out Pat Cummins at that mid-wicket position. Saud Shaquille arrives to the crease. He's early in his one-day career. In this World Cup, he scored a half-century. And he scored 105 runs at an average of 35 in this World Cup. Now we'll need more from him tonight, Pakistan. But that's the wicket Adam Zampa needed, and he's up and about now. Rasan, you say Zampa is cute in the sunglasses. Well, he wears them now, Adam Zampa, just to see a bit better at night, really, just to enhance his vision. Zampa in. And this one worked to the offside by Shakil. Through points, he'll pick up a single. He's off the mark. 3 for 176 for Pakistan. Chasing 368 for victory. Rasan says Australia's fielding. That's good. Good to see. Pat Cummins, he got a run out in the last game against Sri Lanka, and he got a very good catch here. Moved very well to his right, caught the ball behind him, behind his head. Babar Azam couldn't believe it that he picked him out. But a very good catch. You've got to take those, and he did. Zampa in. This one worked to mid-wicket by Rizwan. Pick up a single. He moves on to 15. Outstanding catch from Patrick Cummins. That's what you want to see in the field. You want to see the fielders commit. And Adam Zampa delighted with the wicket that has brought the downfall of Babar Azam. Zampa in. This one defended to short third man, but no run from Shakil. Pakistan still 3 for 177. One ball left of the 27th over. Shakil is on 1, Rizwan on 15. Adam Zampa 1 for 27. Last ball of his 6th over. It's been a good one. He's in. This one on leg stump. Try to work that through the leg side, Shakil, but it's called a wide. You know, we have to re-bowl that one again, Adam Zampa. But nonetheless, pretty good over. 4 runs from it and a wicket and a dot. Pretty good over, if you ask me. Just what Australia needed to put more pressure on the Pakistan batting. Zampa in. This one lapped over the keeper's head, down to fine leg from Shakil. Won't get to the boundary. Alex Carey will cut it off for a single. End of the over, 3 for 179. 3 for 179 for Pakistan. 27 overs completed. We're nearly approaching the 30th over mark of the run chase. Rasan, you say Australia 5-time winners. Brazil 5-time winners. Brazil jersey yellow. Australia jersey yellow. You also say 2 teams are great. Well, if you're talking about football, then yes, they are. Good qualities, I suppose, that they share in terms of a successful team in different sports. But yes, very dominant in terms of those types of teams and players, of course. And Australia's just been blessed with good players in cricket and very talented ones as well. Hazlewood back in. This one past the outside edge of Shakil. Through to the keeper, no run. Pat Cummins has said, right, I'm going to bring back on my wicket takers. And he's brought back Josh Hazlewood to get another wicket here. It's good from Hazlewood. Challenging the outside edge of Shakil's bat. Pat Cummins up and about after that good catch. Australia just tightening the screws here. The run rate required has just climbed. It was at 7. Now it's at 8. Hazlewood in. This one defended by Shakil. Only to backward point. No run. That's what often happens when you pick up a few wickets like this in a run chase. You are going to take up a few deliveries and the run rate required, the required run rate is going to lift. And that's what we've seen from the Australian bowlers here. And that's what they've done, which is good. That's what Australia needed to do in terms of restricting Pakistan, building the pressure on Pakistan, make them do something they don't want to do. Hazlewood in, and this one traps Shakil in front of his stumps, hits him on the pads. An appeal from Hazlewood, probably too high. He's decided not to go upstairs for the review. Pat Cummins has probably said, yeah, probably a bit high. Looked a bit high. And they're not going to go upstairs for the review. Dot ball. Good from Hazlewood, targeting the pads of Shakil. Probably pitched in line, probably high, hit him on the back 5, so probably going over the top of off stump. Good decision from Australia not to review that. Hazlewood in again. This one short ball by Shakil, down to find leg, 1 bounce. He'll pick up a single. Adam Zampa will cut it off for 1. Pakistan 3 for 180. Rizwan 15 off 13. Shakil 3 off 7. Australia really tighten up the screws now in this match. Well, thanks everyone for joining us. I hope everyone's having a good time. That one, the LBW shout, previous ball, just going over the top of the stumps. So good decision from umpire Illingworth not to give that out because it was missing the stumps. Hazelwood in. This one worked by Rizwan. Through square leg, he will pick up a single. Pakistan move on to 3 for 181. Hazelwood in. This one defended to a short third man for no run. Good over from Hazelwood. Just the 2 coming from it. It's the end of the over. 3 for 181. Well, thanks everyone for joining us. I hope everyone's enjoying the stream and enjoying the cricket. It's been entertaining as always. And a reminder, if you want to be a part of our quiz, make sure you fill out the form, which is on the screen right now. The link to that is in the description in terms of filling out your interest for the quiz. We'll be doing that on the podcast. We need some people to sign up and get involved with it as Sampa's in. And this one worked down to mid-wicket by Rizwan for 1. He moves on to 17. Pakistan 3 for 183. So we need people to sign up and be a part of the quiz. So if you're interested in that, please make sure you fill out the form and express your interest. We would love to hear what you have to say about that. Sampa in. This one worked off the hip by Shakil. Race away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Much needed boundary for Pakistan. Much needed boundary for Pakistan. Just on the leg stump there from Zampa. Got a bit of I don't think he got any bat on that at all, Shakil. Probably just the thigh. Probably just collected the leg, the thigh guard. 4 leg buys, I think. But Adam Zampa got a wicket, got rid of the big wicket of Babar Azam, which was much needed from the Australian team. Zampa in. This one reverse swept by Shakir. Only to short third man for no run. Good fielding from Hazelwood. Prevents a boundary or a single. Australia just tightening the screws now. You can sense that loss of Babar Azam has put Pakistan on the back foot a little bit here. Zampa in. This one worked off leg stump off the pads to a deep backward square leg for a single from Shakil. He moves on to 8 off 11. Pakistan 3 for 187. 2 balls left to the 29th. Over. Sampa in. And this one worked to the leg side by Rizwan. He'll pick up a single to mid-on. He moves on to 18 of 16. And Shakil's 8 off 11. Pakistan 3 for 188. Sampa about to complete his 7th over. He's in. This one worked to the offside by Shakil. He'll pick up a single out in the deep. The sweeper will come around in Cameron Green. He'll cut it off for 2. See the over. It's 3 for 189 after 29. We're nearly approaching the back end of this innings in Australia. 3 for 190 at the end of the 29th over. So we're nearly approaching the back end of the run chase with 29 overs completed, and we're fast approaching the end of this match, and you would think Australia be looking to apply the pressure, build pressure on Pakistan, and this run rate will increase. And Australia will be hoping that they can just increase the run rate a bit and really put Pakistan under pressure. Mohammad Rizwan, he's got the most runs in this World Cup, 266 for him. He's on top of the list. Pakistan need 178 off 21 overs. The run rate's nearly 8.5 required. Hazelwood in, this one short pulled, only to the deep square leg fielder. Short Abbott will cut it off for 1. He slips over Rizwan. So it was only going to be a single because he slipped. Just didn't quite get the spikes into the pitch as he was turning. Just slipped over. Marcus Stoinis, his spell broke it open for Australia. A couple of wickets, 2 for 22 from 3. And it's really opened the door for Australia just to build pressure on Pakistan here with this required run rate climbing. It's already at 8.5 and over. Pakistan don't want that to get out to 10, 2 a ball, 12 and over. That's very difficult to come back from that. Hazelwood, this one down the leg side. It's going to be called wide by the umpire. And he'll stretch out his hands to signal that to the scorers. Rasan, you say Shane Watson, Australian legend. Yeah, he was not a bad player, Shane Watson. He had his problems with LBWs, but he's a pretty handy player for Australia over the years. Hazelwood in. This one not timed by Shaquille. Goes out to mid-off for a dot ball. Rasan, you say what district I'm from? Well, if I can tell you that, Rasan, I'm from the Adelaide Oval. So Adelaide. So I'm not far from the Adelaide Oval, which I've been to many times, which is a wonderful ground in itself, the Adelaide Oval. And one of the most iconic grounds in world cricket, really. Hazelwood in. And this one defended by Shaquille to the leg side. No run. Good from Hazelwood. Just a couple of runs, the single and the wide. But apart from that, pretty good. John says Shane had problems doing his homework. Indeed he did, John. That was not a great time in Australian cricket with the homework gate saga. And that pretty much cost Mickey Arthur his job, really. That wasn't frowned upon in the Australian team, really. Less said that about the better. Hazelwood in. This one a top edge from Shaquille. Pull shot down to third man for 4. Not convincing from Shaquille. And that's a boundary. Much needed one for Pakistan. But they need a lot more from that. Hazelwood, none for 22, 6.3, none for 26, with that boundary. And 2 balls left. It was 4-leg buys in the end. It did not collect any bat from Shaquille. I think it hit him on the helmet. So I think he's probably going to get checked out here because we do have a delay in play. So it did flick the helmet from Shaquille. And it went to the boundary for 4. So 4-leg buys. Concussion test. And I think that's going to be a drinks break as well. Here from the M.Chinnaswamy. So the umpires have said, as Shaquille's getting checked out for concussion, we might as well have a drinks break. And I will take a break, but I will be back in just a few minutes. We are back. Just needed to take a little bit of a break there. Good time to do that during a drinks break. And Pakistan 3 for 196 at drinks. They need 172 off 122. So it is that gap between balls and runs is starting to open. If Australia pick up a couple more wickets, then you would think it's going to be tough for Pakistan. Rasan, we're not done. I just took a little bit of a break. I needed to just take a break a little bit. And we're back after the drinks break. So we're not done yet. We're going to be here for the conclusion or towards the end of the innings. So we're not done yet. So it's a perfect time to do it, I suppose, in a drinks break. Just get a drink of water, that's all. Josh Hazlewood will finish off this over. And he's done okay, Josh Hazlewood. None for 22. Hasn't got a wicket yet, but he's bowled okay, Josh. And I met Josh Hazlewood, actually. I had a photo with him when Australia played in Adelaide. And not a bad person, Josh. He's quite tall in real life. Very tall. Hazlewood in. And this one worked out to point by Shaquille. Can't get it past Steve Smith at point. No run. Rasan says, I think 1 to 2 hour break. Yeah, when you're streaming, it's often very difficult when you're talking to yourself. Hazlewood in. And this one lofted by Shaquille over to the long on boundary for 4. And that's a boundary to finish from Shaquille. Much needed from Pakistan. The 200 is up. End of the over, 3 for 200 after 30. 30 overs remain. 30 overs completed. 3 for 200. 20 overs are left in this game. And basically, Pakistan need 168 off 120. So it's basically a T20 type situation. But this is one-day cricket. It's a different sort of pressure, different sort of game, intensity. And Rasan, you say, do you speak Bangla? No, I don't, I'm afraid. Not a part of my vocabulary or language, mainly English, as Stark continues. In this one, pulled by Rizwan, only to deep square leg for a single. Help Australia on track. Pick up a couple more wickets, break this partnership between Shaquille and Rizwan, get into the middle order and the tail from Pakistan. That'll be the goal. Stark in. This one full, but work down to third man for a single. Moves on 15, Shaquille. It's 3 for 202. Pakistan chasing 368 at the moment. Australia doing well just to restrict the runs and picking up wickets when they can. Well, a lot of you in the poll have said Australia to win. 64% to Pakistan 36%. I think that's just about right. Runs on the board, definitely in Australia's favour. Stark in. This one full driven. Only to mid-off for a single by Rizwan. He moves on to 21 off 19. And that will bring back Shakil on strike. He's 15 off 18. 3 for 203, Pakistan. Mitchell Starc hasn't got a wicket yet. He usually picks up a wicket or two in World Cup matches. I think since 2015, he's always taken a wicket in every World Cup match that he's bowled in and played. Starc in. This one pulled, worked around the corner, down to fine leg. Josh Hazlewood does the fielding. A single for Shakil. Moves on to 16 at 3 for 204. And good over from Starc. Just the 3 singles. Just to build up the pressure. Not leak any boundaries. If you're not taking wickets, it's more importantly just to restrict the runs and bowl a good line length. And that's what he's doing here. No boundaries at all. All of them have been singles, which is good from Starc. Starc in. This one short pulled by Rizwan, but only straight to Mitchell Marsh at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Well, Australia win predictor. 77% Australia predicted to win this match. And Pakistan in the 20s, which is what win predictor is saying. A boundary there for Shakil to end the over. Another boundary for Pakistan. So it was good over up until that boundary from Starc, but nonetheless, Australia doing what they can to pick up a wicket and restrict the runs from Pakistan. But runs on the board is always the key. Into the over, 3 for 208. 8 runs from the over from Starc. It wasn't a bad over. Just that last ball went for 4 there. And just dispatched outside off stump from Rizwan. And wasn't going to miss out on that wasn't going to miss out on that, I should say, Rizwan. Glenn Maxwell to continue. He's going to bowl his 4th. 160 off 19 for Pakistan. So it is starting to be challenging now. That run rate's nearly 8.5 required. It's now 8.42. So another few quiet overs from Australia will definitely increase that required run rate up to 9 and 10 and beyond. Maxwell in. This one swept off the pads by Shakil. Down to short, fine leg. Just for a dot ball. Maxwell in. This one worked by Shakil. Only to mid-on for no run. Still 3 for 208. Rasad, no, I wouldn't say so. I don't know that person. This one worked down to long on for a single by Shakil. He's on to 17. Rizwan 25 of 21. Pakistan 3 for 209, chasing 368. And it's just come to that stage now where that run rate is just starting to creep up ever so slightly. And if Australia bowl a few more quiet overs, take a wicket or 2, then it will really put Pakistan on the back foot. Maxwell in. This one defended by Rizwan for no run. Maxwell bowling his overs quickly just to get through some overs, just to rush the Pakistan batters, which is a good tactic. Maxwell in. This one worked off the pads by Rizwan, but only to mid-wicket for no run. Good for Maxwell, just a single offered and 4 dot balls. Australia are 3 overs behind in the over rate. That's why Maxwell's rushing for the overs. Rizwan in. Dispatches Maxwell down the ground for a boundary to long off. So it was good over for Maxwell up until that last ball. End of the over, 3 for 213. Rizwan applying some intent. But for Glenn Maxwell, a reasonable over up until that boundary. 3 for 213. Jihan, you say, why can't Australia capitalize on these dominating starts? Other teams don't do this. I can't imagine India or South Africa wouldn't have got at least 400 today. Yeah, I don't know, Jihan. I don't know the exact I don't know the exact answer from that question. As Stark's in, this one traps Shaquille on the pad, so tempted to pull, but it was an appeal for LBW, but going over the stumps, no run. I suppose once you have a good partnership like Marsh and Warner had, it's very hard for batters coming in to build off that in terms of waiting around for a bit. So I think that's what happened today with Australia. Maxwell came in, he didn't play a good shot, and then Smith was ordinary, and Marcus Stoinis made a good 20, I suppose. Inglis played some shots. Marnus towards the end struggled a bit. That's not sort of his game. It just happens really. But, I think they've got enough anyway, Jihan. At the moment with Pakistan, 3 for 213, the run rate's starting to creep up a bit. Australia's taken some wickets. I think it's enough. So I think Australia would have liked more runs, but we saw some good signs. I suppose the opening partnership was good. And anyway, that's just the way it goes, I suppose. Whenever you have good starts like that, you tend to fall away a little bit. We've seen that from teams around the world a little bit. This one's short, ducked under by Shaquille. It's caught a wide. Umpire Richard Illingworth just saying that was just way over his head, just sailing over his head there a little bit. But anyway. Rassans agrees with you, Jihan. Yes, to say, I think 460, middle order not performing. Yes, to say, Jihan, I thought the Pakistani slow balls were predictable towards the end, but Australia were making it look impossible. Well, that's the thing. You got new batters coming in, so it's very hard to tee off from the word go. That's why they struggled a bit. Stark in, this one pulled to mid-wicket for 4 from Shaquille. He picks up a boundary. Mitchell Stark. None for 52 today. That one's a good shot from Shaquille. Good pull shot. Yesterday, John, they may win today, but these grinding holds may cost them later in the tournament. Well, they're up against the Netherlands in the next game, are they? So if Australia bat first against the Dutch, I don't think they'll make the same mistake twice as they did today, I think. I think Australia, even though the Netherlands have been playing well and they had a good win against South Africa, but I don't think they're capable of beating Australia. They've still got a long way to go in terms of their development. This one full defended by Shaquille to mid-on for no run. They'll definitely talk about it. They'll definitely look at it. I think Travis Head coming back will change that. I think if Travis Head was playing today, he, would have provided something different in terms of the power, stuff like that. So they'll definitely talk about that. But, I thought, 367 is a good score. People would have liked more, but, we can always be a bit greedy, I suppose. That one's a short ball. Left alone by Shaquille through the keeper, no run. You say, Jihan, I meant the semi-finals and the games against England and New Zealand. I wasn't worried about the Netherlands. Now, I know what you meant, Jihan. I know what you meant. Yeah, if they do qualify for the semis, but what I was trying to say, if they want to look at things to improve on, I think a good batting performance against the Dutch will be a good way to look at it, just to fix up a few things that they need to work on a little bit. But I knew what you meant there. Of course, the semi-finals, if they do make it, obviously. But that's a boundary to finish the over from Stark. A bit of a lap shot there from Shaquille. So an expensive over from Stark. Pakistan getting a couple of boundaries there, but is it enough? Well, the overs are ticking down, and Australia just applying the pressure a little bit here with Pakistan at the moment. But Australia, if looking at areas to improve on, they'll definitely talk about that at the meeting. Pakistan 3 for 222, 33 overs done. And it's required run rate is 8.5. It's just creeping up now. Yeah, it's at 6 at the moment, but creeping up a bit. Maxwell in. This one defended to the offside, no run. Rasan says Ben Stokes, Pakistan batter, tried to win in Pakistan. Jihan says, we'll get to that in a moment, Jihan. Maxwell in. And this one again. Work to the offside. Gets it past cover this time, Rizwan. And only a couple of runs. And that's good running. Just the 2. You say, Jihan, I was thinking if Australia win today and win the other one, either New Zealand or England, they should be they should be through. I'm hoping South Africa beat England tomorrow to keep their confidence down. I think I agree with that too, Jihan. I think South Africa will probably win tomorrow. Today, I should say. That will work to the leg side for a single. I think England at the moment, they're not really the England team of 2019. They look a little bit off. So I think South Africa will bounce back after the loss against the Dutch. That one pulled by Maxwell. Pulled by Shaquille to the boundary for 4. And Shaquille just offering some good shots, good boundaries. And once a nice shot there from Shaquille. Pakistan needed a lot more of those because the run rate's climbing a little bit. John says, I was watching Stoinis trying to slog sweep balls. This one swept, but only to backward square leg for 1. John, you say, I was watching Stoinis trying to slug sweep balls. His head was looking up to where he wanted to hit it. So lack of shot selection is one part of this side's collapses. Yeah, I did notice that as well. We lost his shape a little bit. That one worked to long on for a single. It's end of the over, 3 for 231. And Australia doing well just to keep the pressure on Pakistan here. A wicket or 2 will certainly do that. The required run rate's climbing. And just to make sure, just bowled a few quiet overs here. Yes, say Jihan, never understand this slogging and missing at every ball thing. If you're struggling to get that on ball, just rotate the strike. Yeah, that's right. It's not all crash, bang, wallop in one-day cricket. A lot of batters tend to approach that mindset because of T20 cricket. We got to hit every ball for 6. And you don't need to do that. Just work it in the gaps. We saw that from Warner and Marsh. They hit a boundary. They worked it in the gaps. So you need to be a bit smarter when it comes to that. Pakistan need 137 off 96. It's 8.5, the required run rate. That can creep up with a couple of wickets and and some quiet overs that Australia bowls from here on in. Shaquille on 30, Rizwan on 33. So it's a handy partnership, but for Pakistan, it's off 56 or 49, this partnership. Cummins in. This one pulled only to deep square leg for 1. From Rizwan. Rasan says, nice batting from Pakistan. Jihan says, England are missing Liam Plunkett's licorice all sorts in the middle overs to slow teams down. Yeah, they've definitely missed him. So they've just struggled, England. They're bowling, Chris Wokes has struggled. Mark Wood has struggled a bit. Sam Curran. Adil Rashid's done well. The spin, you expect that in the subcontinent in India. Cummins in, top edge, and taken by Marcus Stoinis. A very good catch. Cummins breaks through, breaks the partnership, Stoinis, who's picked up the first couple of wickets, takes a very good catch, running back with the flight. Shaquille's gone for 30. It's 4 for 232. Yeah, just didn't time that at all, Shaquille. Was trying to pull that to the leg side and got a top edge and went to the offside. Marcus Stoinis, very good catch, watched it in the hands. And more importantly, as we mentioned before with Mitchell Starc and the catch, he made sure that he slid his hand underneath the ball just to make sure that the ball was cushioned. But that was a fair catch, taken cleanly. That is the end of Shaquille. He's gone for 30. Pakistan lose their fourth. John says, at the moment, Warner is the only one trying to really rotate and run hard for the two. Yes, and that was pretty evident today from David Warner, John. That's just good batting, good smart batting. We saw a good innings from Warner, played good cricket shots. Same with Mitchell Marsh. And that's what you want to see from your batters, doing those basic things. Itakar Ahmed, new batter in at the crease for Pakistan. 33 years old. He hasn't played much one-day cricket over the years for Pakistan. He's played a handful of games, more than 30, I think, or 20 or something like that. So he hasn't played much, but he's played more T20 cricket for Pakistan than one-day cricket. He's played 23 matches, average of 42, which is not bad. 507 runs. That's okay. He comes in now with Pakistan 4 down. Cummins in, this one tucks up Itakar Ahmed on his pads, and there's no run. Rasan says England and Australia, same to same. Yes, to say Pakistan to lose is my prediction. Rasan says T20 cricket, best team England. John says, good golf players always look at the ball as they swing. The head only comes up as the body rotates after hitting the ball. Players should know this, as most of them play golf as well. Yes, golf and cricket in terms of batting has a lot of similarities. Cummins in. This one, a swing and a miss by Itakar Ahmed. Free to the keeper, no run. It's good from Pat Cummins. A single, a wicket, and a dot. Just what Australia needed. They picked up the wickets at the right time. Itakar Ahmed just arrived at the crease. He's a bit scratchy. Searching for the ball a bit. And that one, a play and a miss. Nearly collecting the outside edge of his bat. He's not a bad player. He's produced some good knocks for Pakistan over the years, but he's in a tough situation here at the moment. Cummins in. And this one keeps low, defends. Ahmed to mid-off. There's no run. Pat Cummins, in terms of his bowlers that he's used, he's into his 6th over, Pat. 1 for 44. No wickets for Starc, none for 56, none for 26 for Hazelwood, 1 for 38 for Zampa, none for 40 for Maxwell, 2 for 22 for Stoinis from his 3. So it's been pretty good from him. Cummins in, this one defended again. And there's no one. Good over from Cummins, the wicket and the single from him. End of the over, 3 for 232. 35 overs completed. We're nearly approaching the back end of this run chase in Australia. Coming back to some sort of their best, not quite at 100%, but you would say more than 50% to their best. Good to see Warner and Marsh score runs, and the rest didn't, but, it was good to see that good opening partnership really put Pakistan on the back foot. They need 136 from 90. It's just the gap between runs and balls is just starting to open a bit with the fall of wickets and quiet overs. Marcus Stoinis continuing. He's back into the attack. 2 for 22 off his 3 overs thus far. It was a good opening start from Pakistan. Good opening partnership between Abdullah Shafiq and Iman al-Haq. And then once they left, Babar Azam came in and he didn't stick around for long. And then Shakil just departed before, so 4 wickets have fallen for Pakistan in this innings. Rasan says Itiker Ahmed, 6 machine. Well, he can definitely hit some big sixes. Stoinis in, this one worked off the pads by Rizwan to long on for a single. He's on 35. Yeah, Pat Cummins, that last wicket of Shakil, that top edge and a good catch from Stoinis at cover. Had to come from cover to catch that ball, and he made some good ground and got into a good position, which is good. Good to see that from Australia. Their fielding has been poor in terms of the catching in this World Cup. It's been a little bit off. Stoinis in. And this one on leg stump, worked down to fine leg by Itiker. He'll pick up a single. And he's off the mark. Thank you, Rasan. Thanks for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We hope to see you back. Four for 234, Pakistan. 35.2 overs have been bowled as Stoinis comes in again to Rizwan. This one short pulled, but only to the fielder at fine leg for 1. Mitchell Starc does the fielding. Good over from Stoinis. Keeping it quiet, keeping the pressure on. Itiker and Rizwan here at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, the M.Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore. Stoinis in, this one short. Left outside off stump by Itiker. Through to the keeper, no run. Good from Stoinis. 3 singles and a dot. Keeping the pressure on Itiker Ahmed, the new batter. Well, Australia favourites, 81% from here. Pakistan, 19%. So it's just diminished that win predictor over the last few overs with the loss of wickets and pressure building and all that stuff. Well, thank you, Rasan. It was good to chat. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for joining us. And if you haven't done so yet, subscribe to the channel. It really does help us if you haven't done that yet. But always good to see new people join our community. And that one worked to the leg side for a single. David Warner was outstanding today. If Australia go on to win, he should be the player of the match with his outstanding knock of 163. It sort of reminded me of the innings against Afghanistan that he played in the World Cup in 2015 in Perth. It just sort of had that feel about it today. That one a wide, too short from Stoinis, well over the head of Rizwan, who tried to catch up with it and try to lap it down to third man, but he didn't connect with it. Jihan, you say, when the squad was released, I saw so many comments saying picking David Warner was a joke. Wonder what those people are saying now. So when I seen this one full, worked off the pads by Rizwan to square leg for 1. Came off his pads, so a leg by. I suppose Jihan, he had a point to prove today. It's the end of the over. It's 4 for 238. He batted really well today, David Warner. Look, either you like David Warner or you hate him, and I know a lot of people don't like him, a lot of people like him and all that stuff. But you got to admit he's a pretty good player. And he's got that class. You know, we've always seen this from Warner. We've seen it from the first time he burst onto the scene as a young player back in 2008-9, that period, that T20 match against South Africa in Melbourne. He really announced himself. So he's a quality player. You know, he always stands up when the team needs him, and he's certainly done that today. Cummins in again. This one's short. A bit of a slower ball, I think. Didn't time it well, Rizwan, but he gets it down to fine leg for 1. And there is a single for Pakistan. 4 for 239 for Pakistan. Nearly the 37th over now bowled by Cummins. He's in now. This one back of a length and short, and Ithaca works it out to point, but no run. Good from Cummins. He's got a wicket, and he'll be pleased with how the team has performed. More so with David Warner, Mitchell Marsh today with the batting, and the opening partnership has really boosted the spirits of Australia. The dugout, the Australian team and the Pakistan team watching on. Cummins in. This one picked up by Ithaca Ahmed. Over fine leg for 6, and Mitchell Starc can only watch it sail over his head. It was on leg stump, got it inside the line, just helped it on its way. Much needed boundary for Pakistan. That's gone all the way for 6. Much needed. But you would say they need a few more of those, you would think, as Australia start to tighten the screws as they look for another wicket and put Pakistan under pressure in this run chase. Now, that was a nice shot, just a little bit on the leg stump there, down the leg side from Cummins. That one better. And this one defended to mid-on for no run. Better from Pat Cummins. That's where he wants to be. Not give any sort of opportunities for Ithaca Ahmed to really, latch on anything that's loose. Don't bowl on the pads. Keep it on that off-stump line. Challenge the stumps. Not get down the leg side. Cummins in. And this one on the leg stump again and flicked by Ithaca Ahmed for 6. Well, he's hit back-to-back 6s in this over, Ithaca Ahmed. A couple of 6s in the over, not back-to-back, but spaced out. 250 up for Pakistan. Well, I just said it before to Pat Cummins, not get on the pads and on the leg stump, because you're just accessing that area where Ithaca Ahmed's very strong. So don't bowl it on the pads or down the leg side. Get it outside off stump and make him create something that he doesn't want to do. Cummins in. This one short, pulled by Ithaca Ahmed, but only to the fielder at deep square leg for 1. It's the end of the over. It's 4 for 252. John says, question the selectors have to ask themselves is, if not Warner, who is better? Cupboard seems a bit bare at the moment. That's right. In terms of openers, yeah. That will be the next thing for Australia to figure out when Warner does retire. More so from Test cricket, that is. G. Hunt says, is a game changer. Smudge can be too in ODI cricket. He can be David Warner. He can be the game changer. He can change games on its head, and that's what we've seen here. Pakistan dropped him on 10, and he went on to make 163. You can't be doing that. And Steve Smith didn't quite get going today, but, we all know what he can do. Marcus Stoinis to continue. He bowled well in his last over, and he's bowled pretty well tonight. 4 overs, 2 for 27. So required run rate, nearly 9 and over for Pakistan. It's 8.92 at the moment, required run rate. So if Australia bowl a few more quiet overs, get a wicket or 2, get these 2 out, get them 6 down into the tail, and that's pretty good for Australia. That one dispatched down the ground by Ithaca Ahmed for 6. It hits the side screen on the full. Well, he's found his hitting range now. 3 6s. He's 21 off 13. Australia need to get him out need to get him out as soon as possible. That was on the toe end of the bat, but he got enough on it, and he hit it in front down the ground. The side screen on the full. And that certainly got the crowd up and about. But he could easily mistime that. Anyway. So pressure on Stoinis. First ball's gone for 6. What can he do here to redeem himself? build a bit of pressure on Itikar Ahmed here. Couple of wickets here for Australia. Get into the tail. That's what they'll be thinking. They want 4 worked off the pads by Ahmed. Pick up a single deep square leg for just the 1. He moves on to 22 or 14. Jihan says, so why would you drop your best batsman in ODI cricket in the last 2 years? Yeah, well, his one-day form, David Warner, wasn't bad. He was scoring runs in one-day cricket, but it was more his test cricket form that was a little bit lacking, and that's why people said what they said. That one's a boundary from Rizwan. Down the leg side and down a fine leg for 4. Jihan says, just because he's not scoring in test cricket. Yeah, I think that's why a lot of people said he shouldn't have been selected, because of his test form, and he's probably past his best, which you could argue he is, but as we saw today, he's definitely got the ability to still play these good innings. You never write anyone off. You always prove a point, and that's what David Warner's done in his career. This one, 4 worked off the pads for a square leg from Rizwan for a single. Well, it's 104 off 74 required. So the gap between runs and balls is opened up. So if Australia can just pick up a wicket or 2 here, and they can definitely do that, get into the tail of Pakistan. That is the goal. Stoinis in, this one defended by Ahmed to wide mid-on for no run. Good from Stoinis. Just a good comeback after the 6 and the 4. A couple of singles and a dot. So Australia have got protection on the leg side. They've got a couple of fielders back for the hook and the pull. Deep square leg and fine leg. Not much protection on the offside in terms of outside of the circle. They've got some protection inside the circle on the offside. Stoinis in, this one full punch down the ground by Itikar for a single to end the over. End of the over 4 for 265. John says that 200 in Melbourne in the heat cooked him. Took a long time for him to physical recovery, in my opinion. Yeah, it was pretty extreme heat that day in Melbourne. And, the older you get, I suppose, it takes a little bit longer to recover from these type of things, which happens, I suppose, with age. But, he's always got that ability, David Warner. It was a very good knock. And he's got that ability to prove people wrong, which he did today. And gave Australia a good platform with Mitchell Marsh at the crease, which was pretty good. Well, tomorrow's a double header in the World Cup. Well, pretty much today. Netherlands and Sri Lanka will be the first game, and that will be first game of the double header. And then we've got South Africa and England, which is going to be a big game in itself in Mumbai. And a couple of games on Saturday of this World Cup. Adam Zampa back. 1 for 38 from his 7. He'll be looking to pick up a wicket or 2 here. And he got the big wicket of Babar Azam. He's in now to Itikar, who defends to mid-wicket, no run. Adam Zampa in. This one gets an outside edge, but Itikar can't beat Josh Hazlewood at short third man. He'll come through for a single and not happy with the shot. Yes, the other game, England and South Africa. It's going to be a big game for England. Can the defending champs bounce back? They've been ordinary in this World Cup. They've not been at their best. Been pretty flat. John says, South Africa and England, you can guess who I'm barracking for. Absolutely, John. You're definitely going for South Africa, that's for sure. I think South Africa will win. You know, they've played pretty good cricket. Yes, they had a bit of a tumble against the Dutch, but that happens. Zampa in. This one worked down to a long off. Glenn Maxwell does the fielding. Only one. A single. Gian says, when it gets hot in Melbourne, it always seems ever hotter than the temperature. When it gets to 40 in Perth, it's not so oppressive. Yeah, that's true. I suppose different parts of the country, different climatic conditions, different way of feeling the heat. It does get hot during the summer. This one short, pulled by Zampa, but the sweeper on the leg side will cut it off. Labuschagne does well to save 2 runs. They come back for 2. Good from Zampa. Good just to keep the pressure on here. Just a few quiet overs from him. Marnus Labuschagne is a whippet in the field. Always quick, energetic. He reminds me of the Energizer Bunny. Always energized and never seems to run flat. That's why I always compare him to the Energizer Bunny, just powered on some sort of batteries. That's good to see from Marnus, good energetic character he is. Zampa in, an appeal for LBW, traps Ithaca on the pads. Umpire Chris Brown nodded his head and said, not out. Australia thinking about a review. Cummins said, we'll go upstairs. Was that pad first? It looked close. If it was pad first, I think he's a goner. But if he got a bit of bat on it, then he's okay. John says, I assume is a dry heat like Adelaide, Melbourne, and Sydney got more humid. Yeah, that's right. It does. Definitely during the summer, you can definitely feel that dry heat here where I'm from. In my neck of the woods. That was went straight on this one. Oh, I think that's pad first. Well, if it's pad first, he's gone. Yes, I think that's pad first. I think it hit the flap. It did hit the flap first. Yes. Now then, this is interesting. I think this will be overturned. Adam Zampa, the one that goes straight on. Ithaca looks in a bit of trouble. That's pad first. It's hit the back flap. That's not going over the top, I don't think. That's probably hitting the stumps. Good review from Australia to review this. I think they've got him here. They have. Impact in line. That's hitting middle stump. That's out. Good review from the Australians. The DRS hasn't been their strong suit, but he's gone, Ithaca Ahmed. The big wicket. He found his range. Umpire Chris Brown has to revoke his signal and overturn his decision from not out to out. Ithaca Ahmed gone for 26. He knocks his bat into his head, not happy. Missing that straight ball from Zampa, but good bowling from Adam Zampa. And he's got to go. Ithaca Ahmed gone for 26. It's 5 for 269. Gian says, I think in Perth, the Fremantle doctor helps. Definitely does when you're playing at the Wacker, that breeze that comes in. Yeah, Australia, very known for its hot summers, of course, which can make it difficult when you're playing cricket in the summer. So, yeah. But it definitely helps if you have that bit of breeze and assistance and that cool breeze that helps, especially in Perth for that Fremantle doctor when you played at the Wacker. New batter in at the crease is Mohammad Nawaz, age 29, left-hander. 368 runs in his ODI career, average of 18. So that's his career stats. In this World Cup, he's averaging 21 and a half. He's only scored 43 runs. So doesn't bow well for Pakistan being 5 down for 269. He's in now. He's on strike now to Zampa. And this one defended by Nawaz to the offside, no run. Dot ball to finish the over. It's the end of the over. 5 for 269. 11 overs remain. Adam Zampa's bowled well. Good over from Zampa. Very good over indeed. A reminder for those who haven't done so yet, if you want to be a part of our quiz on the podcast, we need people to fill out the expression of interest form. The link to that is on the screen now. Copy and paste the link. Very easy to fill out. It only takes you a couple of seconds. If you want to be a part of the quiz and test your knowledge on the game of cricket, compete with other people around the world. Hazelwood back into the attack. This one cut to backward point by Rizwan. It comes through for the single. There was a bit of a misfield, and they come through for one. So if you want to be a part of the quiz, if you're interested, fill out the form and copy and paste the link. Good from Adam Zampa, the one that just went straight on, didn't turn, trapped into Karamed on the crease, hit the top of middle stump. Good review from Australia. That was definitely plum. Definitely pad first, that was. I'll get to your comment in a minute, Jihan. Hazelwood in. This one worked by Nawaz, but he can't get it past Inglis, who does well to come around to cut it off and prevents the single, no run. Jihan says, do you think Nick and Gabe should have closed down their channel after the World Cup? I'm sure they're following the scores. I'm sure they're keeping an eye out on the World Cup, Jihan, but they made the decision and they thought it's the best time just to focus on other things and priorities, which is what they've decided. But no doubt they'll be keeping an eye on. I think Nick will be pleased about India. I don't think he'll be pleased about England. Gabe will be disappointed that the West Indies are not here, but he'll be, upbeat about Australia, of course. And he'll be liking that Australia have come back and they've won a few games and they've put in some good performances. So, no doubt they'll be keeping an eye out on the World Cup. But, we'll hear from them soon. They've got other priorities and other things they need to attend to. Hazelwood in. This one, an inside edge by Nawaz. Delhi chopped it onto the stumps, down to third, down to fine leg. He'll get a single. Not convincing. And nonetheless, he's off the mark, which is going to boost his confidence. Always a good feeling when you get off the mark. The Australian dugout, Daniel Vittoris. There, the spin bowling consultant and coach. And Pat Cummins. He'll be quite a relieved man. Hazelwood in. And this one, a big hoik across the line from Wiswan. Gets it out to deep backward square leg just for a single. No timing there. John says, same in Sydney. If a southern bluster comes through in the Arvo, at least can sleep at night without sticking to the sheets. Yeah. It's often difficult when you're sleeping at night. It's quite a hot night. It's very difficult to sleep, isn't it? So it's good to have that cool breeze if you can get it. Hazelwood in. This one traps. This one collects Nawaz in the stomach. Attempted pull shot, not timed. Dot ball to finish, end of the over. Good over from Josh Hazelwood. John USSA. They may do something as the semis come up and or when the T20 World Cup comes up. That's next year, John, in the USA and the West Indies. But I'm sure, they'll probably cover the final of the World Cup, maybe do a video, maybe talk about it, our 3 wickets. But it was very nice of Nick and Gabe to mention me in the announcement video. I'm just happy that I was a part of Cricket for Americans in a small way, and I did my best to help them out, which and I'm very glad to call Nick and Gabe very good friends. And it's good to know that they've got the support of the channel as well. For me, personally, their support's invaluable. But, they'll come back and they'll be back bigger and better. But they've done wonderful things for cricket in America, you know. They've really lifted the profile of cricket, and now with Major League Cricket and now with cricket in the Olympics in 2028, it's definitely lifted people's expectations of cricket and definitely break into the American market. This one again, another dot ball by Zampa. And Pakistan need 95 of 58. So the required run rate's just starting to climb a bit now. Gap between runs and balls is getting wider and wider. Pakistan can't afford a few quiet overs. Zampa in again. This one full and defended by Nawaz. To the offside. No run. Dot ball. So Australia on track for back-to-back victories. Job is not done yet. There's still 10 overs to go. But you would think they're on track to do it. Zampa in, this one tossed up. Works its way out to deep backward point. Mitchell Marsh does well. Cuts it off for 1. Nawaz moves on to 2. Pakistan 5 for 274. He batted well today, Mitchell Marsh. I mentioned about his innings. Really good innings from him. Batted really well. Good to see him in the runs today. It's good to see Mitchell Marsh just finally, realise his potential. Zampa in. This one traps Rizwan on the crease. It hits him in the stomach in front of the stumps. Zampa appeals for LBW. Umpire Chris Brown gives it out. He went for the pull shot, Rizwan, just a little bit too late on it. I don't think he's going to go upstairs to review it, but I think he has. I think it's a review and hope. And I think that could be the end of Pakistan's chances in this game. He's definitely the big wicket. We've gone upstairs for the review. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision. Pitched in line. No bat involved. That's hit him on the thigh. That looks pretty good to me. No bat involved. Third umpire, Michael Goff, just making sure. Yeah, nothing there. Clear gap. That's hit him on the thigh in front of the stumps. Now, you could argue whether or not it's going to hit leg stump. Maybe clip it. He gave it not out. Could be umpire's call, but he was well outside off stump there. Oh, it's umpire's call. And he's given it out, so it stays out with umpire's call. Good decision in the end. It was a marginal one. Umpire Chris Brown gave it out. It was umpire's call, and it stays out. And Mohammad Rizwan has to go for Pakistan. And you would think that's the end of this game now for Pakistan. Now, he's one of the important batters for them. And he's got to go, I think. And he will go because he's walking off. Rizwan gone for 46. LBW to Zampa. 6 for 274. Important wicket for Adam Zampa. Picking up these crucial wickets when Australia needed it the most. Well, I think we can say Australia are well on track to win back-to-back games of this World Cup. And Australia doing well just to come back and, really bounce back. I think, they can get on a bit of a roll here. And they've done really well. Batted well, got to a score that is competitive. And in the end, probably is going to be a little bit too much for Pakistan. They're into the tail now. Usama Mir, the leg spinner, coming in for Shadab Khan today. That was the only change for Pakistan. He dropped the catch of David Warner for 10. And now he has to come out with Pakistan 6 for 274. Zampa in. And this one worked by Mir to mid-wicket for no run. Good over from Zampa. Good over from Australia. Got the wicket and 2 runs. It's 6 for 274. And you would think that could be the end of Pakistan's hopes of winning this match, as Australia have exposed Pakistan's tail end. And you're not expecting the tail enders to get the runs. It's more the top order, the middle order to do that job. And Pakistan had a good platform, but the loss of wickets has hurt them. And for Australia, it looked a little bit doom and gloom at the start of the innings, but they've managed to pick up the wickets when needed, which is good. Always good to find a way and come back. Good over from Sampa, 2 runs and a wicket as Hazlewood continues. And this one is defended to the offside by Nawaz for no run. 94 of 53 required for Pakistan, and it's just starting to get away a little bit here. Bruce Wayne says, that's why I said Australia need another proper spinner in Indian wickets, include Tevya Sangha in place of Stark or Cummins. But I don't think they're going to do that. He's there, a part of the squad. Tevya Sangha, Hazlewood in, this one short, pulled high in the air from Nawaz. It will fall safe in the gap on the leg side. They'll come back for 2. Wasn't convincing from Nawaz, but he gets away with it. As Pakistan trying to up the ante, but it's just slowly slipping away, this game for them. Just falling safe. That's definitely one of the big talking points about the lack of another spinner. He's a part of the squad, Tevya Sangha, as a reserve. So he may get an opportunity. Hazlewood in. This one pulled just over the top of mid-on. Marcus Stoinis down there. Couldn't get a hand on that. Just goes over his head for a single. Not convincing from Nawaz. Not quite timing these pull shots as he tries it up the ante. And, just got it over Marcus Stoinis at mid-on. Hazlewood, none for 32. Yet to get a wicket today, Josh, but he nearly got a wicket on these previous 2 deliveries. Hazlewood in. This one short. Swing and a miss by Mia. To the keeper, no run. 91 off 50 for Pakistan, so it is starting to get out of hand now. That required run rate's climbing well above nearly 10 and over. Once it gets to 12, then it's a very difficult place to be. And Australia, in the end, had enough runs, you would think. The job is not done yet. There's still a few overs to go. Or Pakistan may get bowled out before the 50th over. We don't know. Hazlewood in. This one pulled by Mia. Down to find leg. Should be taken. It is from Stark. Takes another catch. Hazlewood gets another wicket. And that is the end of Osama Mia. He's gone for a duck. It's 7 for 277. And the hopes of Pakistan winning this match have diminished very quickly. Hazlewood chips in on the wickets. Jihan says, do you think I'm asking for too much with how Australia are playing at the back end of the innings? It just seems like 2 extremes to be at times and feels like they're really squandering opportunities to stamp their authority. I think as fans, Jihan, I think we have that expectation that once a team has a good start, then you kick on with it. But I think it's just a part of the game of cricket where things just don't quite go to plan sometimes. And I think we're asking a little bit too much. Personally, I thought Australia did well to get to the score that they did. In the end, it will be enough because Pakistan is 7 down and they've lost wickets at the wrong time. But you could argue, yes, they could have got 400, be a bit greedy. But I think anything up towards 400, 350 plus minimums, a very good score in one-day cricket. As we've seen tonight with Pakistan, they had a good start. But once you get wickets, you put them under pressure. A bit of a batting collapse, which has happened. Chasing 367, which they are, 368, is always going to be a tough ask. So, as fans, you expect better from the team. That's just expectation. That's normal. But sometimes you just probably got to be realistic, probably the game situation. And, Pakistan redeemed themselves with the ball towards the back end of the innings after copping it from Warner and Marsh up front. So I don't think you're asking for too much. I think it's just expectations that you have on the team, which is what all fans have. But sometimes you just got to realize that sometimes it just doesn't quite come off. That's just the game of cricket, really. Dot ball to finish from Hazelwood. Good finish from him. End of the over, 7 for 277. 8 overs remaining, as Australia will win back-to-back matches. They're on track to do that. Jihan says, yeah, I just can't imagine India, South Africa, or England doing this, for example, if they got off to those starts. Maybe even New Zealand. Yeah, I guess different teams, I suppose, different teams, different ways of approaching things. But that's what you expect. Once you have a good start, then you capitalize on it. But Australia got enough runs in the end. At the end of the day, you would say Australia got enough runs, which they have, because Pakistan need a further 91 runs to win off 48 balls, which is probably not going to happen with the tail in now and the 7 down. Zampa to continue. He's in now. Nawaz works it out to the leg side, picks up 2. He moves on to 7. And Pakistan are 7 for 279. 89 of 47 required. The last 25 balls, 14 runs, 3 wickets. So it just shows how Pakistan have just stuttered a bit, which happens in a run chase. When you lose a few wickets, you tend to stutter a bit and wickets fall. That one down to long on for a single from Nawaz. Good to see Adam Zampa again taking wickets. Definitely the last game boosted his confidence against Sri Lanka. And it's good to see him bowling his wrong-un. It's been effective. The one that doesn't turn, traps batters on the crease in front of the stumps. Bowling stump to stump, keeping the stumps in play, and challenging the pads and LBWs. Jihad says, another ridiculous umpire's call decision to get rid of Rizwan. I know I'm an Australian fan, but those should not be out, in my opinion. Yeah, Jihan. This one beats everyone. Swing and a miss from Afridi. They'll scamper through for a bye. Nearly clean bowled, Afridi by Zampa. Yeah, Jihan, I think that's just the way it goes with umpire's call. You could argue David Warner got a stiff one in the last game against Sri Lanka. You could argue that he couldn't have been given not out there, but it's marginal, I suppose, these calls. It did look like it was going to go miss leg stump at first. But, DRS, all these things umpires call. So that one dispatched over the rope, over long on's head for 6 from Nawaz. He's given some hope to Pakistan, but I think it's a little bit too late. Batting with the towel. He's probably got more batting prowess than Afridi. And Glenn Maxwell was not catching that. Ran into the TV crew down there on the boundary. But he's okay. Zampa in. This one a swing and a miss from Nawaz. Passes outside edge, no run. Good take by Inglis for a dot ball. John says, this is the thing. We have a long tail. The bowlers haven't contributed much with that for quite some time across all formats, so it's really up to the middle order. That's true. It's up to the top order and the middle order to contribute, that's for sure. Out, stumped. Zampa finishes his spell in style, picks up another wicket to finish his 10 overs. This one tossed outside off stump, enticing Nawaz down the wicket, outside of his ground. And a very good take from Josh Inglis, removes the bails, and he's out-stumped Nawaz. And the end is nigh for Pakistan. Good bowling from Adam Zampa. Yes, a very good piece of bowling from Zampa. Good deception. Enticed Nawaz down the pitch, and he was out-stumped. It's the end of the over. Nawaz gone for 14. 8 for 287. Australia well on track to win back-to-back games, and Pakistan have just fallen away a little bit here. Jihan says, David Warner got a stiff one. I thought Steve Smith's one against South Africa didn't look out. That wasn't even umpire's call, but the tracking took forever. Maybe adjusted. Bairstow also got a ridiculous one. That's just the way it goes, Jihan. You're either going to get these decisions 50-50 and all this stuff with umpire's calls. So I know David Warner said, umpires' accuracy ratings should be posted on the big screen. But I don't think the ICC would do that. Really, if you want to know an umpire's accuracy rating, talk to the ICC about that. I think David Warner just said that because he was frustrated. But this is the thing with DRS, 50-50 calls, and it's a part of the system. So we just have to accept it, and there's nothing we can do about it because technology is not 100%. This one's a single to the offside by Afridi. He's off the mark. Adam Zampa, good piece of bowling, enticing the wires down the wicket. And he ran past that one, really. And yes, say Jihan, Warner said, which umpires love an umpire's call. That's right. As a player, you would know what umpires tend, in terms of their decision-making, which umpires are the ones that give the 50-50 ones and the others that don't. That one was short ball, ducked under by Hassan for no run. So, yeah, I think David Warner just said that because he was frustrated and angry about the decision. At the end of the day, there's nothing you can do about it. It was given out by Joel Wilson, and you have to say with that decision. But umpire's call, DRS has definitely changed how the game is umpired. Hazelwood in. This one slapped down the ground by Hassan for 4. And very good shot in the end. Gave himself room to access the ball and backed away outside leg stump. A little bit too late for Pakistan's point of view because it's got out of control now. But nonetheless, I suppose, good for Pakistan, I suppose, going forward that the tailenders get some runs. John says the ball tracking algorithm takes time to analyze. That's why it always at the last tech to be used. That's right. It takes a while for it to load and to build because they need to do all that stuff. So that's why we wait until the end with ball tracking. Hazelwood in. This one, swing and a miss by Hassan. Walked over to off stump, trying to lap it, but didn't time it, didn't connect it, and through to the keeper, no run. Jihan says, I made a comment saying, imagine if they use umpire's call for line calls in tennis, the players would lose it. They would. Obviously, in tennis, if it's on the line, then it's in. They will definitely lose it. I suppose you can use the same comparison with the stump, in terms of where it lines up and that. Swing and a miss again by Hassan. Through to the keeper, no run. Yes, say Jihan, and someone replied saying, but it's not a projection in tennis. But then pitching in line and impact isn't a projection either. Only hitting the stumps is a projection, yet we have umpire's call. Yeah, that's just the way it goes, technology. It's just how the system is built and programmed. You say Jihan for all 3. Yep. Another short ball again from Hazelwood to end the over. Ducked under by Hassan. Through to the keeper, no run. It's the end of the over. 8 for 292. 6 overs remain. Australia well on track for back-to-back victories. If you're an Australian fan, you'll be delighted that Australia have done well to come back, lost the first 2 games, but they've come back to win the last 2. I think we can say with certainty and assurance that they will win this game against Pakistan because it's the end is nigh for Pakistan, and 368 is a little bit too much of an ask. And if Australia win today, they're in the top 4, you would think, because net run rate will get them over the line, you would think. Pakistan are just batting for that now. Jihan says Pakistan struggle against leg spin for some reason. Yeah, they have a bit. Adam Zampa's bowled well to their batters tonight, especially the wrong and challenging the stumps and bowling stump to stump, which you want to be. Stark in, this one a full toss outside off stump. Afridi drives and he beats the sweeper. Marnus Labuschagne can't cut it off and it's 4 runs. Doesn't really matter now. The game's pretty much nearly done. Mitchell Stark a little bit off tonight with the ball. Hasn't quite got it right. You have one of those nights. John says, I'd like to know the margin of error that is acceptable with ball tracking. I can't really answer that question, John. I can't know the figures off the top of my head, but I think the ICC released them or something like that. So all the technology, Hawkeye, do that. This one short pull to the leg side, a single from Afridi, moves on to 6. Pakistan need an unlikely 71 runs off the last few overs to win. Australia, they've got the Netherlands next. You would think they should win that on Wednesday, so they'll win 3 games on the trot, you would think. Then the games against New Zealand and England will be interesting, and then they've got Afghanistan and Bangladesh. You'll think they'll win those and probably qualify for the semis. Still plenty of cricket to be played, but good to see them bouncing back. Stark in. This one short, ducked under by Hassan, left alone for the keeper, no run. Jihan says the margin of error at the extremes apparently becomes giant. That's what I don't get. How can 1% clipping be given out, but 49% smashing can be given not out? Yeah, those numbers are quite big. That's all right, Jihan. I know how passionate you are about umpire's call, and you loathe it, absolutely loathe it. So good to get the frustration out there. It's understandable. I think a lot of people share those same thoughts. Stark in. This one a full toss, outside edge down to third man for 4. 300 up for Pakistan. Hasn't been at his best tonight, Mitchell Stark's just got his line wrong. And Mitchell Stark, I think this will be the first time in World Cup cricket that he'll go wicketless in a game. All the games that he's played since 2015, he's always taken a wicket in every game that he's played, Mitchell Stark. So that stat and that record will be broken tonight, you would think, but he'll probably get a wicket. And he does. As soon as I say that one's caught down the leg side. Well, I've certainly helped Mitchell Stark get a wicket there. He was certainly listening to me. And he's got a wicket, Mitchell Stark. He doesn't go wicketless. He keeps his perfect record of taking a wicket in every World Cup match he plays. And he takes a wicket. That one caught down the leg side, strangled down the leg side from Hassan Ali. Good take from Inglis. And Mitchell Stark has done the trick. He's got his wicket. First wicket for Stark tonight. Not quite at his best, but he'll take the wicket. Hassan Ali gone for 8. It's 9 for 301. The end is 9 for Pakistan and Australia on track. Gian, you say, I think they've brought it in to the ICC committee, but they rejected it to get rid of umpire's call. They have. I know the MCC talked about it as well, Jihan, in terms of umpire's call and that. So it'll definitely be talked about at every meeting, I suppose. When you say, Jihan, well done. You let Stark keep his record. He was listening to me, Jihan. He knew, all bowlers know their stats, Every bowler knows their stats, Bowlers that say, I don't know my stats and records and all that stuff are telling lies, I think. I think Mitchell Stark would have known that. That's good to see him take a wicket, Stark. He's always a consistent performer, but he hasn't been quite at his best tonight. But anyway, he picked up a wicket. He was bound to pick up a wicket with the tail, so he keeps his record intact. Asif Rauf, number 11, last batter in. This could be over in this ball. Digs it out. Well bowled from Stark to finish the over. It's 9 for 301. John, you say, nice one. You put the reverse woof on Mitch. I did. A bit of reverse psychology there, I think, John. But he keeps his record intact, It's a pretty good record, And he's a consistent performer. And Australia have really valued his contribution. Gian says, come on, we can beat New Zealand. I think we should if we play to our potential. I agree with that, Jihan. New Zealand against Afghanistan, they're a little bit scratchy, but they managed to win that game. But we have a good record against New Zealand, Australia, in World Cups. 2015 final, obviously, and other games. So, yeah, but that game in Dharamshala will be interesting in a few days' time. Cummins back. Bit of a slower ball, I think, this one. Swing and a miss by Afridi. Try to launch that into the sky. And swing and a miss. No run. But I suppose Australia can get it on a bit of a roll here. You would think that, obviously, they're going to win this game here. You would think they'll win against the Dutch. And then you would think they will win against New Zealand. If they do that, then, they're definitely through to the semis. Cummins in, this one pulled by Afridi, not convincingly, but he'll get a boundary nonetheless. Good from Afridi. Showing a bit of ticker and fight. Not giving up. He whipped that outside off stump. It was a very good shot in the end. One bounce for 4. Jihan, you say 2015 final, 2021 T20 World Cup final. Yeah, so we know how to... we were just better than New Zealand, I think. I think it just comes down to New Zealand struggling in key moments in those games, and obviously in World Cup finals. And against Australia in general, they tend to struggle. They lost 3-0 in that ODI series last summer. Cummins in, this one short, pulled straight to the fielder. Labuschagne takes the catch. That's the end of the game. Australia win by 62 runs. They've bowled Pakistan out for 305, and they've won this game by 62 runs. And Australia win back-to-back matches. And they've got the World Cup campaign back on track. And I think Pat Cummins and the team will be delighted as Australia, I think, are in the top 4, I think. We'll have to wait and see what the final standings are. Gian says, I remember Australia smashing New Zealand in the 2002 and 2004 Champions Trophies as well. Don't know why I remember that. Yeah, tend to have good records against New Zealand in World Cup matches, Australia. And New Zealand are playing well, and Australia will be wary of that. But I think they should get the job done, I think. We shall see. Well, there we go. Australia win by 62 runs. They bowled Pakistan out for a low 300 score. They've done pretty well to win this game. Jihan says 2009 Champions Trophy final too. Yeah. Were they in the final in 2009? I think they were. I'm not sure. Were they in the final, Jihan? Was it South Africa in that final? In 2009, I think. Or was it New Zealand? Jihan says, woohoo, relief for me. Well done, Australia. Yes, I would agree with that too, Jihan. What a relief. I think Australia are pretty happy with that win. 62 runs is a good winning margin. And they had enough runs at the end, so it looked a little bit ominous. I think the one thing that Australia will have to look at is take the wickets in the first 10 overs, I think. They seem to lack taking wickets up front. If they can do that, tighten that up, that would be pretty good. Gian says Australia beat England in the semi-final and New Zealand in the final in 2009. I think Shane Watson scored back-to-back hundreds. Yes, it's coming back to me now, yes. For some reason, I thought it was South Africa, but I do remember Australia beating South Africa in that tournament. And it was in South Africa, that 2009 Champions Trophy. They managed to beat them in the final. Well, there we have it. I think David Warner would be the player of the match, you would think, for his 163. And he batted really well. Pakistan all out for 305. Top scorer was Ahmad Al-Haq with 70. And sort of fell away after that opening partnership from Pakistan. They'll be very disappointed with their batting. Another sort of collapse that they sort of had against India in the last game. So Pakistan losing back-to-back games. They'll be under pressure. For Australia, they've won back-to-back games, which is a relief for them in terms of getting back into this World Cup campaign. And Pakistan, they lost 5 wickets in that little passage of play 5 for 33 in overs 40 to 45.3 towards the end of the match. So Australia will be delighted with this victory. Jihan says, I can't remember South Africa ever been in a final. I reckon the 98 Commonwealth Games and the 98 Champions Trophy are the only finals they've played. You are correct, Jihan. Yes, that is correct. And they won the gold medal in the Commonwealth Games, obviously, in 98. That's when Australia tried some different players in that final. They won the gold medal. Australia won silver. New Zealand won bronze. I think they played Sri Lanka, in that bronze medal match. 98 Champions Trophy, yeah, but I think they're in that final too. Yeah, South Africa, they, history of World Cups, they don't seem to do well. David Warner is the player of the match, rightly deserved for his very good innings, which really set the platform up for Australia today. And he's having a few words with about his performance and how the team performed overall. And he'll be delighted with his input today because he batted well about that performance today. And he played really well, David Warner. I think he should be happy with his performance today. And, played some good shots all around the ground. Pakistan just really poor about their plans towards him. Jihan, you say they beat the West Indies in the 98 Champions Trophy, the first one. That's the only ICC tournament they've won. Yes, that's right. They did win the Champions Trophy back then. It was known as the Knockout Trophy back then. It wasn't called the Champions Trophy. Then they changed the name. But yes, that's the only event that South Africa won. But the Champions Trophy is more like a mini World Cup, really. So for South Africa, they will want to win this tournament this year because they've played really well. They had a bit of a stumbling sort of performance against the Netherlands, but that happens, The Netherlands played well. And for South Africa, they've lost twice to the Dutch, so very poor indeed. And also, Jihan, while I've got you, if you're listening, I did send an email to you regarding the quiz, if you can fill out the interest form, if you're interested in that. And I sent that to you just to let you know. You say, Jihan, yeah, sorry, knockout. Started as a knockout, then they made it into groups. Yeah. So I think the Champions Trophy started in 98, I think. I think that was the first one. I think it was played in South Africa, I think, there. Yeah. And then they changed the name to Champions Trophy after that. So a mini World Cup that the ICC had in mind, which is coming back, the Champions Trophy. Jihan says, I can't remember if the 2000 edition was still a knockout. I think it was, Jihan. I think it was still called the knockout then. I think from after 2000 onwards, I think they changed the name. Silver Rahul, yes. South Africa have only one weakness, the Duckworth Lewis. Yes, they do. They needed 22 off one ball in 1992, which was never going to happen. Jihan says the first one was in Bangladesh. Yes, it was. It was. And yes, say, Jihan, the second one was in Kenya. Yeah, it was. And you say it was trying to promote cricket in new nations. It was. I think that's the idea of the Champions Trophy. It's sort of lost a little bit of it's sort of out of place really now. They got rid of it after 2017, the ICC. Got rid of it, decided to get rid of it, and now they're going to bring it back. I think the next one will be in Pakistan, I think, when the ICC announced that. So, yeah, it would be interesting to see what happens in that Champions Trophy. Small World Cup, you only have 8 teams, I think, which is the way they've done it in the past. So, Jihan says, but then third edition was in Sri Lanka, 4th England, 5th India, 6th South Africa, then the last 2 in England. Yeah. So It's been shared around a little bit. Yes, to say, Jihan, I like the Champions Trophy, to be honest. Saw some great cricket in them. Yes, well, Sri Lanka tied. Well, actually, Sri Lanka shared the trophy. And that was back in 2002, I think it was. They shared the trophy with India, I think. With India, because it rained and they played the game on the reserve day and they had to share the trophy, which they did in the end. So Sri Lanka have won a Champions Trophy. 2002, It was against India. They shared the trophy because the final was washed out. It'd be interesting to see how it fits back into the calendar. As I said, the next one's probably in Pakistan from what I've seen and heard. But it's definitely provided some good cricket. Pakistan won the final in 2017, the last one, 6 years ago against India, which was a good performance at the Oval. And Australia didn't do well in that Champions Trophy. We played pretty poorly that edition. I remember now. It's coming back to me. We didn't start well, bottom of the table, and just didn't really progress from there. Really, it was trying to remember from the top of my head. I think Bangladesh was in Australia's group or something. I think that was the only one, I think, that we had. You only play 3 games, so you don't play much. You say, Jihan, I remember Brian Lara scoring 100 against Kenya to save the West Indies and ended up in hospital in the heat of Colombo. Turned out he had hepatitis. Took him a long time to recover. Yes, it's hepatitis. Yeah, that's a very... Don't really want that. Speaking of Kenya, and speaking of upsets, people may forget that Kenya actually played in the semi-finals in the World Cup in 2003. And they won against the West Indies in 1996 in that edition of the World Cup, Kenya. Often forgotten. Yesterday, Giampa, 6 months later, came back in the 2003 World Cup and scored a match-winning 100 against South Africa. He did. It wasn't a great game for South Africa in that first game of the tournament. It really put them on the back foot. But, going back on Kenya, people often forget their heroic feats. They made it to a semi-final of a World Cup. So an associate nation like Kenya, you can always think big and aim high. And they defeated the West Indies in 96 in that World Cup as well in the subcontinent. So they've done a lot of good things, Kenya. And I remember Brett Lee, that 2003 World Cup. Maybe you would remember, Jihan, that he broke someone's arm in that Kenya team when Australia played Kenya. I think it was a full toss and he broke his arm. I can't remember who the batter was from Kenya, but I remember that from Brett Lee. Gian says, 2002 Champions Trophy, Australia were at their absolute peak, hammered New Zealand, then up against Sri Lanka, 50 for none after 6, Hayden and Gilchrist going crazy, then collapsed to 150 all out against the spinners. Yeah, they were pretty dominant at their best, obviously. Australia. Jihan says, it was a short ball, hit his elbow. Yeah, I thought, it's coming back to me now. Yeah, hit his elbow. I thought he hit his arm for some reason, but I remember Brett Lee broke his elbow. It was a pretty vicious short ball. But Kenya, they achieved good things in that World Cup. Made it to the semis, lost against India, of course. Australia played Sri Lanka, and we're in trouble. And Andrew Simons got them out of a jam. He got 90-odd and got them back on track. And Jihan says, then onto the stumps. That turned into a hat-trick. Yes, that's right. He was brought in pretty quick in those days, Brett Lee. It was a shame that he wasn't a part of the 07 campaign because of injury, but he was pretty quick back in that World Cup in 2003, and Australia went on to win it quite convincingly. But that's the thing, I suppose. That's World Cup cricket. And you produce your good performances and you do well. So Australia are in the top 4, by the way. Just had a look at the table. Australia leapfrogged Pakistan for that 4th place. And Pat Cummins having a few words, talking about the performance and saying, we did pretty well. Still plenty of areas to improve on with Australia. I don't think Australia would be... they'll be pleased about the performance, but areas to look at and improve on, I think. But I think they should be happy with the win. Back-to-back wins, they're back on track. As Pat Cummins has a few words to say. Gian says Kenya beat Sri Lanka in Nairobi. That was a real upset. Sri Lanka made the semis and challenged Australia, but Andy Bickle's run out of Aravinda de Silva sealed the game for Australia. Yes, I think Australia made 213 or something, and Andrew Symonds made 90. Because during the innings break of this match, they had a bit of a feature looking back at Andrew Symonds in that 2003 World Cup, and he really announced himself, Simo. Obviously, sadly missed, of course, but very talented cricketer. Played well in that game against Pakistan. They were showing that game that Australia played against Pakistan when they were in trouble with Australia. And Andrew Symonds came out and blasted a century, which was his first one-day ton. And then that semi-final you speak of, Jihan, he made 90, I think. He top scored and Australia got to a score and defended it. Yeah. You say, Jihan, yes, really low scoring game on a rubbish pitch at Port Elizabeth. Yeah. Yeah. They made 213 or something for 7, I think. And Simo scored 90 odd and got them over the line in terms of the batting. And then they bowled well and defended it. So Australia in the top 4. Their net run rate is good. Negative 0.19, which is improved from where it was before at the start of the tournament. Pakistan are in 5th place. Australia in the top 4. So a good win from Australia. If they win against the Dutch, which you would think on Wednesday, they will really cement that top 4. Obviously, the Netherlands up against Sri Lanka, and then England and South Africa. If South Africa win that, England lose that, then you would think it's all over for England because it's going to be tough for them. Jihan says, I watched that Symonds innings at home with my dad. I was sick and didn't go to school. It was my dad's day off. He was really worked up when Australia were 4 down early, but was treated to a classic innings. Yeah. He really announced himself in that World Cup, Andrew Symonds. High praise of him. You could see the talent and the skills that he possessed. And he's just a really good cricketer. Sadly missed, obviously. Terrible tragedy that with Andrew Symonds recently. But, just to talk about his feats in cricket were quite remarkable. And in that World Cup against Pakistan, he really announced himself that century. Semi-final against Sri Lanka, he played really well. A brilliant fielder as well. Let's not forget that. He can catch a ball, field a ball. Gian says, yeah, very hard to believe. Yeah, it's very sad. The same with Shane Warne as well, Jihan, but he wasn't a part of that 2003 World Cup, Warnie, because of obvious reasons, as we know. But that World Cup campaign for Australia was pretty good. It dominated. And I don't think we'll see that again, to be honest. Yes, I say, Gian, especially how Warnie and him went so quickly. Yeah, just terrible. Just terrible. It just makes you think, really, that you have to really make every moment, really. Cherish every moment, be grateful. Very tough. And also Rod Marsh as well. 3 in a very short space of time. Just terrible. As John says here, that was tough. We lost 3 in a short space of time. Yeah, we did. Rod Marsh as well. We can't forget Rod Marsh. Just terrible, terrible news. Just horrible. But it makes you realize that you have to, live life to the fullest and have fun and enjoy it. And that's what we've done tonight with this live stream. And we tend to do that when we watch cricket, have fun and enjoy it. And live life to the fullest. And definitely Warnie and Simo definitely did that. And Rod Marsh as well. And, it just makes you think. But for Australia, good win tonight against Pakistan. I think they'll be very delighted with how they went there. Jihan says, Rod Marsh was before my time, so I don't have the same attachment. But my dad really felt that one too. Yeah, he was a really good player, Rod Marsh. Good character, good competitor. He was the first Australian batter to score, first Australian wicketkeeper to score a Test century. He scored that in the Centenary Test, where Australia won that Test match for 45 runs. But a very good keeper, very good coach as well. Jihan says, Rod Marsh was responsible for making England challenge Australia again. He did. It was quite weird seeing Rod Marsh wearing England kit. I don't think he would have enjoyed that as well. But he was a good coach and a very good role model for very young cricketers, especially in the Cricket Academy in Australia at that time. You know, he was responsible for the Pontings and the Warnes and the McGraths, etc. You know, teaching the next generation how to play cricket. You know, he learnt that from Ian Chappell. He carried that on, and that's why Australian cricket was in a good place for so long. In that golden period in 2000, those 2000 period, 90s. And John says, yeah, my youth was Marsh, Lilly and Tomo. It would have been, and obviously before my time, obviously as well, but, all great cricketers. Fantastic cricketers. Played really well. Gian says, yeah, very true. Ponting, Warne, Langer, McGrath, etc. Yeah. He was responsible for how Australian cricket is the way it is today. And same with Alan Border as well. Leader of men and role models. And play Australian cricket the way that it should be played. Hard but fair. And competitive. And Jihan says, under his watch at the academy. Yeah. Ricky Ponting speaks about that as well. He always speaks about his time at the academy, about Rod Marsh and the influence that he had with him. I think it was Rod Marsh that said you should have a look at this kid, Ricky Ponting. And he's going to be a star for the future. And lo and behold, he was. Dominated Ricky Ponting. So, definitely responsible in the way that Australian cricket has developed over the years. And some people could say that it's gone backwards a little bit, but the core principles remain the same. Good attitude. Yes, to say Jihan Alan Border has been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. That's hard to think about too. Yeah, that was a bit of a shock. But he's still AB. He's still strong. He's a fighter. He always was when he was a player. So Jihan says, I knew something wasn't right with him, but I wasn't sure. I thought initially he was drunk, but made sense now. Makes sense now. Yeah. Yeah, when you put it together, it's just sad, isn't it? John says, I remember a time when we cheered when Australia avoided the follow-on. Then came AB, the Captain Grumpy. Yeah, he was Captain Grumpy. But, it's a very hard job at the time. We all know what happened in the 80s. The team wasn't playing well, losing every series they played. And it was a very tough gig, I think Australian cricket should be very grateful for what he did and Bob Simpson, winning those tough series and tough games at that time. It wasn't really easy on him personally. It took a very toll on him. I've, nearly had a nervous breakdown in New Zealand where he just said, I had enough, no more. Which is understandable, It's being the captain is a very tough gig, and you need everything to go right and all that stuff. And anyway, that's just the way it goes, I suppose, in cricket. All right, a recap of what happened in this match. We'll just run through the score, recap, and talk about how Australia went about to win this game. Pakistan won the toss. They chose to bowl first. I think Pakistan may have regretted that decision, maybe, because their bowling and fielding wasn't up to scratch. They dropped catches. They didn't bowl well. Australia got off to a good start with Warner and Marsh and the good opening partnership, which was well over 250. And Australia were able to post 9 for 367 from their 50 overs. David Warner top scorer with 163, followed by Marsh, 121. The rest of the batters came in, didn't really contribute as much with the bat. But nonetheless, the platform was already set. The Pakistan bowlers, Shaheen Afridi took 5 wickets for 54. He was by far the best bowler for Pakistan. Everyone else struggled a bit. Pakistan started well in the run chase, good opening partnership of 134. Abdullah Shafiq and Aman al-Haq. But once they went, it sort of went downhill for Pakistan. Babar Azam was out for 18. He was out, caught by Cummins. He took a very good catch at mid-wicket, bowled by Zampa. Rizwan was the big wicket, gone for 46 LBW by Zampa. And then it sort of fell apart for Pakistan. Bowled out for 305 in 45.3 overs. Adam Zampa, yet again, took 4 wickets. A couple of wickets for Cummins and Stoinis, a wicket each for Hazelwood and Stark. No wickets for Maxwell. Australia winning by 63 runs. They're in the top 4. By 62 runs. They're in the top 4. And they'll be hoping to have a good win against the Netherlands on Wednesday, which I think they should. The Netherlands, probably a little bit of a tough ask there. Gian says, funny story. I remember watching the 97 Ashes as a 9-year-old, and Steve Waugh scored 200s in one match to save Australia with a broken finger. And he was literally struggling with pain at one point. Yes, Jihan, and they gave him painkillers. And my brother and I said to my dad, maybe he should go off. He's really struggling here. And my dad said, nah, Gene Jones in Madras in 86 was ill and vomiting constantly. He was. Yes, Jihan, and Alan Border wouldn't let him retire. Australians are tough. He said, I think Alan Border said, I think we'll get a Queenslander here to do a better job. I think that's what he said. I think he gave a bit of a sledge to Dean Jones. Obviously, Dean Jones is from Victoria, Alan Border from Queensland. Well, technically, he was born in New South Wales, but went to Queensland. I think he said, we'll get a Queenslander out here and do a better job. And that, was the motivation for Dean Jones to do what he did. It was a remarkable innings. Gian says, I thought he was making up the Dean Jones thing, then later found out it was true. Yeah, it was true. Yeah, he's, he gave a bit of a talk there and said, you can go on and get a good score here. Probably wasn't the best thing looking in hindsight with his health, but in the situation of the game, it was a really incredible test match, which obviously I interviewed Mike Coward, obviously, and he was a part of that test match covering it. John says, Michael J. Fox has been living with Parkinson's for about 30 years. So hope AB can do the same. Yeah, he's an inspirational person, Michael J. Fox. So yeah, it's I suppose that's just one of those things, I suppose, in life that you have to deal with, which is very sad. But it makes us realize that we have to cherish every moment and minute. Jihan says, my 9-year-old brain was thinking, nah, that's rubbish. How can you make him carry on if he's sick and vomiting? Yeah, I suppose that would play on your mind a bit, Jihan, but different way of thinking. That sort of steeliness and toughness that you want, just to push through the pain or push through the, sort of barrier of pain and all that stuff, which, made the Australian team what it was, especially in the Chappell era and obviously in the late 80s and 90s and 2000s. And that's why everyone was saying that Australia weren't playing the Australian way at the start of this World Cup because of those reasons. And they weren't. They were playing below their best. They're starting to get back to their best now. I would say more than 50% towards that sort of best form. But another good win against Pakistan tonight. 62 runs is not a bad winning margin. They had enough runs in the end. Hoping for a better performance against the Netherlands, you would think. On Wednesday, you would think that will be a challenge for the Netherlands, but hopefully the Netherlands can compete and be competitive. Looking at it realistically, it's probably going to be a one-sided affair. But, the Dutch, they're up for it. They played well against South Africa. I think they're a good chance to win against Sri Lanka later today. Sri Lanka are not playing well at the moment. They've lost 3 games on the trot. So I think the Dutch could win back-to-back games, I think. I really do hope they perform well again. And for Sri Lanka, let's hope they put in a good performance. They really struggled against Australia. Bowled out for 209 and had a batting collapse where they lost 10 wickets for 80-odd runs, I think it was, which is not good. Jihan says, I think that's Australian spirit. You tough it out and don't whinge. Whinging is more pommy and behaviour law. And I say that as a pom, converted Australian now, though. Yeah, I suppose that's just the way people look at these things. Countries and people play cricket differently, have different mentality towards it, which is just the way it is. But that's usually the Australian way in any sport, not only cricket, but football, AFL, that is, not soccer. So John says, when Paul Hogan was in the movie Gallipoli, I think it was, he chucked a handful of sand in his undies to make himself uncomfortable. That's commitment. Yes, I have seen that movie as well, John. Yeah, it is commitment. I don't think it was Paul Hogan. I think it was Mel Gibson. He was in that movie, Gallipoli. Paul Hogan wasn't in that movie. It was Mel Gibson. Was with someone else. I can't remember the other actor's name, but Mel Gibson was definitely in that movie, Gallipoli. Jihan says, that sounds like a bit Greg Matthews, 2 jumpers in Madras story. Yeah. Well, I think the answer that Mark Coward gave Jihan in our discussion. It's Greg Matthews. He does silly things. He was a bit of a weird character. Oh well. He wanted to prove a point. Said it wasn't hot, but it was. Not as exaggerated as many people said. It was like 40 degrees. It wasn't 40 degrees, but yeah. Gian says, oh, Gallipoli, is that a good movie? Might check it out. I love Mel Gibson in The Patriot. Yeah, Jihan, I've seen it. It's not a bad movie. Obviously, it's about Gallipoli, of course, and all that stuff. And Mel Gibson was in it, and he, it wasn't a bad role from him. It's not a bad movie. It's pretty good. So yeah, go check it out if you want to. I think you can access it on Amazon or get a DVD or something. I don't know. People watch DVDs these days. It's more on the internet now, isn't it? Streaming. But yeah, that's not a bad movie. Mel Gibson, yeah. John says, must have been the other movie that was about the troops in North Africa. Can't remember the name. You mean The Light Horseman, John? You mean The Light Horseman, that movie? I don't think he was in that movie either, but I've seen that one. That was in that was another movie that I've seen. Jihan says, yeah, just buy movies off YouTube. Yeah, you can do that. Expensive though, but I think many people do that now, just buy movies off YouTube or Amazon. Or rent them, which you can on Amazon. So yeah, now search it up, Jihan. It's not a bad movie with Mel Gibson. I liked Lethal Weapon. I'm a big fan of Mel Gibson and Lethal Weapon. All those movies, pretty good movie. Not a bad role that he played in those movies. Those 4 movies. So yeah. Not a bad actor, Mel Gibson. He's okay. John says, maybe Breaker Moran. Well, I've never heard of that one, John. Maybe before my time. But always willing to look at different movies or different areas of the Australian filmography. Jihan says, so do you think Australia would struggle to defend this sort of score against better batting sides than Pakistan? My question to that, Jihan, my answer to that is I think maybe they will. The concern that I have with Australia is the lack of wickets in the first 10 overs. And we've seen it again tonight. You know, Pakistan were none for, what were they? None for 100 odd after 10 or close to it. That's a concern for Australia. They need to take wickets up front. If they can do that, then they can defend these sort of scores. They got a little bit lucky tonight. Pakistan just didn't really, play with that sort of composure. We know with Pakistan, they tend to either be up or down. And tonight they were a little bit down, then up. So the big test will be against New Zealand, I think, and England. I think against the Netherlands, they should bowl well against them and defend any score or bowl them out for a low score. Same with Afghanistan and Bangladesh. So the games against England and New Zealand will be interesting. The games against India and South Africa, in terms of coming up against them in a semi, probably they may struggle because they're batting pretty well. But, if they can take early wickets up front, that's what they need to do, I think. Take wickets up front, attack the 10 overs at the start, because that's what they've struggled with. It's important to make inroads in the power play, because if you take early wickets in the power play, then that puts pressure on the opposition, especially in a run chase. They got away with it tonight when Pakistan were none for 100 odd. They got away with it. They got wickets at the right time. It's just Pakistan just had poor shot selection and just, sort of lost their heads a little bit. So hopefully they can improve that. That's just the one area, I think. If they can do that, take wickets up front of the power play, then I think they'll be all right to defend sort of these sort of scores. Some people have said they should have scored 400. If they scored 400 tonight, then they would have been favourites to win anyway, because 400's a very difficult chase anyway. So, but, it wasn't a bad score in the end. It was enough anyway. They won by 62 runs. So, it'll be interesting to see what they do going forward. They'll talk about that. They'll talk about how we need to get better at these sort of things. But, I think they'll look back on that and probably improve in those areas, I think. Be what they'll need to talk about, I think. So I hope that's answered your question, Jihan. I think wickets up front is important for them. They've struggled to do that, Australia. I think in their losing streak, they struggled to do that, taking wickets at regular intervals, which is what they need to do. Because, you need to put pressure in the first 10 overs because, it makes it difficult for sides to get big scores in run chases or batting first. So Australia just need to be a bit more attacking in the first 10 overs and look to take wickets. John says, we pretty much have to win against either New Zealand or England to get through, even if everything goes to plan. Pretty much. You would think they'll win against the Netherlands next week on Wednesday. They'll win against Afghanistan and Bangladesh. So that's 3 wins. If they win either against New Zealand or England, then if they win both of them, that's good. They're through anyway. If they win against one of them, then I think they should do enough, Australia, to qualify for the semis. I think with the way that the teams are playing at the moment, the way this World Cup's going, I think the top 2 is already locked in. You would think South Africa and New Zealand, trying to get my words out the right way. India and New Zealand, I should have said, you would think they'll qualify, and you would think it's a bit of a battle for the last two spots, I think. She answers, I think they have to be ruthless against New Zealand. It's in Dharamshala, maybe more assistance for seamers there. You get a bit of extra bounce at Dharamshala. My knowledge on Indian grounds is not great, but judging from what people have said and the commentators, you do get that extra bounce off the surface. So it would help the seamers a bit there. Pretty good batting pitches. We've seen in the few games that have been played there, England played there, they batted well. So, yeah, I think Australia would definitely like playing up there in the Himalayas. It's been a while since Australia played up there, not since 2017 against India in a test match. And before that, 2016 in the World Cup, the T20 World Cup, where they played New Zealand and they lost against them. And they also played against who was it? Pakistan. Yes, that's right. John says, general opinion seems to suggest 6 wins get you through. Pretty much. Right. So you get 6 wins, that gives you 8 points or more. That's pretty much enough to go through. If we're honest, it's either Australia, Pakistan, and England to fight it out for that final spot. Maybe 2. It depends if South Africa, the way because they lost against the Netherlands. Gian says, yeah, but I think upsets have made 5 wins okay to get through. Yeah, that's right. It's opened it wide open. So if you lose Afghanistan beating England, the Netherlands and South Africa, it's definitely opened the tournament wide open now. The middle pack of the table is quite very compacted. You have a lot of teams that are on the same wins and losses and points. So it's coming down to net run rate. I think that's a good thing for cricket. I think it was good to see Afghanistan win, and it was good to see the Netherlands beat South Africa in a World Cup. I think it's good to see that happen. You want to see teams like that do well. And it's definitely made it interesting. It's definitely given Australia hope. If that didn't happen, it would have been a lot difficult. But it's opened it wide open, and that's good to see, I suppose, in terms of that. John says, what's the rain situation in India this time of year? I think they're just coming back out of the monsoon season, John. I think the monsoon season's still there a little bit. I think they're coming towards the back end of that. I'm no expert. So I think the rain should hold off. Really, the only rain delay that we saw was really the game against Australia and Sri Lanka, where it rained and there was a bit of a dust storm in Lucknow. That's the only game I can remember from this World Cup that has been affected by the weather. So we've been pretty good for the weather. Fingers crossed for the remainder of the tournament. But we do have to be wary of that. You never know. Rain may be a factor towards the back end. So it's important for teams to make sure the net run rate's good and to make sure that they win games that they need to win. And, do your best. So Australia's net run rate's good. It's still in the negatives, but it's better than it was at the start. It's negative 0.19. So they're in the top 4. Pakistan, they've leapfrogged them. So with this win tonight. And teams are very cautious about the net run rate situation, which does make some games a little bit, boring in terms of it just dragging on. We've seen that in this World Cup. We've seen that from teams that have had batting collapses and they've batted out their 50 overs because they don't want to lose badly because of net run rate. Tends to linger on a little bit with the games there. But teams are wary of it. And it's important in a tournament to be up and thinking about those things because, you don't think it's like Australia in the last game against Sri Lanka. They accelerated and they chased the runs down with like 15 overs to spare because of net run rate, which improved it. So With Pakistan tonight, their net run rate's taken a little bit of a hit. I don't think as much, but they managed to bat nearly to the 50 overs, but not quite. So they'll be wary of that as well, Pakistan. They really need to improve their net run rate situation there. But as it stands, Australia in the top 4, which is pretty good. They'll be hoping to consolidate that with a good win against the Dutch. And you say, John, we need a strong win against the Dutch. No, not a scrappy stumble over the line. I think they'll dominate that game. No disrespect to the Netherlands. I think they've played well, but Australia will be just too strong for them, really. We saw that in the warm-up match that the Australian team played against the Netherlands before this World Cup. And even in that warm-up match, you could tell, Mitchell Starc was a handful. He removed the top 3 from the Netherlands. All of them had golden ducks, all first bowlers. So if Mitchell Starc gets it right again in the game on Wednesday, their top order's just going to struggle a bit. We saw that with the Netherlands against South Africa. They lost 4 wickets for not many. They managed to come back towards the end. Good innings from Scott Edwards, who's originally from Australia. He played cricket in Melbourne, now plays for the Netherlands. Come back and win them that game. So, yeah, you would think they'll have a good performance over the Dutch, and they should be able to win that game and win 3 games on the trot, which is what they needed to come back in this tournament. And then big game against New Zealand, and then England, and then Afghanistan, Bangladesh to finish. You would think they'll win both of those games towards the end and probably qualify. Jihan says, did you watch the Great Cricketer interview with Scott Edwards and Max O'Dowd? I watched a little bit of it, Jihan. I didn't watch all of it, but I watched a little bit of it. They seem pretty cool guys. It was a great win from the Dutch, really. And South Africa, they've got a new bogey side in the Netherlands. They should have won, really. South Africa bowled poorly in that game towards the end. They had them, 7 down for not many. And then they went on to make 200 plus. You should be really finishing off the game there, but credit to the Netherlands. They fought hard. Scott Edwards played a good knock to get them back and into a good position, and they had runs on the board, and South Africa stumbled. So, yeah. You say Jihan 6 for 145. Yeah. You should be really finishing it off from there, really. But they just didn't bowl well. And Jihan said scored another 100. Yeah, they did. They did. South Africa didn't bowl well. Ngidi didn't bowl well. Rabada didn't bowl well. Yes, say Jihan, South Africa panic again. They did. And that's the thing with South Africa. Look, it'll be great if they do well in this World Cup and play well and perform well, which you want to see. But you want to, for their point of view, that they have this reputation of being a team that stumble and cracks under pressure. We've seen that from them in World Cups gone past. 1999 is a prime example of that. You say, Gian, I think where South Africa are dangerous with Miller, Klaasen, and Markram. You have to say those guys are all big hitters when they want to. That's the thing with South Africa. And I think the Netherlands exposed it a little bit. They do have a strong top order and a middle order, but once you get early wickets and you put them under pressure, South Africa do quite have a long tail. And that's the problem with the team that they've selected in the squad. It's more bowler heavy. You don't have too many all-rounders that can bat and bowl at the same time. Marco Jansen, is he an all-rounder or a bowler? Well, he can hit the ball, but you want to rely on the top order. So that's where South Africa went wrong a bit. Once you get early wickets, once you get rid of de Kock, get rid of Bavuma, You get into Klaassen and Miller. You get them in early and get them out, which the Netherlands did in the game up there in Dharamshala. Then you can expose that long tail. And I think that's where South Africa's weakness is in their batting. Teams got to realize that. Jihan says, if they get a platform, those hitters can be dangerous. That's right. Like we saw against Sri Lanka, where they got 400 runs in Delhi on a flat pitch. Be it against Sri Lanka, which their bowling's innocuous and they're undermanned with injuries. But if they have a good platform, then they're dangerous. They're $1 million. But when they don't get a platform, like we saw against the Dutch, they struggle. And that tail is quite long. So I think teams will look out for that. Yes, Jihan, but they can play spin. Klaassen can, but not sure about the rest. So Janssen doesn't have much of a defensive technique. Yeah, that's right. They did struggle a little bit against the spin of the Dutch. Klaassen's just a good player. He's really improved himself. Janssen, he swings at everything. So South Africa do have some weaknesses, but they won against Australia, which was a good performance. The game against Sri Lanka was a pretty one-sided affair. Excuse me. The big test for them will be tomorrow or today. Can they beat England? I think they can, because England are not playing well at the moment. And I hope South Africa win. Obviously, I don't want England to win, obviously. So if South Africa can win that game, then they're serious contenders, I think. But also the next game, they come against New Zealand as well. That's going to be a real pressure game as well. If they can beat New Zealand and England, I think South Africa are serious contenders. Whether or not they can beat India, that's the next question. They do play India. They haven't played them yet. If they can beat India, then you would say they're the serious contenders, because India are pretty strong at the moment. They look pretty good. No problems with their team. Hardik Pandya, bit of an injury concern. That's not good for India, but other than that, they're pretty strong. Pretty good team. They've got all bases covered. You would think at home they should do well to win this World Cup. Jihan says, hopefully this win tonight puts to bed this Australia rubbish notion. You're always going to get that, Jihan. You're always going to get that. People are always going to say Australia rubbish. It depends who you support. But, hopefully we'll quarrel some of those notions that people have raised about the team and how they performed. I think Australia are coming back to their best. Not quite 100%. There's still a lot of areas to improve on. But, they're coming back to their best. You say, Gian, yeah, that's true. So true. Of course, people will say Australia's rubbish. You get it all the time. It depends who you support, that's just the way it goes. So people are still going to say that, Australia rubbish, they play poorly again, Yes, to say, Gian, any chance to say Australia are average? Well, maybe over the last few games they were average, maybe below average. But, Australia's built up that reputation now after what happened in Cape Town and all that stuff. Australia are going to be well hated in the world cricket sort of community after what happened at Cape Town, what happened in the Ashes at Lords, obviously all that stuff. So, yeah, that's Australia and usually the villains, I suppose. But you can't write them off. Sure, Australia had a bit of a lean patch, but we saw against Sri Lanka, we saw tonight against Pakistan. You can't write them off. They always find a way to come back. Gian says, Nasser Hussain irritates me so much. He keeps going on about how this England side belts spin, belts all bowlers. Yeah. He does mention that a bit. And Gian says, didn't belt the Afghanistan spinners, did they, Nas? No, they didn't. They struggled a bit. England are not the same team as they were. Quite a lot of older players from 2019 to now, and different captain and butler and different coach and Matthew Mott. So they're not quite the same team as they were in 2019. It has to be said. Can they make a run for the semis. They'll give it a try. I don't think they'll qualify, I don't think. They've struggled badly. They haven't played India yet. They're playing South Africa today. They played New Zealand. They were beaten comprehensively in the first game. They've got Australia to come as well. I think it's going to be tough for England. And it's a different conditions. It's in India. It's a subcontinent, and they haven't really played well. Yeah, so that game against Afghanistan, they looked a little bit just poor, not really on it, off their game, and not really performing to their best, as we know England sides to do in the past. And that's what's happened. So very poor on that point of view for England. John says, can't remember a time when Australia weren't can't remember when Australia were displeased or despised. Despised, sorry. Goes back further than Cape Town. Yeah, it does. It goes back further than that. That's true. It's always been there from the day one, hasn't it? Many people have despised Australia, especially England in the Ashes. Jihan says, how did South Africa rise so quickly? They looked really average against Australia initially in the T20s and the first part of the ODI series. Well, in the T20s, Jihan, you got to remember Quentin de Kock, Heinrich Klaassen didn't play. They were rested. Andrik Nortje didn't play either. Kahisa Rabada didn't play. So they had a different team. They had a young team trying to look forward to the future in the T20 World Cup next year. In the ODIs, all those players I mentioned came back. So David Miller didn't play in the T20s. South Africa tend to do well in ODIs at home, perform well. That's what they did. Australia just didn't really. The problem in that series is that Australia chopped and changed the team too much. The lack of cohesion and unity in the team. Look what happens. When you do that, you're not going to play as well. New players are coming in. They don't know their role. And that's what happened. And that's why Australia lost the series 3-2. Because they chopped and changed too much. And they didn't know what their best 11 was. They had to deal with injuries as well, which was frustrating. Yes, Jihan. So have South Africa been playing well in ODI cricket before the Australian tour? Well, they seem to have improved. Looking back, World Cups before. Well, in 2015, they made it to the quarterfinals and the semi-finals. They lost against New Zealand and Auckland. Since then, they've gone through a transition phase. De Villiers retired. Hashim Amla retired. Dale Steyn retired. Faf du Plessis retired. So they had to deal with that sort of change in the team. They've also struggled as well in terms of their cricket in South Africa. But, they've seemed to come back well. And I think a good World Cup for them will boost the confidence of the Proteas if they do well in this World Cup. Gian says, Australia did that to a ridiculous level before the T20 World Cup. Some players were too precious to fly out to Perth. Obviously ridiculous. David Warner went. I saw him smashing Mark Wood bowling 100 miles per hour. That's the thing. I think that was the problem. Whenever you pick and choose in resting players, I think that's always going to be undoing. And Australia, yes, they did do that in the T20 World Cup before. And they did do that before this World Cup here in India. Because you can't be doing that because you're just tinkering too much. And that was the problem. Because you don't build up any rhythm or momentum or, cohesion. And the team are always going to struggle with that. And that's what happened. And that's why they lost 3-2. Credit to South Africa. They played really well. And they're carrying on that momentum into this World Cup. And it's boosted their confidence. It really has. The only thing is have South Africa peak too early. Excuse me, have they peaked too early? That's the question for them. Yes, Jihan, but you rest players to avoid them having to fly out for 4 hours. It's the same country. It is. It's not like you're playing. It's not like flying from Australia to India. It was at home, and I suppose it's a long flight to Perth. Depends where you're from. If you're on the other side of the country, it's a bit of a long flight out west. But yeah, it's in the same country, and Australia had that luxury. When you're the host nation of a World Cup or something, whenever you need injury replacements or players, you can always fly them, directly in the country that you're in. Now, that was the case with Australia, so they had the advantage there. But that I think that's what a lot of people have said about this Australian team in terms of, the constant changing of the team hasn't really helped them, and it hasn't really, to an extent. It hasn't. Yes, say Jihan, when they did that, and when Aaron Finch said before the tournament, "We're tired," I knew it was all over for them. Yeah, he did say that, didn't he? I do remember that from the T20 World Cup last year. It's just that Australia just didn't really look. It's T20 cricket. It's very fickle. You're either good on the day or not. The game against Afghanistan, the game against Ireland, could have been better for Australia in terms of boosting the net run rate. They won both games, but the net run rate, they couldn't boost the net run rate because they put themselves under pressure. The game against England was washed out. Game against New Zealand was poor. The game against Sri Lanka went down to it was pretty close, but Marcus Stoinis played well. So they had a bit of a mixed sort of tournament. It's always hard winning back-to-back tournaments. And England were a better side. India were good, but then faltered. Pakistan played well. So that's just how it goes in T20 cricket. It's very fickle. You're either good on the day or you're not. So that's just the way it goes. But hopefully that will be different for Australia in this 50-over World Cup. A long tournament, and I think it's a good thing from Australia. But Gian says, anyway, poor planning. I'm not really excited about T20 cricket, but I would have loved to see Australia win at home. But the public didn't even know it was on. No, I think that's the problem. I think it wasn't advertised as well. And you got to remember as well, Jihan, the Australian cricket fan base, a lot of them like T20 cricket. A lot of the older people, older generation don't. And they're not really into it, really. And, it was at the start of the summer as well. So that's usually the thing, after football season, AFL, rugby union, league or whatever, people have a bit of a hangover from those sort of competitions. And then you're going to get into the cricket season. So people said, oh, not the cricket season, So it takes a little bit of time for people to adjust back to cricket during the summer, which is happening right now, at the start of the summer now. So it takes a bit of time. It depends. People were interested or not. It's T20 cricket. We all know people loathe it, hate it, they like it. So whether you liked it or not, you would have gone and watched there. So John says T20 wasn't high on the agenda either. After they won the previous World Cup, that completed the collection. Very true, John. Very true. Yeah, because Australia already won one. So they already ticked it off. They didn't need to win this one. But it would have been nice in Australia. But anyway, you say, Gian, so what do you think? Is asking me this question. Is the ODI format over after this World Cup? I hope it's not, Jihan. I hope it's not. I know you're passionate about one-day cricket. And I'm planning to do a cricket rambling episode after this ODI World Cup. I'm talking about one-day cricket in general, really. what we've seen in this World Cup thus far, the alarming thing for me has been the crowds. There's been low crowd numbers. That's not a good sign. I think Mark Nicholas, I listened to him. He said, what did he say? He said, someone said we're watching a format pass before our eyes, which is the case, I think. I think we've seen that with one-day cricket. I hope it's not over, the format, but a lot of people have said it's doom and gloom and it's going to end in 4 years' time, the MCC and all that stuff. If people are still interested in this, passionate about it, then yes, but the next, the World Cup will continue. The next one's in South Africa and Namibia in 2027, as John says here, which you are correct, John. It's in South Africa and Namibia co-hosting, which is good to see, obviously. So I hope it stays around for a bit. I like one-day cricket. One-day cricket's okay. I like it. I have good memories of watching one-day cricket coming home from school, and you catch the end of the back innings or the first innings and you can watch the second innings up until it finishes. But I think it's just sort of in the middle and people are unsure about it now because of T20 cricket. It's changed the way it's perceived now. So it is in an awkward place. But anyway, let's see what happens. You say, Jihan, so this is the thing. What cricket do the current Australian fans get excited about? Belting teams at home in Test cricket. Yeah, that's a good question, Jihan. I think, this summer is, in terms of the men's summer, is obviously you've got Pakistan and the West Indies coming out, which people, are they excited about that? Well, they'll be excited. It's cricket and they'll go and watch it. But you sort of know what's going to happen anyway. You know what the results are going to be. Australia should win against Pakistan. They should win against the West Indies like they did last summer. So I think people are that intensity. Do we care about cricket? Because cricket's at an interesting stage in the international game, that is. Yes, say Jihan, we can't beat the top sides overseas. We can't beat England or India and couldn't beat South Africa last time. Jihan says, we don't care about ODI cricket anymore. Yes, to say Jihan, so pointless T20 cricket, is that what makes Australian cricket fans proud? I just don't get it. Bring back the tri-series. That would be a good way to integrate one-day cricket, make it popular again. If you play tri-series, that always used to get people excited during the summer. But times have changed. T20 cricket is popular. One-day cricket getting pushed to one side. Test cricket is still obviously a constant. It will always be there. We just have to see how it goes. But that's just the way it goes, really. You say, Jihan, but currently only India challenges Australia at home. They do. They do, because India are a good team. And they don't fear coming to Australia now like they used to. After that win in 2021, it boosted their confidence sky high. Sorry, 2018-19, sorry, but the famous win at the Gabba in the last series. And India do come back next summer. So not this summer, but next summer they come back out. So, and that's going to be a 5-game series as well. So there we go. Yes, to say, Jihan, we beat everyone else fairly convincingly at home. We do. We have a good record against other countries. England as well. Which can get a little bit boring sometimes. Australia's winning all the time. You want to see a contest, and that's just the way it is in cricket, because other countries are at different levels and struggling, and we all know the problems there. John says cricket now has has to compete against soccer, which is rising in popularity, especially with the success of the Women's World Cup. That's right. Other sports, you have soccer or football, you have AFL, you have rugby league or union, basketball during the summer as well. So, yeah, cricket has to compete with other sports. And a lot of people said, is it still our national game? Well, it's always been a part of the Australian psyche. You know, I talked about this with Mike Coward about cricket in Australia. And he said, yeah, you know, it's still a part of the psyche, you know, sporting psyche. You know, people always, you know, look forward to it. You say, Jihan, I think a diet of T20 cricket will not allow Australia to be competitive overseas. Well, that's the thing, Jihan. That's the thing with the way cricket's going at the moment. You know, T20 cricket is the dominant force. And you're going to have players who are going to play that format more. So I think cricket's created a problem that it can't really solve or can't really get out of. And the problem is T20 cricket. It's sort of created this sort of problem that it can't really solve and figure out. Maybe it shouldn't have happened in the first place, but as it's just the way it is, isn't it? Times change. People want to see exciting cricket. They want to see exciting stuff that happens. T20 cricket provides that. But, you know, with these T20 franchise leagues and tournaments, and players are just going to choose those and go with where the money goes, I suppose, in terms of the franchises, which is sad, but that's just the way the world is. You know, you don't blame people for doing that because it's an opportunity. John says, we used to prefer the ODI Tri Series when it was mixed in with the Test Series before the two were separated. That's right. You initially played a Tri Series and then the Test Series followed. Yeah. Not the case anymore in the Australian summer. But it was popular. A lot of people turned out for the Tri Series, you know, World Cups. Oh, what was it called back in the day? Benson Hedges World Cup competition or something like that. Yeah. Which were pretty good back in the day. Jihan says, I still think ODI is a great cultural phenomenon. It's a competitive, legitimate format. It's a social event like a night out. Yeah. I've been to a couple of ODIs, obviously South Africa and India, back in 2018-19 at the Adelaide Oval. And it's a pretty good atmosphere. You know, people go down there after work or something like that, have a good time out, you know, good time during the evening, watch a game. And two of the games I saw were pretty good games. Obviously, the one against India, Australia lost. But I get to, Virat Kohli scored a century, so I saw him bat live. And obviously, MS Dhoni was still playing, and he hit a big six down the ground to win the game. So, yeah. And the game against South Africa was pretty good as well, you know, where Australia took those wickets and won that game. Marcus Stoinis had an impact. John says, no, play a test, then play a few ODIs, then another test, rinse and repeat. That's what they used to do back in the day. They used to play a test match, then an ODI, which was the common thing back in the day. That changed after World Series cricket. Yeah, they could do that, but the calendar, that's the problem. Gian says, if you want to get rid of ODI cricket, then have a T20 Tri Series and a competitive series, not just turn up and see what happens series. But to be honest, that's the nature of T20 cricket. It is. It's a very fickle format. Whoever does well on the day, you will win and succeed. That's just the way it goes. I feel like every time we talk about this, we always say the same things. You sound like a broken record, which happens, really. I know people are frustrated and angry, but it's just the world. You know, you've got to accept that cricket is changing and it's not what it used to be. People have those nostalgia sort of things that they think about every now and again, but in order for cricket to be successful and develop, it has to change with the times. And this is what it's going through now. It's changing. I know people may not like that, but you just have to accept the change. It's T20 cricket's here to stay. It's not going anytime soon. Gian says, so my question is, do you want purely entertainment or a legitimate sport? That's a good question, Jihan. I think you ask a good question. T20 cricket, most people say it's not really cricket. It's more entertainment. Is it competitive or whatever? Whereas people will say in test cricket's a good contest. It's real cricket. It's the purest form. One-day cricket, it's a competitive format, like a test match. And it's, it's serious cricket. Whereas T20 cricket's more, all that other stuff I mentioned before. That's the question that people have to ask themselves. Do you want to go to a game of cricket? Do you want to see entertainment over quality and competitiveness? That's the question. And I think you raise a good point there. And T20 cricket, you have to ask that about T20 cricket or any sport, really. That's all right, Jihan. I know you loathe T20 cricket. That's good. It's good to get the frustration out, I suppose. John says, with the ODIs, if you have the day off, you can watch the game. If you're working, rock up for the second innings after work. So many people in suits after 5 p.m. That's right. That's right. That's the beauty of one-day cricket, It's convenient for some people. But it's not convenient for other people. And also it goes for, we always have this debate about overrates and that, but it does go on for a lot of hours. You also have a debate about games that pretty much are done in terms of batting collapses, besides chasing, like we saw tonight with Pakistan and not quite chasing the runs down. Then people say it can get a little bit boring. It drags on a little bit if a team's struggling a bit, which happens in T20 cricket as well, Gian says, yeah, I heard all the suits in Melbourne would turn up for the ODIs in the second innings. Yeah, they would. Because it's convenient, It's very convenient for people just to come in and just enjoy the second innings or whatever. But it's in an interesting place at the moment, one-day cricket. But this World Cup, it was an opportunity for this World Cup to really showcase the one-day format. And it's been disappointing with the crowds. That's not a good look, if I have to be honest. Very disappointed with the crowd numbers. You would have expected more people to turn up. Obviously, different times of the day, of course, all those factors, but it's still not a good look. The first game in Ahmedabad, the stadium wasn't even full. Not at all. John says, T20 is the same as WWE wrestling, all the razzmatazz and little substance. Yeah, it sort of feels like that a little bit. Sort of not real, sort of, as Jihan mentioned before. I think that's a fair comparison, John. Jihan says, I also feel for ODI cricket was really embraced by Australia. It was. Back in the day, it was. It was popular after World Series cricket. Or during World Series cricket, it was popular because it was a different format that people embraced. He has to say, Gian and the subcontinent. Yeah, it's been disappointing with the crowds. I keep saying it, but very disappointing with the crowds in this World Cup. Gian says, wasn't so huge in England when I was growing up. No, I suppose different cultures, different ways of looking at it, I suppose, Gian. John says, same in Sydney. Several pubs with 2 between the CBD and the SCG. Let's say Jihan in the 90s was huge in the West Indies, but now only like T20. Jihan says, yeah, I was going to make that WWE comparison too. Yeah, I think that's a good comparison. It's sort of like that. It's sort of not real, but it's more entertainment. It's fake sort of thing. And that's the case with WWE. Gian says, England only loved Test cricket really when I was growing up. Well, they would have, because they value the traditional format, because that's where it's created, really. And they grew up with that. Because you could argue it could be the same in Australia as well, but more so in England. They value the traditional format. They're passionate about it. They love it, and they want to preserve it and all that stuff. So, yeah, that's why they are passionate, love Test cricket, from their history onwards. And that's in an interesting place as well, Test cricket. But in England, yeah, it's highly revered, and you hear a lot of people talk about it passionately, which is important. John says World Series cricket was brilliant. Got even better after reunifying. Yeah, it did. It did. World Series cricket was good. Wish I was around watching that back then. It was really good cricket. Very competitive cricket as well. But really popularized the game, Kerry Packer and all that stuff. Gian says, I remember the subcontinental teams used to play so much ODI cricket. They did. They did. Yes, say Gian, you'll see England players playing 50 to 70 games. Yeah. Well, actually, the one-day format, which actually invented in England anyway. England was where one-day cricket was born, really. They played it in the 60s. They played it there up until the 60s, and then the first ODI came about in 71. But yeah, England, they invented one-day cricket, all done one day. Gian says, and Sachin Tendulkar and Sanaf Jayasuriya would be playing 300, 400 games. That's right. You have a look at their careers. They played nearly 400 games, which you did back then, because it was a different time, because you didn't have T20 cricket, so you had to play more one-day cricket. Gian says the Gillette Cup. Yep, that's right. They had that tournament, the Gillette Cup, that they had, which was their one-day tournament back then. So, yeah, England was the birthplace of one-day cricket, which came a thing. And it only came a format, really, one-day cricket, because of the Ashes. The test match in Melbourne was washed out, and they played it. 60 overs aside, and there you go. Gian says, but I would say Australian players weren't too far behind the subcontinental players when it came to the games. No, one-day cricket back then was pretty competitive. Pakistan, India played well. Sri Lanka did well. They won the World Cup in 96 under the leadership of Rangatunga, who really stood up for Sri Lankan cricket, especially against Australia. And pretty much the underdogs in that final. They, defied the odds. It was a good era. It was a good time of cricket back then. Different now, obviously, because of the modern era. That's just the way the game is. You change and develop the ways that the game has gone. But Gian says the Tri-Series was a hangover or extension from World Series cricket. I'm guessing. You're right there, Gian. I think you're right, because they were playing more cricket, and obviously more games, more cricket. So they had to try different things to try and fit it all in, really. John says, I remember the ground in your city wasn't a sellout. It wouldn't been broadcast on TV. Really? That would have made sense, I suppose. Try and get people into the crowd. That makes sense. Obviously, if it wasn't a sellout, it's not on TV. So try and make people go to the ground and watch it. So that's a very good point that you make there, John. That makes sense. Obviously, that doesn't happen now. Obviously, you've got to broadcast cricket on any platform. TV has definitely changed since those days. The game's broadcasted in a different way. Gian says, oh, wow, I've never heard that before. Yeah. Gian says, that could work now. That couldn't work now. No, it wouldn't. You have to broadcast every game now. But it was a different time back then. Makes sense. To do that, get people in. You don't need to do that now. Different time back then, Jihan. John says World Series cricket was a tri-series: Australia, West Indies, and the rest of the world. Yeah, that's right. They did have a rest of the world 11, which was full of good players. They had Barry Richards, they had Mike Proctor, Imran Khan, all these great players who were playing in that team. Tony Gregg as well. Jihan says, could that work now? I don't think it'll work now, Jihan. I don't think. I think times are different now in terms of how TV and the game's broadcasted. You know, it's better to have it on TV and have people watching it rather than just not broadcast it at all. It wouldn't make you any money. It's all about the money and profits now. So it wouldn't work now, but it was a different time back then. Gian says tickets are so expensive in England. Yeah, they are. Yeah, very expensive, especially if you go to Lord's. Yeah, nearly over $300 or pounds, I should say. You say, Gian, I had to pay £125 for tickets in an ODI in 2010. Yeah, that's a lot of people mention that in England, that it's very expensive. You got to try and make it accessible for people, and that's the problem in England that they face. How to make the game accessible and affordable for people. Here in Australia, it's reasonable. It's not as expensive in England. Let's just say that. Rasan says, congratulations. Well, thank you. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We're just having a chat. Game's already over, but we're just having a good chat. Why not? Bit of a discussion about all problems in world cricket if we try and solve them. We try to, but we can't solve everything. John says, depends on the TV viewing numbers. It does, but times have changed now. You know, television networks won't be doing that now. It's all about people watching, money, profits, and doing that. John says, as kids, we used to be able to buy a ticket to the Bradman stand for $1. Well, that's pretty good. That's pretty affordable. Not these days. Different times back then. The world's changed a lot in terms of the financial side of things, but you got to try and make it affordable for people. And that's why you got to try and make it accessible for people on TV as well. Otherwise, you're not really getting people across to the game, and you got to make it affordable and accessible, and that's very important. Which is one of those things in cricket that you have to try and do. Rasan, yeah, of course. The next game for Australia in this World Cup will be on Wednesday. That's on the 25th. Yes, 25th, Wednesday's the next game that Australia play. That's against the Netherlands. And that will be the next game. That will be in Delhi, that game. And that's next Wednesday. To answer your question there, Australia. Rasan, my name is Jack. So that's Jack. That's my name. Gian says, do you think if Australia were more dominant these days, we'll have more fans and popularity of the sport? It certainly helps. Jihan, it certainly helps. I think when Australia were dominant in the 90s and 2000s, people wanted to go and watch them because they were good. So it definitely does help. It definitely helps. People will still go anywhere regardless if they're dominant or not. They'll support their team. But it definitely does help a little way, I think. getting people through the turnstiles and through the gates. Definitely helps, that's for sure, in terms of getting people in and being optimistic and excited about cricket, especially the Australian cricket team. But, in Australia, people have always turned up over the years. When Australia's at different points of their history in cricket, highs and lows, people always came and watched cricket to enjoy it and to support the team. So when they weren't doing so well, but you would think so, it's the same with all teams, really, if they're, dominant or not. It's the same, I suppose, with all teams. It does help try and get the game across, try and support the game, try and promote the game, try and get people involved in cricket. So it's at an interesting point in Australia, that's for sure. Rasan says, best wishes for Australia. Yeah, absolutely. They've done really well to win back-to-back games, Australia. John says, everyone loves a winner, Jihan. Sport fans are fickle. Look at the crowd numbers for the rugby union since the Wallabies have declined. That's right, John. That's right. People will go regardless, whether people have, teams are dominating or not. People still go anyway because they enjoy it. So, that's just the way it goes. But it definitely does make a bit of a factor if a team's dominant and, people will go and watch because they're exciting to watch. If they're not doing so well, then, low crowd numbers, I suppose, then people are not interested. As you said with the rugby, of course, Australia not doing too well in the rugby, but in cricket, they've always done okay. And people go out and watch. Jihan says, I thought cricket declined a bit in Australia because people were fed up with winning all the time. Or was that a conspiracy? I'm not sure, Jihan. I think just people get tired of it. Not because Australia were winning all the time. Yes, maybe a little bit of that. But I think people just get tired of the sport and just want to watch another sport, which happens. Maybe people lose interest. All those factors, I suppose. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. They used to win all the time. But it just depends if you're interested or not in the sport. It's your choice. Some people have come back watching cricket after a lot of years out of the game. I've known some people that have done that. Because they're tired of it, they come back, they feel refreshed and energized, and they want to enjoy the game again. So I think that's the same with people in Australia. You get tired of it, or you just want to watch something else. Rasan says Australia versus Netherlands. Guess Australia win easily. I think Netherlands all out for 33. Could be. We have to wait and see on Wednesday. John says lots to do in summer in Australia besides cricket. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Holidays. Obviously Christmas, New Year, holidays. Not everyone likes cricket. Let's just say that. Not everyone loves cricket. Some people loathe it. Absolute hate it. Which is the case. To answer your question there, Jihan. Personal choice and preference. Not everyone likes cricket in Australia. It's the same in all parts of the world. No one likes cricket. Not everyone likes cricket. But I suppose that's just your choice, really. But as John says, a lot of things to do in Australia. Holidays and summer, and you want to enjoy it. So rather than watch games of cricket or play cricket in the backyard, you can do that, which is always fun. Haven't done that for a while. Jihan says, do you love cricket? No, Jihan, no, I don't. I love it. I don't hate cricket. I love it. Maybe when Australia are losing, I do hate it a little bit. But no, I love cricket. It's a big part of my life. It always has, and it will be. I love it. I can't get enough of the game. Passionate about it. And that's why I did the podcast, to share the love of the game of cricket with all those people around the world. Fall in love with this sport like I did. So to answer your question, Jihan, I love it. I don't hate it. But when Australia lose, then I hate it. And you say, Jihan, me too. Yeah. It's a great game, John says, half the problem is getting women interested in cricket, especially the tests. That's a good point you raised there, John. I think we've done that well in Australia. I think we've done well in women's cricket in Australia. Women's cricket's on the rise, which is good to see. I watched yesterday's Women's Big Bash. Good to see people out there enjoying the cricket, which is fantastic. Very talented and skilled. The Australian women's team has helped that. And that's why Australia have been dominant. So we can always do more to improve it. And also at an international level as well. The ICC in particular, women's test matches, are very rare. Australia are playing one this summer against South Africa. They will be in Perth. And that's at the Wacker. So good to see cricket back at the Wacker again. It's been redeveloped at the moment. So it's good to see that in women's cricket. Good improvement from where it started to now has improved dramatically. And Australia's always had a good history in women's cricket history. We've produced some good players. That have performed well in women's cricket, which is fantastic, even in the modern era. So, I think that's the case with all women's sport in promoting, sport for girls and women. But I think we've done that well in Australia with cricket, but we can always get better at it. That's for sure. It's up to the governing bodies and the ICC to promote it on the international stage, which is especially the women's test matches as well. Prasan says today's match is not a crowd. Now, there were some people in. Prasan says, missed the West Indies. Yeah, it's sad to see the West Indies not participating in the World Cup. Gian says, oh, by the way, claim to fame, went to school with Tammy Beaumont. Played first team cricket with her older brother. Played for the same club too. That's good to hear, Gian. She's a very good player, Tammy Beaumont. Playing in the Women's Big Bash at the moment for the Renegades. Rasan says, I love the Women's Big Bash. That's good. It's a good competition. John says, when you're a young man and tell your girlfriend you're going to the cricket and she wants to do something else, well, you're going to the cricket that day. Yeah. Well, that's often the case, isn't it? It's your choice. You either like cricket or you don't. That's the thing. That's a great sport, cricket. It's a wonderful sport, and it's always good seeing people play it, getting involved in it, learning more about it, especially Nick and Gabe from Cricket for Americans. Learning about the game, which is fantastic. Gian says, my mum was a teacher at my school. She taught Tammy and Michael Beaumont. Oh, that's good to hear, Gian. Yeah, it's good to hear that. Obviously, being yeah. But yeah, cricket, yeah, it's a wonderful game, that's for sure. So it's a wonderful game, But it's at an interesting point at international level, that's for sure. It's very uncertain, but we need to do more to help cricket out. at an international level. Otherwise, before we know it, probably international cricket is probably gone as we know it. A lot of problems. And I suppose, Jihan said, do I have a girlfriend? Is she in cricket too? No, I don't, Jihan. No, don't have a partner. Nope. Or if I could use a cricket term, I don't have a batting partner. Pretty solo at the moment, but I think if I do meet someone, I don't think they'll be interested in cricket. You got to try and make them interested, I suppose, in the sport. But to answer your question, Jihad, nope, I don't have a batting partner. I'm pretty batting solo at the moment. Yeah. Oh well, yeah. One day, meet the right person. But as I go back to it before, it's your personal choice, I suppose, whether you like cricket or not. That's an interesting sport. It's a good sport, and it brings people together, which is a good thing. And doesn't matter where you're from, you can play a game of cricket. Pick up a bat and a ball, play it with your mates or in the backyard. Play it on the street or on the beach. Play it indoor, outdoor, or a club, or just at home. Jihan says, you'll be surprised. When I lived in Melbourne, I met a few girls that love cricket. Yeah. That, a lot of people like cricket. It's just some people don't, others do. So it's your choice. But, it's a good sport. Once you get into cricket, you can't stop. You just can't stop. It's an obsession. That's for sure. It's a wonderful escape. John says, that's why I started playing indoor cricket. I could get away with a few hours in the evening once a week. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, John? Go and play for your club on a weekend or a Saturday or Sunday, go for training. It's just, cricket's, as you say, John, it's an obsession. It is. I can't stop thinking about cricket 24/7. I have to listen to past games or something on YouTube to make me go to sleep. I just love it so much, it's just an obsession. And as you say, Jihan, and Australia did me is safety. Rasan says, Melbourne Cricket Ground is my favourite ground. It's a wonderful ground, the MCG. Jihan says, Australia doing well for me is safety. Great cricketer. Yeah, now I know what you're talking about, Jihan. We feel safe when Australia are doing well, are they? That's what the great cricketer guys say. We feel safe when Australia are doing well in cricket. And it's good to see them win back-to-back games, You can't write them off, really. What people say or say about that, but you can't write them off. They're always a good team. They're not a bad team. It's just that it hasn't clicked for them sometimes in terms of the performances, which is frustrating, but that's just the way it goes. Jihan says, I actually found that, feel that, not just because they said it, yeah. No, you tend to feel safe that, it's all right. Australia lost the first two games. They can come back. They've won the last two games now. It feels all right. It feels good. And that the next game against the Dutch, they're going to win that. 3 games on the trot. Play New Zealand, have a good record against them. Then play England, who are playing really poorly. And then you've got Afghanistan and Bangladesh to finish, which you think they should win those 2 games comfortably. No game's easy, of course. You can't write anyone off. We've seen that in this World Cup. But Australia could get on a roll, and before you know, they could be on, in the semi-finals. And people say, how on earth did they do that? Well, they played well and they bounced back. Rasan says, You have a nice voice. Well, thank you. People do say I do have a good voice for radio. Well, thank you. You're not the first one that's mentioned that. Jian says, although, oh my God, their review of India's win against Bangladesh, that was riling me up so much. Yeah. I haven't seen that one. But yeah, no. They do a good job, I suppose, the great cricketer guys. Jihan says, give it a break, guys. Their best Bangladesh, and Virat did everything he could get a personal milestone. Yeah, I did watch that game yesterday, and Bangladesh started well. It's just they fell away in the middle overs and put them on the back foot with that sort of loss of wickets. India batted well. Virat batted well. He's going to go past Sachin's record. He's on 48 now, so he's going to equal Sachin with 49 if he does get a next century, which I suppose is a good thing, I suppose, that someone's beating Sachin Tendulkar's records. But Virat Kohli, he's an exceptional player, and it was a bit controversial with the wide not being given. Jihan says, honestly, they made it sound like this was the greatest cricket team in the universe, not just on our planet. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose they would. But, they have to find a way of explaining these things, I suppose, the great cricketer guys. Their view on cricket is quite interesting, actually. Especially this World Cup as well. Rasan says, match fixing. Umpire didn't wide. This is a wide. It's down the leg side. Richard Kettleborough. Yeah, you could argue he should have gave it, but anyway. John says, reminds me I haven't watched the latest Wasted Saturday yet. Jihan says they need their viewers. Yeah, they do. They do quite have a lot of traction on YouTube from where they started, I suppose. But they've done okay things. They've interviewed some good people in the game of cricket, and they've done okay. So all the best to them. That's what you need to do, I suppose, in the world of the YouTube, in terms of cricket podcasting or YouTube channels for cricket. Try and get people into watching, I suppose. But yeah, no. You say, Jihan, even that, he didn't give it because Virat glared at him and he knew he wanted 100. Ridiculous, to be honest. I haven't seen it, and I respect Kettleborough as an umpire. I didn't see it either, Jihan. I only saw it the next day. I didn't really watch the match. I listened to the Guerrilla Cricket guys, which I tend to do just to hear their thoughts. So I didn't watch it. I was listening to another site, Guerrilla Cricket, and seeing it on the replay in terms of the video. Yeah, he should have gave it a wide. It was down the leg side. But usually bowlers do that anyway, especially if a bat is approaching a milestone and it's the end of the game. They do that. Yes, as HEN, but if he made that decision solely for the Indian supporters, that's weak. Prasan says King Curly century in style. Jihan says India are not above the sport. Yeah, you're going to have these controversial moments. That happens, I suppose. But yeah, looking at it, it should have been called a wide. It was down the leg side, so anything down the leg side should be called a wide. So anyway, that is done and dusted, and nothing we can do about it. Jihan says, well, I said for Indian supporters, but I mean for Kohli as well. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, no. India, very dominant again in that game against Bangladesh. And they got a big game against New Zealand. I'm hoping that's going to be a good game. Both teams undefeated, so top of the table clash. One of the teams will lose the game. Who will it be? Will it be India or New Zealand? I'm going for New Zealand. I tend to support New Zealand when Australia are not playing. I like the way they go about their cricket. You say, Jihan, the question is, would that have been different for Tamim Iqbal? Well, he's not playing in this World Cup. He's out with injury, Tamim. Not a bad player from Bangladesh. I don't know, Jihan. I don't know. You also say, or is he just unimportant? I don't know. We can always draw to these conclusions. Rasan says India versus Australia. I think that match is very interesting, but the match is one-sided. Well, it already happened. Whoops. Yeah, that game was one-sided. Australia didn't play well in that first game in Chennai. But the good thing for Australia is that they don't have to play India or South Africa maybe until the semi-finals again. So those were two tough games. And, two informed sides, really. And they're always going to be up against it. But it's good to see them play well. They're good tonight with the performance, and I think they'll be pleased, in the way that they played, which is good. Hopefully they can do well. If Australia make the semi-finals, I would say that's a pass, like 2019. If they don't go on and win it, I think semi-finals, pass mark, I think. In terms of if you would grade them with their performance in this World Cup, in terms of how they've gone about things after the start that they had, losing the first two games. Rasan says, Tamim Iqbal, nice Bangladesh, most centurion player and fastest test century for Bangladesh. Hey, it wasn't a bad player. Sorry, the point I was trying to make is the umpire being swayed by a big name player, but if it was a Bangladesh player or Dutch player or Afghanistan player, now I'll give it the wide. Doesn't matter if they get 100. But Virat, we need to make a story here. Yeah. A lot of people have been making those same thoughts that you've just mentioned there, Jihan. At the end of the day, he probably made a mistake, Richard Kettleborough. He is a good umpire. He's one of the best in the business, but he's had a few mistakes in this World Cup, Richard Kettleborough. Anyway, it's already happened, so there's nothing we can say or do to change that. That's just the way it goes. But that's usually a tactic from teams anyway, to bowl a wide down the leg side to stop someone from getting a century. I think that happened with Virender Sehwag once, if I remember clearly. Jihan says Kettleborough is one of my favourite umpires, actually. He's not bad. He's made a few errors a little bit in this World Cup, but he's been around for a while. He's umpired over 100 ODIs now. So, yeah. Jihan says generally the English umpires are good. Yeah, Richard Illingworth's not bad. I thought he had a good game tonight. Interesting trivia question about Richard Illingworth. He was a part of the 1992 England team. He was the left-arm spinner. He played in the final in 92. Jihan says there were some shockers, to be fair, in the 90s. Well, you could be referring to either, I don't know, David Shepherd, maybe Dickie Bird. He umpired in the 90s. He umpired from the 70s to the 90s and retired. But, umpiring's a tough gig, Jihan. I should know because I've done it myself. Not an easy profession, to be honest. John says, Joel was your favourite. He's had a few blunders, Joel Wilson. A few LBWs that he has given out, but then on review have been overturned. Gian says, no, Shep. And Gian says, and Dickie were good as well. Yeah, they were two good umpires, David Shepherd and Dickie Bird. When I spoke to Daryl Harper, he had some good memories about David Shepherd. Always used to hop on one leg when it was on Nelson, 1-1-1 or stuff like that. A bit superstitious, but they were pretty good umpires. Jihan says, I'm talking about David Constant and Cyril Mitchell. Ah, yes, those names ring a bell. Yeah. Well, there's been many umpires that have umpired over the years. You have good and bad umpires, I suppose. I suppose when you look at it from a overall, you would think, Alim Dar was not bad. He's now retired. He was not bad as an umpire. Rudy Kutsin was well respected by the players. Steve Buckner was good, but then we all know his problems towards the end of his career. Rasan says, do I use other social medias? Yes, we're on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, Hassan. So check us out on there. Links to that are in the description of the YouTube channel. Gian says, actual Cyril Mitchell was South African, but he was terrible. Gian says, oh, geez. Yeah, umpires. I suppose David Warner said it should be, knowledge that we should have a look at their accuracy ratings. We discussed that earlier. Jihan says, I thought Alim Dar was okay, but he made shockers, including the recent series in Pakistan. He wasn't a bad umpire, Alim Dar. He was pretty good generally. Players respected him, and he was pretty good. Jihan says, I hated Billy Bowden and Rudy Kutsin and Russell Tiffin. Oh, yes. I remember watching that clip on YouTube. I'm not sure if you saw it, Jihan, but it was a clip of Russell Tiffin making a bit of an error. It was in Zimbabwe. It was when Australia played South Africa in that try series in 2014. And James Faulkner was bowling, and Russell Tiffin made a huge blunder about giving a leg bye or not, and he had to change his decision and do all that stuff. It's on YouTube. I don't know if you've seen it, Jihan, but it was quite a funny video. And Jihan says David Orchard. Yeah, quite a few names from there that you've mentioned do ring a bell in terms of umpiring. But we've had some good umpires over the years, and we've had some umpires who've struggled a little bit. Jihan says Soka de Silva was a benefit of the doubt to the bowler umpire. Yes, Soka de Silva. Yes, yes, a name from the past as well. Daryl Harper spoke about him when I chatted to him. He spoke about Soka de Silva and the experiences he had with him, and yes. Jihan said, we've had some complete idiot umpires in the 90s, 2000s. Yeah, well, a lot of umpires come through the system. Who else do we have? Tony Hill from New Zealand's another one. Oh, we haven't mentioned his name. Retired a long time ago. I think he retired after the 2013 Ashes. I think he umpired that series in England. Jihan says, I thought Steve Buckner was good. Sorry, Indian fans. Yes, I don't think Gabe would agree with you there, Jihan. But, He was okay towards, as you mentioned, Gian, towards the end, he struggled a bit. Yeah. I think he just stayed on a little bit. In terms of his performances, I think he was just stayed on a little bit too long. As an umpire, you should know when it's time to retire. But you say, Gian, Buckner was good. He wasn't bad. He umpired, as you mentioned, Gian, gave him World Cup. I think he umpired, I don't know how many World Cup finals in a row, but I think he did the 99 one. I'm not sure about 2003, but he did do 2007 with Alim Dar. As you say, Gian, his eyesight went towards the end. Yeah, he was getting on a bit, and he was towards the end. It's sort of past your best sort of thing as a player. As an umpire, the same thing. Rasan says, I need some sleep. Well, I'm used to the lack of sleep, Rasan, especially watching the Ashes, of course, over the last few months. Gian says, he did 2003. Yeah, I thought he did. Yeah. Then he did 2007 with Alim Dar. So he did 3 in a row, which is not bad. So it indicates that the ICC or, the selectors have rated your umpiring highly. Gian says, Shep was good too. Yeah, I remember that 2003 World Cup match, Jihan, with David Shepherd. He had some words to Waqar Younis, who was bowling beamers to Andrew Simons, and suspended him from the attack. And Jihan says, typical West Country man. Yeah, Darrell Harper said he was a very good guy, very kind person, very warm. Loved umpiring with him. Darrell Harper said he was one of my favorite colleagues to work with. And I can see why. He was a very nice man. Gian says he was the one that had to calm Ambrose down. Yeah, that's a big job, isn't it, to calm Kirtley down? But David Shepherd, he was, he did, didn't he? When he was trying to attack Steve Waugh, then 8 years later, in that Joburg game. I remember him obviously from that altercation with Ambrose and Walsh. Sorry, not Ambrose and Walsh, Ambrose and Waugh. And Jihan says, when Simons was kicking off at Waqar, I always remember watching that YouTube clip, and he always said, we can't be having too much of these beamers, which, he applied the letter to the law exactly. It was dangerous from Waqar Younis. And he was captain at the time, I think. Says Jihan, he told Simons to get back to his crease. Yeah, he did. And then you say he went up to Waqar, And he said, we can't have too many of these beamers, Waqar. I was going to suspend you from the attack. And he took him off in the end. He bowled another one. And Gian says he had a huge go at him. And stop this nonsense or I banned you. Yeah, he did. He did. And it's just too dangerous. You can't be bowling beamers like that. Very little tolerance. One beamer, one warning, next one you're out. Which happened recently. I can't remember the match, but someone did get suspended for that. Well, thank you, Rassan. Thanks for joining us. We hope to see you back next time. And Jihan says, yeah, mate, that's an umpire taking control of the situation. That's right. That's what you got to do. You got to deal with that conflict, which can often be tense. Just, calm down the situation and explain what's happening. Yes, say John, because at that point, it was getting dangerous. He had to do something, and yes, say Gian, it looked like Simons and Waqar was going to have a physical brawl, and Waqar was older by then. He was getting towards the back end of his career, wasn't he? I'm not sure if he was captain by then, Waqar Younis, or was it Makram that was captain in that World Cup? One of the two. That's the thing. Just got to calm the situation, and he handled it well. He was a good people person, And I think that's very important as an umpire. You just got to be a good people person, communicate well. And you say, Jihan, don't think he would have had taken on a youngish Andrew Symonds. No, he wouldn't. I don't think he did. But that's just the way it is, isn't it? In terms of players and all that stuff. Gian says he was captain for that World Cup. Yeah, I thought he was. I know he captained Pakistan in Test cricket, of course, and same with Waqar Younis and Wasim Akram did as well. Not for very long. They're an example of bowlers being captains, and Pat Cummins obviously now. But yeah, David Shepherd, he was a good people person, communicated well with the players. You can really sense that from umpires and stuff like that. John says, just ask that pitch invader. Roy sorted him out. He did too. Gave him the old shoulder charge. That was the end of the end, flat on his back. Gian says, I think Wasim was captain in 96, but when they lost, yeah. I think he was too, yeah. Wasim Akram took over as well, I think. He sort of took over after that period in the 2000s, I think. Yeah. With Pakistan teams in the years. But, yeah, just going back on the umpires, yeah. You've got to have all those skills and dealing with those situations. And you really got to do that quite well. And he did that well on that occasion. Gian says he had to try to go back to Pakistan, but people were burning down his house and telling him Pakistanis not to come home. They're passionate about their cricket on the subcontinent and high pressure with India and Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. They care a lot about their cricket, that's for sure. And that's the thing. You got to perform well, otherwise these things will happen. And that's just the way it goes, I suppose. But he was a very good bowler, Waqar Younis. Let's just say that, very good bowler, and same with Wasim Akram as well. Try, hitting them all around the park. It was very hard to do on very few occasions. Gian says they lost to India, did they, in 96? I'm not sure. Jihan, I'm not sure. I have to look back at the records for that. I'm not sure. Maybe they did. I'm not sure if they did lose in 96, but I think they did. Well, it's 1996, so you would think so. In terms of a test series, that is. I'm not sure. Maybe. They may have won a test or two. I'm not sure. Gian says Sri Lanka belted England. They did. Yeah, that's when Murali took those wickets at the Oval. Yeah, they did. Sorry. You're talking about the World Cup, Jihan. You're talking about the World Cup. Sorry, my mistake. I thought you were talking about that test match. Gian says in the quarterfinals, Australia beat New Zealand in Chennai. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. John says Sam Kerr did the same thing to a pitch invader when she was playing for Chelsea. She got a yellow card. Yeah. Well, that's more for the security to handle, John. But Andrew Symonds took matters into his own hands. It's Roy. He could do whatever he wanted. And he was pretty tough too. I wouldn't mess with Andrew Symonds. And Gian says West Indies beat South Africa. Yeah. 96 was an interesting World Cup. Australia won that close semi-final against the West Indies in Mohali. They made 200 or something, and they bowled the West Indies out. Shane Warne had a good game, and then went through to the final and lost in 96. So, yes, that World Cup in 96 was interesting. It was in Pakistan and India, I think it was. It was known as the Wills World Cup back then. The sponsor. First World Cup in the subcontinent since 1987. Which, yeah, and obviously now it's been back on the subcontinent a couple of times now, 2011 and now this year. Definitely not a bad World Cup in terms of the matches. I do remember that match. I can't remember, was it? I think it was Sri Lanka and India, I think it was, where the stadium was on fire in terms of the stand. Gian says, 96 to me seemed to be the World Cup that was so open and not about financial situations of each country. I suppose different time back then, Gian, before the turn of the century, or before the year 2000. Gian says, or to where teams stood in the cricket economy. Yeah, that's right. It was a different time back then because it was just different. Cricket was very different back then. India weren't as strong as they are now. They were a very different team back then. Gian says, that was the semi-final. Yeah. At Eden Gardens, yeah. Devanush, thanks for joining us. You say India-Australia final? Could be. You never know. Let's see what happens. There's still a lot of cricket to be played, but in 2023, yeah, it could be. Still plenty of cricket to be played, though, but you never know. Could happen. Gian says Eden Gardens was almost 12,000 back then in terms of seats, I think. Honestly, I think. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah. It's changed over the years, Eden Gardens, in terms of the stadium. Gian says the two best teams in this tournament, India and Australia. I think many people would think otherwise, Jihan, in terms of Australia playing at the moment. But yeah, let's see what happens. Yes, to say, but Australia are struggling to play to their potential at the moment, also back then. Yeah, well, they were good enough in 96. It was just Sri Lanka were good. It was good to see that from Sri Lanka. Arjuna Ragatunga was a very inspirational leader. He was small in stature, but, you could feel that presence. Devosh says New Zealand can play sport. They can. I think New Zealand have a good chance. They're playing some good cricket. And I like the way they go about their cricket in New Zealand. Such a wonderful country, being there myself for a holiday. Gian says India was slightly dependent on Sachin. Of course they would. He's one of your best players. Of course you're going to be dependent on your best players. But, he was in another league, Sachin. And, obviously disappointment for India, of course, if we're talking about 96, because he played in 96. World Cup at home. It was in India. It was in Pakistan as well, that World Cup, and didn't quite get over the hurdle. India. I think India lost that game against Sri Lanka. There was a bit of a riot in one of the stadiums. I know because Clive Lloyd was match referee and he awarded the match to Sri Lanka. I think it was Sri Lanka. And India, were losing that game, and but Australia were good enough to make it in 96 and make it to the final. Mark Taylor was captain, and they come against a Sri Lankan side that were pretty good. And you say, and Sri Lanka only scrapped their way to 250. Sanaf and Ramesh got out in the first 2 overs. Well, yeah, pretty good team Sri Lanka had. They had Aravinda De Silva, Rangatunga, Sanaf Jayasuriya was pretty good. I can't pronounce his name, but that wicketkeeper, I can't pronounce his name, started with K. Can't pronounce his name, but I think he was set up as a pinch hitter for Sri Lanka. He did okay. Jihan says, who were giving them a huge first 15 overs scores in that tournament. Aravinda randomly scored 60 or 40. Now, he's a pretty good player, Aravinda de Silva. I think it was his birthday the other day. Pretty good player, and he was. He was an exceptional player. Really led the way for Sri Lanka, led them in their early days of their cricket development. And that's it, Jihan, yes. I can't pronounce his last name, but yes, yeah. That's it. He was set up as a pinch hitter. And it paid off for Sri Lanka at times. No one really thought about that. Oh, send up a... And you say, but he changed the momentum. Yeah, he did. He's set up as a pinch hitter, and no one really thought about that, to set up your wicketkeeper as a pinch hitter. It was never really a thing back then. But Sri Lanka thought, we'll give it a go and see if it works. And it did. It paid off on a few occasions. Not all the time, but it paid off. And you say, Jihan, even then, just about scraped to 250. Yeah. And they believed. They believed that they could get the job done and win. Jihan says a lot of people still thought India had it. Yeah, they would have in 96, yeah. And just didn't quite get over the hurdle of that game. But, in 2011, they won under Dhoni. And they could do it against Rohit Sharma. In 2023, they're on track to do that. And win their third World Cup. But there's still a lot of cricket to be played. Jihan says, Roshan Marahara played a crucial role. Yeah, he was not bad either. They had good players, Sri Lanka. They had talented players. It was just putting that together in a performance. They managed to do that, and they managed to play some really good cricket, and they played well in that tournament and won the World Cup, which is a proud day in Sri Lankan cricket history. Really announced them on the map. And they went on to do good things. I think after that, that obviously they're struggling a bit at the moment, but, they can come back. You say got to 50, pushed the score out to 250, and you're struggling from dehydration, had a runner. Yes, you could do that back then, not now. It's no runners allowed in international cricket. It's outlawed. Now, no runners in international cricket because of that reason, because some players could be taking that as a disadvantage. So not the case anymore now with the runners. Always a funny thing with the runners, always confusion with the runners in terms of who should be on strike and whether we should take the run or not. Yes, to say, Jihan, he was really screwed, cramping everywhere. Yeah, you would be in that heat. So understandable that he needed a runner. And Jihan says, but he has a runner. Yeah, that's a legitimate reason to have a runner. That's why they got rid of the runners, because people were taking it for a disadvantage. So that's why they got rid of it, because players were exploiting that, and they needed to get rid of it. And yes, I say Jihan, and Sanaf came out to run for him, the fastest run in cricket. Yeah. And yes, I say Jihan, but what happened was India were 1 for 90 in 15 overs. Yeah, it's not a bad score, actually. 1 for 90 in 15 overs, not bad. And you say Sachin was smashing it everywhere. Well, of course he would be, because he's Sachin Tendulkar and he can do those memorable knocks and bat well and stuff like that. No, he batted really well, Sachin. He's one of the best in the world. No wonder people said he was like Don Bradman in a way. Comparisons. And Don Bradman said, this guy's batting like me. Those famous words. And he sort of did, really, to an extent. He sort of batted like Sidon. Yes, say Jihan, but he got stumped down the leg side of Sanaf off a wide. Then India had a ridiculous collapse. That can often happen. That can often happen with these sort of things, can it? You lose one wicket and then you have a bit of batting collapse, and it's just part of cricket, isn't it? Which is the thing. But yeah, you know, these things happen. That's just the way the game is. And you look back on it and you say, oh, well, we could have done better. And yeah, you know. But they've got a good chance, India, I suppose, in this World Cup in 2023. You know, probably their best chance since, obviously, 2011, when MS Dhoni led them to victory, which was a famous winning. And speaking about Sri Lanka, you know, they made it to 2 World Cup finals back-to-back. I think that's a great achievement. 2007 and 2011. Sure, they didn't win, but to make it to back-to-back World Cup finals is a testament to Sri Lankan cricket and the players that they had at the time, the likes of Jay Wardner, Murali, and Sangakkara. And Lasith Malinga, too. Let's say Jihan. Then once the 7-wicket fell, the Indians start burning down the stands. That's right. And Sri Lanka won the game because of that. Because, they were worried about the safety and they just burnt down the stands and had a bit of a riot there. Yeah, that's the game I was talking about earlier. Yeah. Yeah, Clive Lord was match referee and he awarded the game to Sri Lanka because of that. So Clive Lloyd was a match referee as well back in the day. Jihan says, actually in the World Cup, they had a very similar game to against Australia. Mark Wall scored 150. Yes, say Jihan also got such an out stumped off a wide when he was going crazy. John says 1 goes, 2 goes, or 3 goes like clockwork. That's right. Batting collapses happen like that. I've been a part of them in club cricket. It's never a good thing. Well, obviously not myself. I come out at number 11, but you see the top order collapse in the middle order, and then you have to go out there and do the job. Which is not a nice feeling. That's just cricket. You know, you just got to go out there and do it. Yeah, good fun, but difficult in terms of going out there with the bat, especially at number 11. That's horrible. I feel for the tail enders because I am one myself. Not a good feeling when you come out there at number 11, the team's struggling, and you're in trouble, which is not good. Jihan says, in 2005, came out to bat at number 8. Yeah. Well, a couple of seasons ago, I had to. And we lost the game because of it. Jihan says, and this West Indian guy kept bouncing me. Well, he would have, you know, drawing inspiration from the famous attack of the 70s and the 80s. And Jihan says, on a low, skiddy pitch. Yeah, that would have been difficult. But I've had to come out at number 11 a few times just to hold up an end. Well, yeah, when we're 9 down. Jihan says, and I got hit a few times. Yeah, you would have. It's not nice, especially when it's skidding through. You just don't know if it's going to skid through or hold on the surface a bit. And Jihan says on the chest and abdomen. Yeah, that's going to hurt. A cricket ball's not a nice thing. I remember someone bowled me a Yorker in the nets and my foot swelled up quickly. It's very hard, cricket ball. Jihan says, and it kept coming and staring at me. I was only 17 at the time. Yeah, that would have been a bit, get the blood pumping and the adrenaline. Jihan says, yeah, he was and he was a short guy too. Yeah, usually if you're a short bowler, they can often be the hardest ones to face, especially if the pitch is skidding a bit, as you say here, and he was quick. Yeah, that can often be difficult, especially the shorter bowlers. They can be difficult to play. as the tall bowlers. Someone who's tall bowling, they can be a bit easier than the shorter guys, especially if it's skidding through and going like that. Man, it's a bit difficult. From my experience, batting at low order can often be a difficult place. Gian says, I had to say to him, why don't you get me out instead of staring at me? And that riled him up. That added fuel to the fire. Yeah. He's getting into the contest, and he's sort of that character, Gian says. But I kept him out, and we got a draw, and I got 20 not out. Well, that's the spirit. That's pretty much what happened to me. I had to pretty much bat at number 11 and bat out one end and keep the other well-experienced batter at the other end, and he nicked off. Hit the cover off it. He wasn't happy, I can tell you that. He threw his bat in his coffin, as we say, or the kit bag. He wasn't happy, I could tell you. And we lost by a run. I came out at number 11. We needed like a handful of runs to win. I had to hold up an end. Really, I wasn't going to get the runs. So I said, well, I'm going to hold up an end and you get the runs. You've been the experienced batter. So I blocked out a few overs, faced a bit of spin, faced a bit of pace, and, the experienced batter nicked off. And we lost by a run. So that was pretty intense, I could tell you that. Trying to block out one end and get the strike to the other batter. Gian says, I think this bowler thought he was Malcolm Marshall. Well, he's pretty short, and he was pretty good, Malcolm Marshall. Very skillful, very talented. 300 wickets for the West Indies. And Jihan says, really? Yeah. He nicked off. And he wasn't happy after that, I could tell you. It was heartbreaking. We lost by a run. I did my job. It was quite nerve-wracking. Jihan says, that's never happened to me. Yeah, well, it happened to me. Happened to our club. Yeah. Very daunting. Number 11, the team's cheering. You're 9 down. You walk down the steps. Wasn't a good start. I dropped my bat. It fell out of my hands. I said, oh, geez, that's not a good start. Jihan says, never had a close game go against my team. Yeah, it was a close game. We started okay, and then I had to come out at number 9. I was like, please don't lose any more wickets. I don't want to bat out there at number 11. Just get the runs, and they lost wickets. I remember walking down the steps of the grandstand. No, I didn't, Jihan. I red inker. Not out. I did my job. I didn't score a run. I blocked it out. I'll tell you the story anyway. So the 9th wicket fell. I rushed up, very nervous, heart pounding, sweaty, the adrenaline pumping. I was like, oh, God, I have to go out here and bat because they didn't get the runs. So anyway, walked down the steps and got to the gate and dropped my bat. Walked out to the middle. And the batter at the other end said, okay, we'll run on your call. And I said, mate, I won't be doing any running. I'll be holding up an end. You got to do the job. I don't think my batting prowess can get us over the line. So he said, okay. So, I blocked out a few overs. I faced some spin. It was like facing Murali. Didn't know which way I was going to turn. I was like, geez. Well, anyway, I kept it out. Forward defenses were pretty solid. The team were cheering in the grandstand, and they said, yeah, that's the spirit. I was like, good to know I had the support of the team. Blocked out a few overs. We ran a few runs. It got down to the wire. I think we needed a handful of runs. I was at the non-strikers end, and the last wicket fell. Hit the batter at the other end hit the cover off it, nicked it, and the keeper caught it. And we lost by a run. And I could tell you, when we came back to the pavilion, he threw his bat down in his kit bag very hard. And I was like, oh, geez, he is not happy. No, it was a close game, but it was a good game, at the end. What type of spin? It was off spin, I think. Off spin. And it was like facing Murley. It was like, geez. I wasn't watching out of the hand. But I was like, geez, you got to watch it a little bit, at least which way it's turning. Didn't turn that much, really. Got in behind it, forward defense, blocked out a few. He wasn't bowling fast anyway. It was a bit slow and loopy. Wanted to tempt me into a... Yeah, geez, yeah, I know. And he nicked the cover off it. I remember it. He went for a big flashing drive outside off stump, nicked it, went straight to the keeper. And I was like, oh, that's the game. We lost by a run. Yeah. Pretty good game, though. It's a good game of cricket. I can't remember the scores. But I did my job. I was not out. Pretty good. Pretty, did my job. Jihan. So you say, so I remember my under-15 final for my club. We were winning it. Tell us about that, Jihan. Tell us about that. I think it's an interesting story that you have there. You say, Jihan, the way that Josh Hazlewood nicked off today, pretty much. Well, Josh didn't really go for a big flashing drive, did he? It was more extravagant. But yeah, similar. You could say that. No, I was just saying, well, you're the experienced batter. Well, he bowled a bit, but anyway, that's just the way it goes. The GM says, okay, so I remember fielded up mid-on, sorry. Geez, the lack of sleep is kicking in. Geez. Go on, Jihan, sorry to interrupt. And my friend, who was from my school, 2 years younger than me, Michael Pereira. So that's a cool sounding name. Jihan says he was half Sri Lankan, half Polish. Really? Oh, that's a strange sort of background. Go on, Jihan. Waiting for your response to this story. You say yes. His mum was Polish. Oh. Waiting for your response, Jihan. Well, thanks everyone for joining us. I know we've been live for 6 hours and the match already finished a few hours ago. No worries, John. We have chatted on for a bit. It's we've gone a little bit over time, but thank you, John. Get some breakfast. I'll see you back on Wednesday for the next match. Jihan says, and I think his dad was a Sinhalese guy from Sri Lanka, a doctor, but his first marriage was divorced. Anyway, me and Michael were kind of mates, but I didn't know him too well because he was 2 years younger. But anyway, we were dominating this under-15 final. Well, that's pretty good. That's pretty good that you're in control of the match, which is good. Always good in a final. And you say, Gian, and I talk. Sorry. I was fielding at mid-on, and I and I think around the 15th over, the batsman absolutely smashes it in the air, down the ground. I dive full length and take the catch. Well, that's pretty good. Pretty good to take the catch. And it hit my hands hard. Yeah, it would have. They usually do when you catch a cricket ball. It comes in a bit harder than you expect. And you say, but back then I was athletic and probably weighed even less than you. Back then I was so scrawny. Yeah, I would contest to that, Jihan. I'm pretty much the same as well. I don't have much weight myself. Pretty light. Jihan says, so we pretty much sealed the game. Well, that's good. You know, you always want to take one of those momentous catches or run-outs in a final. You know, you remember those for a long time. So that's pretty good that you've done that. You say last over from memory. I think they needed 18. And we're on our way to celebrating. And then number 8 starts smashing my mate Pereira. That's not good. You know, dispatched all around the ground, sort of like the Pakistan and Australian bowlers tonight at Bengaluru. Hits 2 sixes, first 2 balls, cow corner. So pretty good shots if it was over cow corner. Deep mid wicket. And he's rattled. I would be, especially if you've got that pressure on the over and you have to try and come back from that. He's only played cricket for 1 to 2 years. Yeah, dude. He has no experience at all. That's tough. That's really tough. Yeah, I can see why you would be under pressure from that position. And you say, Gian, and I walked up to him from mid-on. Yes, some words of encouragement to and you say, okay, why not you try slow ball? Now that's good. That's pretty good. That's not a bad tactic. Change the pace, deceive him a little bit. That's and you say, and he tries it and bowls him clean. Wow, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good tactic. Change the pace. And as I say, Jihan, then we won by 5 runs. on the club under 15 championship. Such good times thinking back. Yeah, that's what you do, reminiscing. You have good memories when you play a cricket. I've had a lot of good memories. Not that particular memory when I had to come out at number 11 and try and win the game for the team, but that happens, I suppose. But yeah, such good times reminiscing, I suppose. It makes you happy and realize that, cricket can be a good game. It can also be a bit of a hard game as well. And Jihan, you say the square boundaries were so short thinking back. Probably like the M.Chinnaswamy. Very short square of the wicket. Yeah, and usually on small grounds, it's pretty hard to do that. And yes, I say, if anyone got a hold of the ball, it would be 6, but we're all tiny teenagers. Yeah, obviously. Back then you would obviously different, of course, grown up, of course, now. So yeah, there we go. Yeah, that was a good story to hear, Jihan. Thank you for sharing that. And yes. Well, thanks everyone for still watching. If you're here joining us, I know not many people watching now. Obviously, we just had a bit of a chat after the game. We've gone a little bit over time. And no, that's all right, Jihan. The time has gotten away. It's nearly 6 o'clock. I can hear the birds chirping outside the window. So I've known that I've gone over time, and I have. Jeez. The things you do for watching cricket, I suppose, and that. But no, we've had a pretty good chat, laid back. It's a Saturday, so it's all right. It's good. That's all right. That's all right. Good to have a chat. Yeah. Really, of course it would be 3 a.m. in Perth. You're 2 hours behind. Yeah, 2.5 hours behind. Yeah. Yeah, it's 5. It's nearly 6 here. You say, Gian, but I'm so happy Australia won tonight. Yeah, I'm happy as well. It's a good win. It would be a confidence booster for them, that's for sure. You also say, but they should have scored 400, 500. I don't think anyone's doing that, Jihan. I think England nearly did that against Australia at Trent Bridge. Nearly scored 500. I don't think it will ever happen again. But, let's be realistic. I think 400 was more on the cards than 5. They pretty much got enough runs in the end, to win by 62 runs is yeah, I know that was yeah. That's yeah, they should have. Look, at the end of the day, I think we can over nitpick a bit and say they should have got 400, but they got enough runs in the end. Their bowling was good enough just to get some wickets. And Pakistan just faltered a little bit and just collapsed a little bit. They just sort of fell away a little bit there, Pakistan, which happened against India, really. And it's disappointing for them, really. Now they're on the back foot. I'm not sure what their next game is, but they'll have to win, and they'll have to win well. Gian says, what do you think about the passion from Sonistan? It was good. It was good. He bowled well. He bowled well tonight, Stoinis. He got the break. He got the first 2 breakthroughs. He really cracked it open for Australia. So you see that from players. You want to see that emotion. It was good. It shows that he cares. He wants to be there. It means a lot because Australia haven't been playing well. So I think as a fan, you would like to see that passion and drive from players. And I think that's good. I think it's important to express yourself, not be robots. Show that emotion, that passion. As you say, it means something. Yeah, it does. It shows that you care. And, you want to try your best. And they're all trying their best. I think we've got to remember the people. They're human beings. It's a game. Sure, they can frustrate us. It's cricket, sport. Nothing goes to plan, but they're trying their best. They're giving it their best. They're giving their all. Gian says, my brother doesn't like Stoinis for some reason. He's just jealous of his muscles. Probably, especially if people photograph you randomly in New York City, then you must be doing something right, Marcus Stoinis. But he's got that ability to do things, Marcus Stoinis. I remember in Adelaide in that one day against South Africa it was. I was there because I watched it, where he took those wickets and Australia won that game. And he showed the same passion as he did in that game as he did tonight against Pakistan, which is good. He's capable, Marcus Stoinis. It's just he hasn't done it consistently enough for Australia. Hasn't scored runs consistently, but he scored a good 20 tonight, which contributed to the effort. And he bowled well. Saw that, but he seemed happy in New York. He did. He's playing Major League Cricket, wasn't he? So, and you say, Gina, well, it was the T20 against Sri Lanka at Perth last year. Yeah, he really batted well in that game. Australia needed him because they were in trouble. And you say he was emotional then too. Yeah, he was. He was pretty fired up. And you say, I was trying to talk my brother about that. Yeah, no, I remember his first one-day century that he scored in Auckland. I remember watching that. It was a pretty good knock. But since then, he's been a bit, good performances here and there, but not consistently. And you say, Jihan, and my brother said he probably only cares about his muscles. Well, he's pretty buff, isn't he? So he's, he could be a model. At the end of his cricket career, Marcus Stoinis could be a model. Why not? That's his further career path, I think. That he bowled well. It was important that he needed to take those wickets for Australia because they're in trouble with that partnership developing. And you say, Jihan, because I was telling him he hits the 6 off of Sri Lankan spinners, full toss. Yeah, he did. He batted well that day. Australia just won. Yeah, so they needed that win badly. Which was, what they needed to do. Yes, to say, Jihan, and I was telling my brother, I think that should have been a no ball for Hind. Yes, it would be borderline. If it's just dipping below the waist, it's okay. To see that. Yes, Jihan, but Stoinis didn't tell the umpires. No, he would have thought that the umpires would have done that themselves. They can check, only for a wicket though. For those waist-high full tosses. Let's say Jihan, and my brother said he probably too busy trying to be the Hulk and showing off his muscles. Yeah, well, yeah, that's just people. You have different preferences. You either like a player or you don't. It's like with David Warner. You like him or you don't. That's all right. You don't have to like someone in terms of a cricket player or player. And you say, Jan, so his sister Natasha works with me. Oh, that's good. She's a doctor. Oh, that's good. Didn't know that. Thanks for telling me, Jihan. So thanks everyone for still watching. I know we've gone a little bit over time. It's just a bit of a general chat. For those who are still watching, if you want to be a part of our cricket quiz on the Dibbly-Dobbly podcasts, please fill out the expression of interest form, which is in the description. Fill it out if you want to be a part of the quiz. She's very beautiful. She would be. Obviously, it runs in the family, of course. Her and Marcus, runs in the family. Yeah, they have good looks. So just a reminder about the quiz. If you're interested in that, fill out the form, which is available on this link to express your interest about the quiz. If you're interested in that, we need numbers. Gian says, but I don't know her too well. I just know her as Marcus's sister. Yeah, well, that's good to know. So about the quiz, the format, the structure is not known yet because we need people to be interested in the quiz. But if you're interested in the quiz in terms of competing against other people around the world, testing your cricket knowledge, then express your interest. Copy and paste the link, which is available in the description of the chat, and fill it out. It only takes a few seconds. Jihan says, what is it going to be on? I don't know, Jihan. I think it's going to be based on everything. I haven't decided yet. And you say, if it's on modern cricket, I have a chance. I haven't decided in terms of the format. Depends how many people we get. Depends how many people we get, the structure, the type of questions. So based on everything really about cricket. Maybe I have to wait and see. But you used to say, don't know much about Neil Harvey and Don Bradman. Well, the questions won't be about them. Maybe some. Maybe. But no, just, I don't know, general things about the game, about certain games, impacts that players had. I don't know, just general stuff about cricket, umpiring questions, you name it. So we haven't decided yet about the format, but we've had some good responses. People have signed up, expressed their interest, which is fantastic. But we need more. We've only got 4 people that are interested, so more the merrier. So we can do the quiz, and it's a bit of fun just to test your knowledge. You may win a prize. Who knows? We haven't thought that through yet. So if you're listening, Jihan, I did send an email with the expression of interest form. So if you want to fill that out, you can send it through and express your interest in the quiz. Could be a live stream, could be an episode pre-recorded. I don't know, because we need people to that's good to hear, Gian. Thank you. And you're interested. Yeah, more the merrier, Jihan. That's fantastic. Yeah. So that's good. And for those who haven't filled a format yet, please do. It only takes a few minutes to do. Yes, to say, John, but I'll probably be embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed, Jihan. It's a bit of fun. We wanted to try something different, get people into the podcasts and give back, obviously, because a lot of people have supported the channel over the years. So I thought it was a good thing for our listeners just to be a part of the podcast, be involved, So I thought it was a good idea. It's only an idea, so hopefully we get more people. So, but don't be embarrassed, Jihan. It's a bit of fun. It's a bit of fun. It's a bit of fun, and yeah, don't be embarrassed. Bit of fun. Test your knowledge out on the game of cricket. And for those who haven't filled out the form yet, please do. That's available in our YouTube channel, on our social medias, and also in the chat of this live stream. So there's the link on the screen for those who want to fill out a form, be interested in the quiz. You may win a prize, you may not. I don't know. We haven't thought that through yet in terms of the the quiz and how will it work, because we need some interest from people. So it depends on how many people are interested in that. No worries, Jihan. It's thank you. It's good to have a bit of an outlet, bit of a chat, and just escape from the modern world. The things I do for cricket, it's 6 o'clock, and yeah, the lack of sleep is starting to kick in. I've just noticed that during tonight's stream a little bit, fumbling the words a bit, and lack of sleep, that's what happens. And anyway, it was worth it. Australia won the match anyway. Good to see them perform well, but good to get a few hours of kip and sleep, which is important, and do it all again on Wednesday, I suppose, for the next game, Australia and the Netherlands. No, I don't, Jihan. It's the weekend, and I'm pretty much free. I don't have anything on today, which is pretty good, you know. So, it's all right. Yeah. So no, just good to unwind, I suppose. That's good. A bit of a free weekend. Nothing for me. Yeah, just looking forward to the weekend. Looking forward to cricket. You say, Gian, I'll be following England South Africa closely tonight. Yeah, I hope South Africa win. And you say, Gian, I'm hoping South Africa. Yeah, I hope South Africa win too. Yeah, I hope they win, because I don't want to see England win. But no, I think the other game is a double-header today. So I think the Netherlands and Sri Lanka. I think the Netherlands are a good chance to win that game. So I'll be watching that intently. But the South Africa and England match is a big game. All right, Jihan. Far away. What's your question? Okay. Will Australia make the semis? Will Australia make the semi-finals? My heart says yes. Will my mind say no? It's a tough question. Look, they've got a good chance. You know, they've won back-to-back games now. You would think they'll win against the Dutch next week. That's 3 wins on the trot. That will book a place in the top 4 for the time being. I hope they do. I think today we saw some good signs from Warner and Marsh. Good opening partnership. You want to see that from them. A few areas to improve on, but I think they can definitely improve those areas. I think take more wickets in the power play up front and make sure the batting is quite cohesive and clicking. And I think they can do a good job. My heart says yes, Jihan. My mind is saying other things, but I think they'll do enough. I think out of the race for the last spot, you would think Australia are favourites. Pakistan are not playing well at the moment. England are not playing well either. And obviously the Netherlands and Afghanistan have won games, but I think it's a bit of a stretch for them to reach the semis, obviously. And New Zealand and England are probably, up there. You say, Gian, I think they will, but I'd like to see more ruthlessness against New Zealand and England. We tend to play well against them at World Cups, especially New Zealand. Good record against them. I don't think New Zealand's beaten us in a World Cup match, I don't think. I'm just trying to think if that's correct or not. I think it's correct. I think today we saw that a bit with Warner and Marsh. It was good batting. They were aggressive. They just took Pakistan's bowlers downtown. It didn't help with Pakistan dropping David Warner on 10. He went on to make 163. We speak about catches win matches. I know it's a cliche, but you can't do that. And Pakistan did that. That was the key moment in the match, really. You say, Gian, New Zealand beat Australia in 99. Did they? That does ring a bell. Yeah, so they have beaten Australia before, but you would think, since then they've had a good record. You say, Jihan, good old Roger Toss from England originally. Yes, his name rings a bell a bit. Yeah, but well, speaking of 1999, Australia are in a similar position as they were in 1999. They lost the first two games. They lost against Pakistan. They scraped through the game against Scotland. They won that, and then they went on a bit of a roll and qualified for the semis. They had that close, or they won that game against South Africa in the group stage, where Herschel Gibbs dropped the World Cup. And Steve Waugh famously said, Herschel, I think he just dropped the World Cup there. And he did. Went up to pick up the ball and celebrate, and he didn't have control of it. And South Africa won. Steve Waugh scored a century in that match. And then in the semi-final, the net run rate came back to bite South Africa because it was a tie, and Australia went through because of the net run rate. And we had that famous semi-final, and the rest is history. Jihan says, yeah, I had this imaginary phone call in my mind when Steve Waugh called Pat Cummins. He probably did. I don't know. He probably said this is similar to 1999. We've got, as you say, Jihan, to reassure him, to say, come on, Pat, we've got this. Well, it's just like 1999 again, and maybe he did. I don't know if he did. I don't know if Pat spoke to Tugger. I don't know if he did, but I think he did. So, yeah, they can draw an inspiration from that. And Gian says, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Australia's done it before. They did it in 99. They have a good team, Australia. It's just that it needs to click. That's all. And we keep going on about certain things they need to fix on and stuff like that. Sound like a broken record in terms of me with the reviews and that. But, that's just the constant problems that Australia have. So they can do it. They can do it. And Gian says, well, never have another legend like Shane Warne. No, we won't. He was instrumental in that tournament. He played well in the final against Pakistan. He took those wickets. Pakistan were bowled out for 100 odd. And Australia won by, 5 wickets, I think. No, they won more than that. Also in the semi-final against South Africa, he was important as well in terms of his bowling. And Australia needed him to stand up and do well. And Gian says, surely we can have a better guy. Yeah, Australia's tried over the years. They tried Xavier Doty. That didn't really work. They tried other spinners as well. They had Brad Hogg for a bit, but he was always in the shadow of Shane Warne, Brad Hogg. Yeah, so we've always tried. We've always tried different spinners. Obviously, Nathan Lyon, obviously, has been good, but he's not a leg spinner. If we're talking about leg spinners solely, then, we haven't quite produced that, which is disappointing, I suppose. That's just the way it goes in cricket, Eventually they'll come, but, they're very rare. Warney was just one of a kind. No one can replace him. So, yeah, going back to 1999, Australia can do it. They're capable of doing it, capable of producing good performances. But they just need to believe in themselves so they can do it. Jihan says, I watched the Shane Warne drama on 9. You don't have to answer this, but why did he cheat so much on his wife? His personal life was a shambles. I didn't watch the drama, Jihan. I didn't watch it. But it had mixed reviews. Let's just say that. Yeah, his personal life was a I did read his autobiography, which is a good read. My Spin, and he had personal problems, which all people do. Him being in the spotlight, it was more magnified than others. But that's just the way it went with Warnie in his personal life. It was chaotic, but as you say, Gian, his cricket career was amazing. Though it was, but that's the one side of the story. But his personal life was. And Gian says, "Okay, I'm reading My Spin now." Oh yeah, it's not a bad autobiography about Warnie. Mark Nicholas wrote it, which it's not bad. It's a pretty good book. I've read it myself, and he actually signed it himself, Shane Warne. Obviously, I went to his book signing a few years ago when it was released in Adelaide. Signed his book. I had a photo with him, which was great. Not a bad book. So you would learn more from his autobiography. He talks about that. He talks about his personal life. He talks about his struggles. He talks about his career. Talks about all that stuff. That he was an interesting character. I could say that. Jihan says, excuse me, sorry. Is his cheating justified, though? It made no sense to me watching the show. I don't know. It's what he did in his personal life. There's temptations that we have. But that was just him. That was just Shane Warne. That was just the person he was. Yes, say Jihan. Simone was obviously the love of his life, so why did he have all those dumb things? Do all those dumb things? That's just Warning. He lived life to the fullest. He did things that were controversial, not only with his personal life, but he had the problem with, 2003, that situation, the problem with the bookmaker, obviously with Mark War, that situation, all that stuff. That's just him. We all have our imperfections. Even the greats have their imperfections, like Shane Warne. And he was a great, but he wasn't perfect. And you say, yeah, he was a flawed individual. Yeah, he was. He had his flaws, but people admired him in terms of the person he was. He was a nice guy. And what people said about that, it was true. Even meeting him in person, you could tell that he's a nice guy. Always had time for people, always friendly, and just a nice person. And you say, Gianna really liked him as a person. Yeah, he's a good mate. Most people say that. His teammates will say he's always loyal to his teammates and his friends. And that's the person he was. And he was very loyal. And you say, as a commentator, did you ever meet him? I did at his book signing in Adelaide. Had a photo with him, which I still have, and the poster of his book cover that he signed personally, and he signed the copy of his book. Had a chat with him, and as I said, he was a very nice guy. I was very nervous, but he said, "Don't be nervous, mate." And we had a nice chat. At the time, he was appointed to the MCC Cricket Committee, and I said, "Oh, that's a good position to have. I hope you succeed in the role and do good things." And he said, "Thank you. I'm looking forward to getting on with the business," or something like that. It was nice to meet him, get that opportunity. I was never going to pass it up, that's for sure. It was once in a lifetime, and I'm glad I did it. And you say, I never met him. Yeah, a lot of people will say that. But, me and other people were fortunate to meet him. And it was, such a nice person to meet, Shane Warne, and great man. And you say, G Hunt, he was a standout guy. He was. He really was. And you say he did a lot for Sri Lanka after the... He did? Yep, he helped Murali a lot too. Just a great guy. Very charitable, very kind, empathetic, passionate, compassion. Just a great guy. And a great bowler too. But yeah, you'll learn more about him in his book. You'll get more information from that. When you watch television documentaries, they always don't tell the true facts, really. So it's definitely a good read, Jihan. You won't be disappointed by his autobiography. That's for sure. And you say, one of the things Shane Warne taught me, and this has nothing to do with cricket, I've heard him say all the time, you have to learn to be yourself. That's right. That's right. And he was himself. And that's true. We all have to be ourselves, Jihan. That's exactly right. That's right. Never try to be something that you're not. Be yourself. Yeah. And you say that's helped me so much. Yeah, be yourself. Be yourself. Look, on the podcasts, what you see is what you get. And you just have to be something that you're... Just be yourself, not something that you're not. We always get caught up in that, always trying to be someone that we're not. And you say, Jan, you have no idea how much that's helped me. Well, I think it's helped you greatly from the sounds of it, which is fantastic. Just embracing who you are as a person and your personality. And you say, Gian, I told my mum that recently. And she got angry and said, what does that adulterer know? Yes. But it's very true. It's very true. And we always have to be ourselves. Be yourself, And that's very important. We always, get carried away with being someone that we're not. And we always think what people should think, other people. Worry about that. And, we've worried a lot about different things. And you say, Jihan, yeah, it's helped me. Yeah, I would. Just be yourself. Be yourself and embrace who you are. And that's the main thing. Be yourself. Embrace that. And just enjoy it. It's like me on the podcast. What you see, commentating cricket, that's just who I am. Passionate, care about cricket. And that's just my personality. So just be yourself, not someone that you're not. And I couldn't agree more. That's absolutely right. But we tend to worry about that in this world, which gets us a little bit worked up these days. And you've got to try and you also say, Jihan, what about the interview you did with me? It was so natural. I was nervous at times and got lost in my words. Yeah, the interview we did. That's just you. I didn't really take any notice of it, but you were being yourself, and that's the main thing. You did very well. It can be nerve-wracking, but exciting at the same time. But and you said, Jihan, but you were so good at redirecting me. Yeah, I think it's important just to let it flow. Let it flow, Don't have a plan. Oh, it's good to have a plan, but sit in front of the mic and just speak. That's what I tend to do with the podcast. Keep it simple. You got a microphone, speak, and be yourself and express what you want to express. And that's what you did. really. That's what you did nicely in the interview. And you say, Jihan, you allowed me to be myself and shown my anger about the Ashes. Yeah, no, be yourself, not something that you're not, and just express what you feel. And you were very angry about the Ashes and how Australia played, but they still retained the Ashes in the end. But no, that's the thing really with podcasting and interviewing people. It's spontaneous. Just be yourself. And I've learned that, especially speaking to people on the podcast as I have. And I've learned that the hard way. Just be yourself and embrace that. Don't really think what people think or say or do. Don't let the comments get you down or all that stuff, which is pretty much what you need to do, really. And I think that's a very important lesson for all people to have. And that's very good advice for people to embrace. Yes, so Jihan, did you see Gideon Haigh was on The Great Cricketer? Yes, I did. I did watch that interview. He's not writing cricket anymore, doing other things. Jihan says he seemed nicer to them. It was a different environment, Jihan. Look, I asked him some other questions that he was a bit, a bit upfront about, which is fair enough. He tells it how it is. So, yeah, different interviews, different questions, different people, different vibe. So, but, he was, answering different questions and he's, talking about that. So, yeah, no, it's okay. And Jihan says, wound him up. No, he was just more passionate, I think, in the interview we did. He was just, disappointed and angry about how international cricket is and how the cricketing community treated the West Indies. So he's more passionate about that. It was just more passion. I don't think it was a wind-up by... don't think it was a wind-up, but no, I think he was just passionate and expressing his feelings and opinions, which is totally fine. And, he provided some good responses in that interview we did. He was upfront, which is what you expect from him. He told the truth and he expressed it. Some people will agree with it, some people won't, which is fine, which is okay. That's just the way it is. But yes, no, it was not a bad interview that he did with the Great Cricketer guys, talking about other things other than cricket, which is nice. And Jihan, you say, yeah, I just don't understand how Australia are responsible for the decline in West Indies cricket. Well, he wasn't really directing that at Australia. He was more saying that world cricket was to blame, other cricket boards, not just Australia. The whole cricketing community. That's what he was trying to say, which is true in a way, because we need to help out more in world cricket. Think about the greater picture, which is not thinking about yourself, which cricket boards can often do. As you say, Jihan, you need resources, obviously, but you don't need interest. That's right. That's why the West Indies have struggled, and that's the way they are at the moment. So, yeah, it's obviously sad not seeing them in the World Cup, but that's just the way it's gone, I'm afraid. couldn't qualify because they played pretty average in the qualifiers, and they lost to the Netherlands in that super over. So yeah, very disappointing from them. But we shall see. They'll bounce back. And you say, John, honestly, I think the state of West Indies cricket in the last 10 years is a result of T20 cricket. You could say that. You really would. It has been disappointing. It has been poor. It's been a disappointing sort of last period for the West Indies. They come back out to Australia again this summer. You know what's going to happen, which is disappointing. It's sad. But it's just the way they are at the moment. And, world cricket need to help them. They're not doing that at the moment. But they need to help themselves as well. It's got to the point where the only format they're good at. Pretty much. They excel in T20 cricket because they've played a lot. They've won the World Cup twice, 2012, 2016. And they know how to win those tournaments, and they've done okay. Yeah, it's been poor by them, but they got to bounce back, and they will. They'll bounce back and find a way, I suppose. But the West Indies, they just got to do what they need to do. More importantly, world cricket need to help them out, but also help themselves. They've got to help themselves in a way. They know what the problems are. They've got to help and try and fix those problems, not try and dodge the problems. Often when you can do that, you get complacent and you don't really want to improve yourself or get better. So you really need to do that. G. Hunt says, a long time ago, Ian Chappell said T20 cricket should not be played at international level. And he was absolutely right. Yeah. Maybe for T20 World Cups, but not for bilateral series. Maybe they should have done that earlier. I don't know. Maybe we created a format that's an absolute monster, and it's absolutely turned the cricketing world on its head. It has. It's changed the landscape of cricket, and people will agree otherwise or disagree. And you say, you say that's what's ruining cricket. It is. There's nothing we can do about it. It's here to stay. As long as India are interested in the IPL is prosperous, then they will run with T20 cricket as long as they can. As soon as that day comes when they're not interested in T20 cricket, it's something that Mike Coward said. He said India were very big in one-day cricket. They were interested because they won the 83 World Cup. They were invested and they wanted one-day cricket to continue and succeed and all this stuff. So maybe if India win this World Cup, that could be the same again, to keep one-day cricket going. Maybe for the IPL, as long as the IPL is here to stay, then it's just part of cricket. And you say, I think what you do is you have proper cricket, i.e. Test and ODI cricket, and then you have a league T20 cricket running parallel. Yeah, you could. It's just too much cricket. The international calendar is so compacted. It's just too much cricket. It's too much. Even I can't keep up with it. Even Nick and Gabe from Cricket for Americans can't cover everything. And they are invested in cricket, but they can't cover everything because it's just too much. It's the same with me on the podcast. I can't cover every cricket match that's going on. It's just too much. Yeah, you got to pick and choose. It's so compacted. It's just too much, really. It's just really too much, and it's something that cricket can't really fix. I think it's got into a hole that it can't get out of, and that's the problem. There's just too many problems have gone on top of each other, and cricket can't seem to fix the problems. It's just too much. But the administrators, it is up to them to decide where they want the game to go, where they want the game to prosper, how they want the game to work. And that's just the way it is, I suppose. That's just cricket. And it's not a perfect game. Yes, so Jihan, then you tell the players, do you want to earn money for some franchise you don't have any attachment to, or do you play for your country to be the best in the world? Yeah, that's always the questions have been asked. Commitment, are you committed to the cause? Do you want to be a part of international cricket? I think players coming through, they still have ambitions to play international cricket for their country. They want to experience what's it like playing in a test match and all that stuff. But the money is so lucrative. The money is so tempting that it's very hard to resist. So that's just the power of money, and cricket's based on money now because players are getting paid much more than they did back in the day. And in the time of World Series cricket and that. So very different game now. Very different world, different landscape. Jihan says, is the IPL ever going to get to EPL soccer levels, for example? I think Jared Kimber said it probably will. Maybe even NBA basketball sort of thing. Maybe. It's got the capabilities to do that. I wouldn't be surprised. It's the IPL. It's a very lucrative, profit-driven competition. It's one of the best in the world. Everyone wants to go to India and play in the IPL. So, you have to see how it goes in the future, really. We won't really know until 20 years' time, if it's still around then, which it probably will. So we have to see what happens. We have to see how that goes. But it could get to those levels. I wouldn't be surprised if it would. So cricket in the Olympics now, that could really help. People get interested into cricket, and obviously investments and all that stuff. So we shall see. We shall see what happens in a few years' time. But what we're seeing now is pretty much how cricket is going at the moment in the IPL. T20 cricket as well. It's a part of the game. It's part and parcel of the game, and it's the way it is. Which we just have to deal with. Yes, to say, GM, my counter to Gideon Haig's argument, the cricket world will do whatever India want to do. If they want to win in 50-over cricket, they will stay. But what he doesn't realise is there a whole world of cricket outside of India. That's true. That's true. Yes, there's much more in cricket than India, but India is the big place where you will, that's where the game's money comes from, and the income and revenue and all that stuff. And that's just where the game's just heading, really. So that's just the way it is, and it won't slow down anytime soon. It's just the way it is. It's just the way the game is. And there's nothing we can do about it as the fans. But it's up to the administrators, but they don't seem to be doing anything at the moment. Just international cricket's just in an awful mess a little bit at the moment. It's not quite structured. There's no plan. There's no vision. And there's no problem solving, really. It's all about one thing, and that's just cramming as much cricket in as we can, and not really thinking about the greater interests of the game, which is true. which is true. You know, in order for cricket to be around for many years to come, you need to put it in a good place. You need to help it out. Don't take it for granted. And I think we are taking it for granted, especially the administrators and people involved in cricket at a higher level are taking it for granted and saying, well, here's a product and we're going to, you know, see what we can do with it. And you're just taking it for granted. You know, you got to give something back. You got to give back to the game, make it better, be in a good place. And that's what's not happening at the moment. You know, that's where I see it, is that we're taking it for granted, especially administrators, cricket boards. Can't take it for granted. Give back. Offer something that's going to help cricket be viable and stay in the future for years to come for people to experience. Otherwise, if you're going to keep going down this route, it probably won't be here at an international level as we know it now. And that's probably true, because international cricket will probably change in the next few years. And it already is starting to change with the landscape of T20 cricket in these leagues. And yes, to say, Jihan. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I think if you don't get repeat ODI cricket, just get rid of it and make people realize how meaningless T20 cricket is. That will probably happen. And that will probably be the case, I think. Yeah. It's interesting to see what people would think going forward, but no, it's just the way it is. But it is looking that way at the moment. If we don't do something about it, if we don't, then yeah, it's gotta be very tough, especially for people coming into the game and experience cricket for the first time. So yeah, there we go. So yeah, it's an interesting conundrum in the game of cricket, that's for sure. Well, everyone, thank you everyone for staying with us. I know we've been streaming for 7 hours. Geez, the time has gone away from us. We're just talking random stuff. Jihan, your comments, yeah. You say, sorry, I've already read that. So, like, why aren't these players promoting T20 cricket and saying ODIs are dated? You're not getting that. Batsmen still want to play ODIs to get their 100. Yeah. Well, some players mention T20 cricket and say it's good and exciting. But I suppose it comes down to what players think and what they prioritize, whether they like it or not. Yes, CGN, they just can't do that. Just playing T20s. No, they can't, because you're not guaranteed to score a century every game. You are more of a chance of scoring a century in Test cricket, in ODI cricket, than you are in T20 cricket, because it's only 20 overs. And it comes down to luck and skill. And it depends if you have a good day or not. So, yeah, I think that point you make is valid. Absolutely. So, yeah. There we go. But, yeah, that's just the cricketing landscape. It's just the world that we live in cricket at the moment. And it's probably going to stay on this course. You know, and let's hope that the administrators and people in cricket can do something and help out cricket. That's what you need to do. Well, everyone, thanks for joining us. Yeah, we've gone a bit over time. The match finished hours ago, and we're still here streaming. But we were just talking, and the time has gotten away from us dramatically. But thank you, everyone, for joining us for this stream today into the morning. Bit of a long one, No worries, Jihan. Jihan said, when did it finish? Well, it finished around about 3:30 local time for me, and now it's currently nearly 6:40 in the morning. So the game finished a few good hours ago, but we just got carried away talking, which happens, which is fine. That's okay. I don't have to be anywhere important, so it's a bit of an extra long lie-in. Yeah. Well, I'm sort of used to it, Jihan. Watching cricket from overseas, you're used to these times. As you can tell, my voice is pretty much gone. And struggling a bit. You say, what have you been doing for 3 hours? Well, if you're talking about before, now, the time just got away. That's all. The time just got away, Jihan. That's the thing. We just got talking and got away from us, really. So, it's been good. If people stuck with us, thank you. It's just gotten away from us a bit, which happens. It's fine. I know, History Hunt. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it would be great to have you back on, as you say, later on in the tournament. Yes. As we get towards the back end of the tournament, of course, we're not far away from the back end of the tournament. October the 14th is the final, I think. No, one of the dates in November. As you can tell, lack of sleep is kicking in. That's, yeah. There we go. Alrighty then. Well, I think that's a good way for me to finish off. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this long marathon live stream. Jihan says, maybe we can cheer Australia on to the final. I hope so, Jihan. They won well today by 62 runs. And hopefully they can make it all the way. They can. I know, Jihan. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed the stream. I know it's a bit of a long one, even though the match finished ages ago. We just got carried away. Talking about random cricket stuff, which was nice. Luckily, I don't have to be anywhere important, but I'm very tired and my voice is very sore. Non-stop. You say, Jihan, really appreciate it. Speak soon. No worries, Jihan. Yeah, we will speak soon. Obviously, back on Wednesday for the next game against the Netherlands in Australia. And you say, Jihan, it's 4 a.m. in Perth. Well, it's 6 o'clock here. Nearly 7, actually. The time difference in Australia, of course. Perth is 2.5 hours behind everyone else. 1.5 hours behind, I think. No, 2 hours, something like that. It's all right, Jihan. It's the weekend. You can do whatever you want. It's the weekend, and just enjoy it, which is the main thing. Thank you, everyone, for sticking by us for this long marathon stream. And just a recap, we did have a game of cricket on, and Australia won quite convincingly in the end. 62 runs was the winning margin. Pakistan all out for 300 odd. No match for Australia's 367. Australia won back-to-back games. They're well on track in this World Cup. And they've got the Netherlands next Wednesday, which will be our next live stream next week. And they'll be coming up the Dutch, Australia. The last time Australia played the Netherlands in a World Cup was back in 2003. And that was in South Africa, I believe. Maybe you can tell me, Jihan, just to finish off with one more cricketing trivia question. I think it was the last time. that the Netherlands played Australia in a World Cup match was in 2003, I think. Yes, it was, actually, in South Africa. So it's been a long time. It's been more than 20 years. But they'll be back again at each other, hoping to take out the victory. Thank you, Jihan. I hope you're well. Have a good day. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. And make sure you follow us on Anchor and Spotify and Apple Podcasts as well. Until next time, keep safe and bye for now. Oh, my